Good Wednesday evening. It is the final Wednesday broadcast of the winter season of the American Region Mahjong League. Nathaniel here, joined by Tucker on Wii for an excellent B1 matchup. How's it going, Tucker?
It is going pretty good. It's not quite as stormy here as it is where you are, but still ready for some mahjong.
I have the feeling the standings are going to be relatively stormy as well. I mean, look how close things are for the promotion
Boom.
zone here. Top six moving up, and the bottom, the cut line is plus 53, and Jason has all the games to play.
Boom.
Tucker, I see your name there as number 5. You've played your games already.
Yeah, we played all 4 games before anyone else in B1 had played any. And like you said, I mean, it's only 50 points from 18th to 4th ish. So wait, 18th, that's a 10. I don't know, I can't read. 10th to 4th. And Alon here is one of the people like right on the cusp. Did not take that one pin chi. Had pawned twice already, the South and the Green Dragon, has 2 Han. Did not want to complete their best shape.
Yeah, it feels like he either wants to build another block first or really wants to commit to the flush. We'll see what happens first. I think if he pairs up the east or the west, it's likely that the 2-3 pin just could come out. But I think as of now, he's starting to just lean towards building the hands just to completion rather than aiming for any extra value other than the 2 Yakuhai that are already called.
Ended up drawing the 1 pin anyway, so didn't need to chi it. Sarah, there's the call. So now probably Tempai waiting on west. Yep. Sarah's Ishanten as dealer. If she draws 7 mon, it'll be a very good 3-sided weight. Otherwise, look at that.
Notably,
That's going to be the chase.
Sarah not it might start with the west. Oh, but you're 10 on the 7 pin. Oh, it comes out. So Sarah's not going to win because she's also 10.
the early 1 pin discard. I didn't even notice.
And Eric also was actually the first person to Tempai, but as we see the Sarah sumo come in, Alon says, hang on a second. Wasn't that my... I see. Sarah opens things up with a Mongon.
All right, well, on turn... Well, I guess it wasn't exactly turn 6. The calls always disrupt that, but an electric start.
Yeah, but I think that first hand really showed what we're going to expect from Eric, who is in second place overall in the division, plus 171.9. Very, very, very safe. And he's also tends to be a pretty conservative player in general. So, if it was another player, they might have slammed the Richi Yakuhai Dora 1 on 2-5, so good weight. But Eric doesn't need these points, so he'll probably play relatively passively. Doesn't want to take a bunch of forts, so if players like Sarah or Alon or Brian start to get these big runs and collect a lot of points, he might need to challenge a bit more just to avoid getting a deep enough fourth. But I think for most of the game, it'll be relatively conservative, just confirming his promotion back into A2.
And I don't know Alon's or Brian's play styles as much, but I know Sarah tends to be a little pushy. I kind of expect anytime, especially because Sarah needs to dig out of a little bit of a hole here. The jump from 15th to 16th right at that demotion line is pretty severe. It's the exact opposite of the promotion line.
Yeah, I agree. Sarah is one of those players, and from my recollection, that builds big hands, right? If you have a Sarah Ricci, you kind of don't want to deal into it, especially on her dealership. So, we see the 2-3-4 chi from Sarah. Is this Honitsu or is this a Tanyao? And the 7 mod indicates... Yeah, we're going for it all. Also, Alon, similarly fighting for Honitsu, and gets to Tempai winning on the 4, so just the flush with 1 Dora currently.
It's interesting. No one would know this around the table, but we as spectators see that Alon has 3-6-so and Brian has 3-3-so. That's going to make the 4-so nigh impossible to use. So if someone draws it, they're almost going to have to be playing defense to not deal in. Oh, we do have a Ricci there from Eric. Probably those 2 opens. It's not Pinfu with the pair of... Well, wait, no, that is Pinfu.
It is Pinfu, yeah. But it's a wide weight, right? This should have should be able to beat out most weights. However, Sarah also on a 3-sided weight. However, all her 9 pins are gone, and 3 of the 6 pins as well. So there's only what 3 tiles left for this Samenchan. I mean,
Are there 0 tiles left for Eric? No, Eric has 1 9-so left in the wall.
an even worse Samenchan, surprisingly.
That is
Oh,
absurd. You could
Sarah,
call this discard 8 pin, but I don't know why you would. Okay, well,
it's shitty 10 now. She had the choice to wait for the Shabo, but it was a much worse wait. Yeah, probably just didn't like. Oh, hold on a second. That's a
don't.
3-sided
Oh,
weight,
there's the
and
3.
a lot will shove. So much is happening.
I mean, that's the second round in a row where 3 people have been Tenpai.
Yeah,
And someone has been Furitin.
that is true as well. Alon is a player that I always saw as playing a very like old school professional play style. It's one that typically tries to play closed and seek a Ricci for value and reads other players' hands and plays around them.
I don't think it's necessarily the case that that's not true. I mean, Alon's first hand started 2 pairs of Yakuhai, which is a pretty obvious call. And especially with no Aka, like you have 2 Han open, that's a pretty quick thing. And we saw him pass the Chi when he didn't have all 5 blocks. So, that still might be the case. I think Alon has just had hands that want to be opened so far. This hand very much wants to be closed. Like this hand wants to be Pinfu very badly. You could even get Itsu perhaps in the So tiles, but that would take a little bit of work.
Yeah.
Oh, and another Ryanman.
Yeah, at this point, the blocks are basically confirmed. It's going to be a Ricci Piku. The Dorahatsu, the Green Dragon, has come out once on the right by Eric, and he might do this a lot. It's just, as long as he's in a comfortable position, cut the door early and make sure that no one else can use it so easily. I mean, also, he's just Ishantan with Ipeko and maybe Piku as well, so great spot for Eric to be in currently on the right.
But before it actually happens, do you think Eric will Dama this? If he draws into the Ryanman versus Ryankon, do you think that changes whether he Damas or not?
I suspect if he draws the Jiamin first, it ends up with a Kanchan weight, he will Dama. And if he draws the Jiamin weight 2-5 pin, that's a little bit closer. He might still Dama, though. Because he has Pihu and Ipeko, it's a classic Ricci, of course. But, okay, so I think we're going to Dama here. Yeah, just hold the 2-so weight.
Can call Ron because of the Ipeko.
Yes.
Ooh, and we could have a shift. Alon here could hold out for a possible Sanshoku. You can get 2, 3, 4 still as things are.
1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3. Yeah, they're both open. On the left, we have Tenpai waiting 4 pins, 7 pin.
And there's not too much worry from the rest of the players about this open hand because outside the possibility of it being Toy Toy, of course. If it's just a Tanyao, then it'll only be 1,000 points. And
that is what we're going to see.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, you lose 1,000 points, and your dealership passes when you're Ishanten for Sanchoku, but you're never going to play around that hand, so.
Right. I think that's one of the hardest things to learn in Mahjong is like accepting just because my hand was so pretty does not mean that it deserved to win over this one Han hand.
That's true. I feel like when I'm playing, like I'm at my weakest mental state, it's when I'm using the D word. I deserve the win.
Mm-hmm.
That's not how Mahjong works, unfortunately. You can build the most gorgeous, expensive hand, and the Tanya will end it all.
But here, Eric has, not the worst shapes in the suits. I mean, there's a couple of Kanchans, but there's a completed shape in a Ryanman. Like, I don't mind that. But starting with 5 honors, none of which paired up, is still slowing down the hand. I mean, Eric still has 3 left, even after discarding 5 terminals and honors. So Eric's hand's still moving slowly. There's a pair, though.
Hatsu's once cut, but that's okay. We just need a pair.
Ooh.
That's some intense Sakigiri right there.
That's some intense, I'm 120 points above the promotion line. Do you think in any other scenario Eric makes that Sakigiri?
No, he would absolutely be playing for the 6, 7, 8 Sanchoku, and it's very, very conservative play just from the lead, as we mentioned.
I'm interested how long Eric holds on to this East. We see Alon has a pair of them on the left. Could
Maybe now.
feasibly end
Yeah.
up waiting. There it is.
Because the Haku is just safer, right? And at this point, we're not playing offensively. It's just like, if we draw the 7-so and we get Tempai, hooray. But honestly, I just want to fold, pass my dealership out. Like, normally you would keep the 2-so and aim for the potential Tanya switch. You could call the 7-so and work your way, but this is perfect. Now we can fold.
Yeah, and we have ample folding tiles. Sarah, of course, waiting only 3-pin. This is Richi Nomi.
And this is the really fun part about session 6, right? Everyone has a slightly different goal at the table. And so you're going to see some really unique plays that you wouldn't see anywhere else at any other time. Like, I would not recommend playing this way, this level of Sakigiri, in almost any situation, but this is the perfect time to play this way.
Although you will see, like, sometimes people don't play this way, even though it is acceptable, just because they don't have fun doing it. Like,
Yeah, that's
I've
true.
definitely played against people who have said, like, hey, I'm definitely promoting, but, like, I'm not going to fold every hand because, I mean, this is still, at the end of the day, 3 hours of my life that I'm spending, and I want to enjoy it, so I'm going to push for hands. Which, while frustrating sometimes to the people who are actually fighting, ooh, what do we see here? Is the
I'm
1-pin? Yep,
a
there it
little
is.
surprised that 1-pin, not really the safest tile here, but Eric says, I'm Tempa, I guess I might as well take it. The 7-so's not that bad either, but
I
we'll take the
wonder.
Fugi-ten side.
I wonder if Eric has any sort of read that this is a cheap hand. I mean, I don't think I would be able to read that. We see no 2-mon. Like, lower Monzu is not discarded really at all. We have 2-3-mon. I don't know if that's enough, but do you think Eric sees something that would make this feel not expensive?
I couldn't read anything myself. Oh, well, that door looks expensive. So let's find a safe tile.
Yeah, and there's the 6-0.
Fold out, which just do your Kyoku payments 1,000 all gets paid to Sarah, who extends her lead, and this is exactly what she needs to do, right? In the relegation zone, a first place is a start. She needs a few of those because her target is right now Caden at minus 54.9. So she needs to pick up about 100 points, a little more than 100 points over the course of 4 games. 25 points a game does it. And right now, if the game were to end here,
it's also important for Sarah to keep track of Brian, because Brian's the only person in this match who's anywhere close. And while Brian isn't currently the direct competition, both Caden and Rachel and Edwin, all of the people around that demotion line, are all completely done with the session. If Brian ends up taking some of these hits, instead of 100, she might only need 80 or so. Like, the math gets a lot more complicated. Now, you could also say there's no reason to think about anything other than just, like, getting as many points as possible until the 3rd or 4th Hanchan.
sure.
But it's worth just noting that you do have direct competition at the table. Like, if you're ever going to Sashikomi, like, purposely deal into somebody to make things end, you're probably not going to do it into Brian.
Yeah, you might do it into somebody that would put Brian a placement lower, actually. That would be a creative way of earning extra points on your target.
Ooh, now what do? 5, 6, 7 Sanshoku, or do you keep the double East?
Playing for the double East.
It's more guaranteed. I mean, 2 Kanchans for the Sanshoku, while it is Tanyao, so it has a lot of flexibility, it's not super likely to come out. Oh my god!
Oh dear.
Foot in mouth.
Yeah, but it's natural. Good. Right, you don't want to say, "Oh, I made a mistake," and then try to go back on that.
Would you have made the same decision?
It's hard for me to say because I really, really love Sanshoku. Like,
you're emotionally invested.
I might have it might be a weakness in my gameplay at this point, but double East is really powerful. So I do think that it is strictly more efficient just to play the way that Brian has done here.
So here's a question: if 6-0 comes out from Eric, do you cheat,
yes,
discard 4-0, and take the Atsuke? Okay, as I would as well.
Yeah, 3 Han is just too good here. Oh, and just draw it yourself.
Oh,
and now you might just
beautiful.
reach cutting the 7.
Cutting the 7 makes your weight pretty obvious, though. I think I would Ooh, yeah. If I was gonna call Ricci, I don't think I would like calling Ricci discarding 7 because then I'm basically saying the only way I'm ever winning this is through sumo.
Yeah, which is kind of what you want. Riichi Tsumo double East. That's fantastic.
That makes it a Mongon.
But this
As it is
is
waiting on the 6-0, which there's two still in the one still in the wall because of and then we have the chase from Sarah. The 4-pin was safe. And 7-0 is Suji to the dealer.
yeah, and the dealer hasn't declared Ricci, so there's not necessarily an
Oh shit,
indication.
they haven't.
But that late 4-0 and the tank on that as well definitely gives you pause. Also, I actually forgot that if you Ricci cutting the 7, the 3-0 has been pwned already, so you actually don't have that many
Oh
extra
shoot,
tiles.
yeah.
So actually playing for this
Might as
content
well
is probably
keep it.
better.
Yeah, I had
Joey
noticed either. Oh
Khan?
god, just discard, yeah.
Okay, no fun.
Because here's the issue, right? Brian has the same problem Sarah does. Even though Sarah's way far off right now, you already see Sarah going on a tear. If you con and give her Dora, your dealer, the Oyakabari could destroy you. Like that's very dangerous to be putting yourself in.
Home.
Oh god. Okay, waiting a Dora, single wait on Dora for Eric.
Yeah, 7-0 very safe here with the triplet of actually all the 8 pins out, only deals into a Shampoo or a Tonki.
5, so I think I would also be pretty okay discarding.
Yeah.
If I'm Brian and I really feel like I need to keep Tempai at least.
Yeah, I mean if you're gonna keep Tempai, you definitely have to jam it. Oh, there's the 6.
That's gonna be a Mongon because that was the file tile on the wall.
The Hote Dylan, and that will be 12,000 points direct from Sarah. A huge swing, and all of a sudden, the game is totally different.
Whoa, 1-so? Hold on, I need help. Why? Why 1-so?
You know what? Not 100% sure. We've got 2 floaters, though.
Might have just been too quick discarding, but or has some other big idea in mind. But yeah, like as you were saying, like that is such a significant turnaround there. And it's not Sarah's fault per se. Like, wow, this is Tempai.
Yeah, I mean, you reach your door, you know you need points, so you just hit the button and hope that your bad weight comes through. And you just draw the worst possible Hote tile.
At the worst possible time. Now, is Brian gonna hold out for the Sanshoku here? All right.
He waited 1 turn.
Ooh, interesting. When I wait 1 turn like that, I Katagiri reach. Like I wait until I can Katagiri Ricci, discarding the 8-mon. Now, neither the 3-so nor the 8-mon says anything about Brian's final weight.
Right.
Like which 8-mon would you have used?
I would Katagiri there. I just Tsumogiri Ricci tends to reveal information. At least the fact that you weren't satisfied with your weight at the start. Otherwise, you would have just Ricci'd immediately, right? So.
And for anyone who doesn't know, Katagiri, because we both have said it a few times now,
right.
I'm sorry, is Katagiri is discarding a tile from your hand, even though it is the same tile you drew. Do you know the definitions? I know giri means cut, right? So like do you know what the kata means there?
No, actually.
I was counting on you, but I'm sure we'll find an answer. Someone in the chat will probably empty. Thank you, Garrick. That's fantastic. An instant answer. I was like in the process of saying the chat would know, and then the chat knew. Beautiful. Sarah actually in a position where she could end up even with 4-5-6 Sanshoku with the Chun as the pair. That would require discarding a Dora though. Which one do we take? Okay, the Dora Chun Shanpon, which I love. I think I would have made the exact same decision. Oh god.
Just 2,600 this time, but that's not what Sarah's looking for. These Ricci need to be wins, not dealings.
I mean, and I don't have any like I think I would have made the exact same Ricci there. Like, and I'm pretty defensive. Just not getting good luck after the Ricci there. Well, obviously she started with some pretty good luck, but we made the comment about Eric is probably going to play this game pretty passive, and Eric has been in second place basically the whole time.
Yeah, just chilling. Just watching the points splash back and forth and enjoying the ride.
not getting the biggest Oyakaberis, like not losing all the points on dealer sumos. It's working out fine.
Yeah, the potential for some pretty big hands though in this go around. Dealer's making progress with his 4-mon draw, but I'm liking Alon's hand across the table, and I like Eric's hand on the left.
Okay, so with Alon's hand, are you really just looking at the 678 or even 567 Sanchoku? Is that what you like so much about it, or is it the Apeiko?
It's just the tiles in the hand are so improvable. The 6-pin, although it's not connecting to anything, can be incorporated in the Sanchoku or the Dora. Either side of the draw is excellent, and all the shapes just have
Ooh.
a ton of improvements.
The 7-mons, the 6-mons, and awkward draw actually commits to it, yeah, because there was no true pair in the hand up until that point,
Right.
so just kind of abandoned the possibility of the Sanchoku for pure efficiency's sake.
And I think actually that's one of those times I'm most optimistic about hands is when there's no true pair, because that means anything can be your pair. And we're gonna have Tenpai here. Ricci cutting the 6-pin makes it look like you might be waiting around that Dora, but actually it's just the 4-7. So Ricci Pinku, no Ipeiko, no Tanyao, no bonuses here, but at this point, just about any Ricci is gonna be good. If you can sumo hidden Uda, you're pretty happy.
And there's still 3 tiles left in the wall for that. And, you know, this is actually something we've said a couple of times, talking about how hands kind of have deceptive weights. Ooh, I think that is Tenpai waiting 5-mon, 8-mon. No? Wait.
Pretty close.
6, 7, 8, 5, 5, 4. Oh, I thought that was 3 5s. Doesn't matter. There's a sumo.
Reach sumo Pinfu, and it doesn't get the Uda. Okay. That's a little bit less satisfactory, but you know, it's important that you win that hand and not let the person who has the 5-pin Dora get to their hand. So we go back to Sarah's dealership. She needs to get all those points back.
Well, especially because this round, I feel like that win is more significant than just the points. Like, this has been a round that has been very swingy and very streaky. Sarah started off with all of it, and then Brian absorbed it all. Eric has done nothing, just chilling. I think Eric has won a hand, but like,
yes,
you know, it was just kind of tossed in. It was more of like the transition between Sarah and Brian, where everything's been going on over there. So for Alon, winning that hand is less about that 3-han 20 fu that you just sumoed, and more about the fact that like, hey, I'm a part of this game too. Like, and I have something to fight for. I am going to be in this. I feel like the moral victory is the big one for Alon. As much as I would personally prefer him not, but like I'm happy to see it as a spectator.
Yeah, I think that's actually one of the strengths of Alon as a player is that he is a very patient player. He will wait for his turn if he has to. You know, you don't always get the chance to be proactive in the games early on, but you don't have to win all the hands. You just have to win it when it matters. And so he found his timing there to win a cheap hand. It's something that keeps him relatively close to the other players, and he's just looking for his next opportunity. And hopefully for him, it comes soon. Brian on the left, though, has an amazing hand, and that's a really interesting choice here. 4-5. Definitely trying to use both Dora. 5 so cut was actually pretty decent there, I think. But he wants the strong final weight with Ipeiko, and oh no, he's gonna miss out on Tenpai here. And now has to dance around this region from Eric. Eric actually being proactive with a 7-pin weight. And oh no, this might be punishing. Sarah chasing on the 3-so. It's not the greatest weight, but it is a Tenpai.
Would you have, if you're Sarah, because obviously we're dealer, obviously we know that we're going to be pushing for basically the entire Hanchan. However, with that grouping of so tiles, I'm not super confident that we couldn't have waited for an upgrade, especially since we had the 1, 2, 3, 4 mon. Like, it feels like there should have been another option that was more of a wait and see.
Yeah, I think I would not have taken the Ricci. I think I would have cut the 1-so. I might have taken the Ricci, though, after having drawn this 4-so. However, I might not even been Tenpai because there's a decent chance I'd be holding the 5-pin as a floating tile, so it's possible Sarah got to a Tenpai that I would have missed. And there are the remaining 2 3-so, they're in the wall.
They're in the church.
Eric is also drawing to 2 tiles, and he finds it.
Oh wow!
Ooh, that was a little bit nerve wracking when the dealer chases you down. But Eric,
Huge for Eric, and catastrophic is a little bit too extreme,
yeah,
but that is a big blow for Sarah.
yeah, she eats the Oyakaburi, and now like the battle for third place is on between Alon and Sarah. So it is tough going, and Brian has the Anko of the White Dragon already, the triplet in hand.
Boom.
I wonder if he plays this as Honitsu, a flush.
I'm so desperately curious. That one pin kind of makes it seem like maybe.
Yeah, he's
We'll
definitely trying to
see.
get there.
Because I feel like this is something that we I feel like you and I specifically have talked about this a lot on cast, like the idea of when do you push for Honitsu and when do you just let the tiles come, and like this feels like a very middle of the road hand to me.
This, yeah, drawing the 3-pin pair kind of moves us away from the flush ideas, but he's still holding the West just in case. It is the Dora.
No other West have been. Oh wait, no. Eric discarded a West as soon as he drew it, as you
Naturally.
said he would do earlier.
And this is the template for Eric. Has a couple different choices for the weight. Can wait 5-8 pin or 2-5 so. Probably go 2-5 so, I'd guess.
I think I would prefer the 2-5 so here.
5-8
Does
pin.
take the 5-8 though.
It does have like one fewer weight, but or yeah, just one fewer weight. But maybe it has some improvements to 3-sided.
Oh, there's the 8-pin, but it fits into the hand, really. I mean,
Sorta.
unless you don't want. Ooh, okay, yeah, just attaching it to the 999.
I think he might end up discarding the 8-pin
Boom.
as well. Oh, but pawn into 6-9. Wait, this is sneaky. This is cool. This is unusual.
You, I hate to speak the name at this time, but you know what that pawn, another person, I'm 100% confident would have made that pawn and made that weight change would be
Who's that?
Dustin. This is a very Dustin move.
All right, I'll give you an alternate name, okay? He's in the
Okay.
chat as well. I have seen Garrick do this.
Oh yes, absolutely.
Infamously. Oh, hold on a second. Brian with the Ricci. Ricci cutting the Dora.
6-mon, 9-mon?
Yep. Just 6-9. Ricci Haku is pretty good, and that signals Brian's not satisfied with just confirming this first place, right? He wants to buffer his lead as much as possible. And since Brian is at, he's in the negatives here, or yeah, minus 11.7. It's hard to see with the red there, but he's actually not that far from promotion, so he can actually fight
Oh
for
yeah,
a big
could
win.
get there. And we see Alon discarding the 6 so there.
Don't.
Probably the safest tile in hand. The 9-mon from Sarah going to deal in. Only 2 Han.
That leads us to a very interesting South 3, and to respond, yes, call a tile to wait on it. Infamously, there is a game that I'll never forget where he pulls the 9-pin Dora from his Shimocha to wait on the 9-pin Dora for a ridiculous hand, and Shimocha cuts the 9-pin Dora, the final one. Surely it doesn't deal it. That's a Hanuman. This is ridiculousness.
Was this an ARML game or was this?
It was a ladder game, but it was.
Oh, a ladder game.
was
That just got
fantastic.
discussed a lot.
But yeah,
Eric with
call
a
tile,
pretty
wait on
good
the tile
dealer
is
hand
also a
here.
lucky J move if you're into bots.
The way you phrased that.
Did I misspeak?
I think I just spent too much time with high schoolers.
Okay.
Like, if you're into bots, like,
Unfortunate 2-pin backfire here for the potential Suanko.
Boom.
I mean, the Suanko's still not dead. Like, if you
It's not
draw
dead.
3-so, 4-so, or 9-pin, it's still very much alive. From our perspective, at least.
Yeah, and it's also just Ishanten for Sananko.
Boom.
But with the way Eric has been playing, I don't know that Eric would take the Ricci for the normal Sananko. We have the 1-mon, 2-mon Tenpai for Sarah. That is Toi Toi Hatsu. A clean 3 Han.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting if you're desperate enough to cut away from one of your pairs, maybe the 2-mon, 2-mon, so that you can wait Doratanki, but Sarah's not that desperate. She just wants to get out of third first and then see what happens. in the next hand.
No pawn from Eric,
Or get into pawn, I should
notably.
say.
Yeah, Eric not forcing matters here,
Which
which
I think that's good.
some people would do. Like, I agree. Like, I would not as Eric, and Eric has no reason to with the point standing, but
especially when
I'm sure there are some people out there.
when you see a door pawn from Milan, you get a little concerned. Like, is this Haku dealing in? Did he pair it up after Sarah dropped hers?
And here's the big decision. There it is, 9-pin.
Brian is holding on to that Haku, and Sarah knows this north is bad, but I don't think she can defend against it really.
No, I think it has to come out. And even though everyone's gonna be really scared of Alon now, like, I would totally read Alon as Tempai, but Alon's not.
Yeah, actually. And doesn't even go for the
Chi.
Oh god.
My goodness. Yeah, could have gone with the headless diamond shapes, but instead just plays for this Tonki.
Oh well, here surely this is a Dama, yeah? Oh, because 2 Haku are gone. Yeah, just discarding Haku. I like that. You see the 6 Mon, you see the 5 Mon. 7 Mon probably doesn't deal in from those 2 discards in that situation, but no reason to risk it when you have the 100% safe Haku.
Yeah, so you know what was in hand because you saw the 2 Tadashi and the Chi. You know it was 5-6 and 5-6 Mon and 4-5 So. And one other tile, right? That was not a 7 Mon because you would have been Tempai. So the 7 Mon is Genbutsu here. Well, at least was Genbutsu until Brian waited on it.
Although I feel like we see another 3 Mon here. Yes, absolutely. Now things get a little bit trickier. I wonder if I feel like 4-pin is kind of my instinct looking at the table.
Eric recognizes that the Tuso cannot deal into the Tonki because he has all 4 of them.
Right. And wants to avoid the Mongon deal in.
Yes.
So Eric kind of benefiting here from not caring about... Eric doesn't have to play defense against everybody, which is something that makes these sort of hands the worst, is when you're playing defense against 3 people. Like, that's how you normally end up dealing into somebody. Eric is just focusing on the Mongon, and that's it.
Yeah, Brian wins. He's totally fine with that. Eric can actually find Tempai here. I'm not sure he wants it, but...
Could even call for Tempai.
And where are these 1 Mon? Sarah's been Tempai on this the whole time. That doesn't quite work. I think
we're about to get an answer. There's 1, but it's not coming out.
Oh, but the 2!
And there's a 2 Mon!
He has to switch.
Ooh. No. Oh, God.
It was Suji.
That's going to make that a Mongon.
Another Hote dealing, the second one. And remember, before it was Sarah dealing Hote into Brian. Now it comes back the other way around.
And now it is so tight. Like, this game has not been close the whole time. Like, we've always had someone close to someone else. But there was Dealer Mongon in East 1. And there's been someone way ahead of the pack the entire game. And now everybody has a shot. I mean, Hanuman Sumo from Alon is first. Hanuman Ron from Alon is second by a smidge. So this is... And Alon has 2 Dora in the pocket as 5 pairs.
But
like,
also,
this is classic fast track to Hanuman Sumo. Like, Alon has the fucking hand he needs.
Brian also with 5 pairs. Is this everyone with pairs? I guess Eric on the left has more of a normal hand. And Sarah is going for it all. She's going for the flush. Full flush, probably.
Didn't take the 1-pin Chi, though. Or the first time, didn't take the 1-pin Chi.
Okay, we'll take the second.
Take it the second time. Okay.
Boom.
Because, I mean, full flush is first place.
Oh, a big 3-pin. That really helps the hand. And she's got such a great chance at completing this now. Look at that pin shape.
And Brian's still 2 away. Although, if you're Brian, I feel like you have to choke pin now. Like, you discarded the 1-pin, she cheated, you know it's a flush, but you're like, well, this 3-pin isn't doing a lot for me, I'd rather discard it now than later. You discard it, it gets cheat. Oh my god. That there, and waiting on West! Once cut West is like such a good wait! Oh,
Interestingly,
man.
choosing the West instead of the North. West is his wind. But we'll see if it pans out. Is it West Way? No! Paytaki was the way!
Simone, that would have been first place!
Oh, goodness. Well, there's still time. There's still 2 Wests in the wall. Sem-
On D-Lane would need Ura for the Hanuman. Because this is Chitoi, Dora 2, Richi. So
yes.
Sumo is Hanuman. Sumo is first placed automatically. And then Eric would be above 30k, but Brian would not on the Hanuman Sumo.
Senpai is Genbutsu,
Notably.
but it helps Sarah out. She for 6'9" can
Gee.
wait.
Oh, man.
Oh, the 6-pin!
No.
The 6 immediately comes out, and that's Dora on top of everything
Oh
else.
my goodness.
So the Hanuman gives Sarah first, and now Alon not only did not overtake with the Sumo, is now the only person below 30k.
Oh my goodness, what a finish. What a swing. That was unbelievable.
Absolutely bonkers.
Wow.
Now,
You can't know, right? The West and the North are both once cut. They both should come out if they're drawn by Sarah or by really anybody. But you're just hoping that the one you choose is close in the wall. And unfortunately, West weight was not the best weight in this instance. Sarah comes all the way back to the plus 27.5 victory in all last with a Hote Mongon from Brian, and that Chinitsu coming to fruition. Chinitsu Dora 2. Brian will get a positive score out of this, though, so that means that Sarah probably is still targeting Caden in terms of aiming to surpass somebody. But 27.5 in game number 1, mission accomplished. You just got to do that 3 more times. Eric also comfortably in third place here with a positive third, over 30,000 points, plus 3.2. We'll update these standings. And it is Alon taking the 4th place. How does that affect things?
Man, I hate that you asked me the question because I've been sitting here like waiting for you to stop talking so I could say, how does this change the way they play? because Brian and Alon now are in the exact same position. 2 firsts. Granted, the first that we just saw, the 27.5 or whatever it was, like 2 of those wouldn't be enough. Two of those would not quite be enough for Brian. 2 of those would be enough for Alon. But regardless, any normal first place, 2 of them is enough for Alon or Brian to get into promotion zone. So now Brian went from fighting to like stave off Sarah to now Brian like can get kind of pie eyes, like can start seeing dollar signs like, hey, if I keep this up, if I get a second here, then a first and a second is good enough. If you get a first here, then a first and a third even might be good enough. And then Alon, of course, like that last place really hurt. But like Alon is still very much in this, especially since everybody above you almost is completely done. Like that's the big thing. Me sitting at the 57.3 and having all my games done, that's your target. Like you don't even think about Jason. Right? Like you have to get past Jason. Jason still has games to play. You don't think about Jason. The 57.3 is your target number. If you can get past that, you are almost certainly promoting.
Yeah, and one small note here, they hopped instantly into the next game. We couldn't even load the game fast enough, so they went straight into it. And that is a spot where, you know, it speaks to the mental fortitude of the players, because I don't know, if it was me... Oh, hang on a second. Put that on pause. Eric with a 3-sided Ricci. You know, he's not really declared a lot of Riccis. I guess he did have that one Penchon, Dora Penchon wait, but he absolutely is taking these Samenchan Riccis and adds to get the Ippatsu as well. Reach Ippatsu Pihu, and starts off the game with the 58.
And the play leading up to that, Ricci, we were still talking about the overall scheme of things, but like Eric made the decision to cut away from his second pair to like cement that Sanmenchan in, and it immediately paid off. Like the play, even though that hand was so fast that like we blinked and missed it, Eric's play that entire hand was incredible.
And now that Eric has the lead, the other players will kind of ignore that, right? They're really just playing to their own goal, and so. Ooh, Risky 4-2.
This is awkward.
Maybe
Formon's my instinct.
Yeah. This might be one of those, you draw the Mon tile into Tempai and the Dama on the 7-pin.
That would be pretty natural, yeah. Especially with this scoreline, as we've said multiple times. I mean, you can even still get 678 Sanchoku here. Like that's not an impossibility. You're not gonna force it, but
Right.
another 9 mon. That's 4 pairs for Sarah, but like that hand doesn't look like a chi toy. It's just that it's not drawing into anything.
Particularly that 2 4 4 5 so shape is tough to improve, and 7 9 9 also a little bit difficult to improve. So you're definitely considering Chito as a possible route to save the hand.
This is maybe too hypothetical for good commentary, but if you're Sarah and you draw 6-0, what do you discard?
Probably 7 mon is what I'm thinking, just because I want to keep my pairs alive. Like that's definitely not the efficient cut, right? The efficient cut is just
Right.
7 pin, or even
Right.
Pepe or something along those lines. But 7 pin is pretty natural though. But I just don't have faith in these shapes.
The next time Eric draws an improvement, I think we're going to see one of those situations that all of us see all the time. We have this possible Ipeco in the pin,
Mm.
but we also have the Ryanman in the Manzu. So inevitably, when we draw 6 mon or 9 mon, oh, actually, Eric making the decision early, saying, I want to be able to stay Tempai later as dealer. So I'm not even going to keep this 9 pin around. I'm just going to get rid of it now.
I want to point out Brian here cutting away from the 2 pin instead of going headless. It's very normal to just cut the 4 pin, because no matter how you draw into Tempai, you will have a good weight, even Samenchan. But it seems he wants to lock this pair and just play the Samenchan and the 4 7. So I think that sacrifices a little bit of efficiency, but it does get to Tempai just the same. We do miss out
And
on
this
Pinshu
is,
though.
but we could still get Tanyao.
We could
on
still get
most
Tanya, yes.
on most of our weights. How many are out? We see 2 1 mon, we see 3 4 mon, we see 2 7 mon. I wasn't counting, but hey, it doesn't matter. Got the wrong.
Yeah, Lon Ishan Ten for Sadanko thought it worth the challenge, but it will deal in with the Ura. That does make it 5,200.
I really like. I wish I had been looking more at Brian's draw because I'm really curious what 8-so looked like danger wise. Because there was obviously the choice to discard that 4 mon instead of the 8-so. The 8-so was similarly abandoned in the hand, but I
Yeah.
didn't. I didn't have time to look at the danger level of it. Oh my God, Alon, Chun Chun, Hatsu Hatsu, Haku.
And no dragons in other hands, so they're all in the wall.
Started with 9 distinct terminals and honors, but immediately discarded that 1 pin.
Yeah, this hand
This
has a plan,
is
and it is a Yakuban plan that's not Kokushi, despite
this hand
starting.
has a plan and it breathes fire, is what it does.
Also a door that could be paired up, so even if it doesn't go all the way, even Shosangan Honitsu Door 2 or something like that could be. I guess it'll be Door 3. It's Shosangan.
But the issue is that you started with 9 distinct terminals and honors, and despite the fact that you do have what feels like a very good hand, anytime you start with 9 distinct terminals and honors, that should be a red flag. To me, like average turn of Tempai, I think is around turn 9.
Sure.
I think. When you have 9 distinct terminals and honors, I automatically cut 3 from that. I'm like, someone is going to be Tempai on turn 6.
Yeah,
Like
if my high
that's
pie
the
is
balance.
this bad, then someone's high pie is a little bit better than usual, so they should get there before turn 9, right? And if you look at Eric on the left, that's already Ishanten. Perfect Ishanten.
I mean, Brian is 2 Shanten with great shapes.
Yeah. Oh, so that's a 7. I mean, Alon's not that far away. Do we cut the door now, or no? We're going all the way. Full greed.
I feel like I would have cut the east, personally.
Yeah, I think
Although it's
Alon is
kind of
saying
hard now, but
it's Daisangen, or it's going to be using the Dora somehow. Either of the two are good.
I mean, sure, Song and Dora is going to be a Baimon most of the time.
I want to point out, still, the only dragons in this game are in Alon's hand or in the wall.
And now we have a Richi from Eric waiting 1-mon, 4-mon, which there's 3 left in the wall.
I think he really loves how trapped this weight looks.
Oh, yeah.
Like, no one seems to be using, well, Alon definitely isn't really using Monzu. Lower Monzu not actually the most clear from the other players, though.
Yeah, that's the issue. Is like I feel like it's very easy to trap yourself into feeling like something's really good because you see a lot of that suit out, but it is important to pay attention to upper and lower. Like when we're waiting 1-4, everybody's discarded high mon.
Six.
That's a pretty big difference.
Sarah has paired up the Haku on the right. However, Alon cutting the 6-0 says this is going to be Shosangen or Door 2. Oh, but he draws the 1-mon and
Oh,
that
but
just
that's
has to
gonna be
come
a
out,
deal
surely.
in.
Oh, starts with the East.
Oh wow,
Not just one
dodges.
turn.
Discards. Oh, the door would come out last
Yeah,
round.
Gembu East. And now Sarah's turn?
But it can't last, right? Well,
Surely
3 mon,
not.
6 mon.
Well, his
Oh,
Tempai.
we have a
Hang
pair
on a
now.
second.
Could discard Haku.
Could he 10? It's gotta be 1-mon here, right?
There's only no. It's gotta be
taking
Haku.
the 3D10 Ricci. Let's go.
Holy shit! I cannot believe that.
Yeah,
Listen,
he's read the rules.
I agree with the Haku discard. I do not agree with the Ricci. There are 12 tiles left. Like, what?
That's confidence right
Man.
there. That says, I know you're waiting on 1-mon, and I'm not dropping it. I'll reach you 3D10 into this.
No Hatsu have been drawn.
Yes!
Oh my god, it's it! Incredible! The Furitan Ricci and the Takame Sumo.
What are we witnessing? Alon, a genius.
Oh my god!
And that's first place for Alon. Now, Sarah, what did you got? It's East 3. We've already... These have been two of the craziest games I've seen in a long time.
And we're not even halfway through this one. We're a quarter of the way through this one.
Not even. East 3. All right. Sarah.
Itsu, Sanshoku, could see a golden one away, which I think is a fun topic to talk about.
Ooh, a golden one away when you're going for Itsu or Sanshoku. Still a ways to go for Itsu, though. I think the question is, can we get
that's not going to happen.
a Sanshoku, and what type of Sanshoku will it be? The one that has guaranteed win rate, or the 1-2-3?
Brian, the only other person at the table not burdened by honors, but Brian's shapes are awful. Like, this is a bad hand around the table.
Hear me out. Just take a few tiles, pluck them out, throw them away. 6-mon, gone. 5-pin, gone. 1-pin, gone. And there you have it. Those are your blocks. 7-8-9 Sanshoku and the 2-3 Soshi. And there, you've lost the burden of honor tiles and anything irrelevant in your hand.
I don't disagree with you, but the problem is the tiles we still don't have. It's not the tiles that we do have are not the issue.
Oh, hang on a second. Sarah is actually making this work. I wonder if the players will notice that the order of discard here was 4-mon, then 2-mon. I think after the 6-mon cut, it will not matter. The 3-mon looks so good. If she can get the Tempai here for Sancho Kudora 1 with a Ricci, I think she wins the Mongon. I just can't see a way where she doesn't. If I'm Sarah right now, I'm just like...
Would have both a, oh my god, like Sotagawa and Suji Trap on the 3-so.
Yes, and the 2-mon is so cut, right? There's no way that she has the last 2-mon, right? It's impossible. It's not impossible. It's very unlikely. And yet here we are, the one case. I'm just praying for the 3-so.
This is the issue with bad shapes, though. Like, Sarah has the most winnable hand in existence if she gets to Tempai. But the problem with bad shapes is that you don't get Tempai. Like, that's where our roadblock is here. Luckily, everyone else's hands also suck. So...
Oh, this is close because we have Ipeko confirmed. No! Sanshoku is the way, she says.
Sanshoku or nothing.
I love it.
I would have liked the 7-pin discard, and now you have headless, and you can draw 1-2-3 mon or 1-2-3 so I'll give you Tempai. I would have really liked that play personally, especially with 1-pin being Dora. Like, I know that we need value, but if we lose our dealership, that's just losing another opportunity for value. Like, value is... You have to like adjudicate it a little bit. You can't always go for maximum value all the time and expect to win the hands you need to win.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I hate this. I think I would have played this way myself. Again, that might be my Sancho bias speaking, but Alon playing for pairs, aiming for Dora pair, although there's only one of the one pin left in the wall. And the three, so where is it? There are two left. No, there's one left. Alon has drawn
Home.
one of those.
We do see Sarah keeping the safe south, the assumed safe south. It's only been cut once, but you know, even if it deals in, it's not going to deal into anything
Brian
expensive.
drew the last three, so and he's folding at this point. Yeah, he really can't win this hand with this number of draws left. He can't even play for K10, I don't think. So
Gee.
I don't think the three so ever comes out. Eric as well calls for K10. Keshiki Tenpai that doesn't have a Yaku. Oh, there it is.
Oh, there's Tempai.
Too late, but the three so.
I mean, well, it's not too late to keep dealership, and
Yeah,
that's important.
That's the important thing here. It's no gorgeous Mongon for Sarah, but she will get another try.
This hand could be better, but it could also be worse for Sarah. I mean, you have a couple of Ryanmen, you have a couple of Conchons, but the 557 at least can easily be improved.
Yeah, we're just going to cut away from some honors and see what happens. On the right, that looks much better. There's a pair of Dora. Painful chances. 1-2 pin is the weakness here, but that's the only weakness, really. A big question will be, how do we handle the 2-3-3 so shape? Because a lot of times that will become a sequence for us, and we really don't want to sacrifice a Dora if we don't have to.
But we're also okay with it becoming two sequences, which is why we hold it for now, I think.
Yeah, if we draw the 1 so, then we sort of treat it like a 1-2-3, and then a floating 3 that can create another shape. If we draw the 4 so, then you can easily see the Nakabukude 2-3-3-4 so shape that becomes two sequences easily.
If our hand was more decidedly
Home.
Tanyao, I think two so would be a more natural discard. But since this hand is gonna maybe struggle to get Tanyao, that 4 pin helps. But still, we have some small issue with Tanyao. We actually have 2 pin, 5 pin Tenpai from Eric.
Yeah, Eric's hand is decidedly Denpai. And Tanya. Dora, bye-bye.
Oh?
Home.
That it would be gutsy. There it is. Do you discard 9 mon right away? Yes, absolutely.
And Eric is probably feeling like he's got some time before Alon gets to be Tenpai. Because
when you're
still cutting away from the
then
turtles.
Yeah. That is like a signal, like, and with it being Tadashi like that, I feel like that tells you more like, okay, that's not what this hand was necessarily going to be.
Right. You would think that if it was Tanya, that when the first 9-mon came out, the second one would have soon followed. But instead, the 7-pin came out first. So the 9-mon probably had a home in that hand in some way. Although it actually is kind of hard to figure out how that home exists because of the 8-mon discard into Poland, right? That 9-mon only has a home if the last 8-mon is in the hand, and it just does happen to be. Are we going to do another Fury 10? Yes, we are. Alon says, Fury 10 worked for me last time. It surely will work again.
But it's only Furitin for now. Like, it doesn't have to stay Furitin.
Yeah, I'm assuming he's going to switch to something else, given the opportunity.
1 mon would also be Furitin.
And no Yaku. Oh, Tenpai for Sarah. She slams most of the time. But does not this time.
Doesn't. That Dora Poln's probably making it hard. All right, 4 so's not Furitin.
Ooh, do we break Tenpai here? No. That would be hilarious. Chi 7-mon, wait on 7-mon. I think that was Brian, though, lagging on the 7-mon Pon. Uh-oh.
There's the 4 so. And
This
that
is
5
bad.
so is our pair. But, like, Sarah's been playing a little defensive. Hasn't given up Tenpai.
Okay.
There it is. Discards the 1 pin.
That's strong. I mean, as dealer, in 4th place, you're really tempted to just play for your hand, but
I mean, I don't know if I would have done that in Sarah's position. I'm super like impressed isn't quite the right word. I'm That was a brilliant play by Sarah. That's the way to say it.
Yeah, I have the feeling I would just be dealing in here after declaring a Regi and not winning, and then drawing the wrong tile.
But I mean, but it is worth, like, if Sarah deals into a Mongon here, which the Sanso Pon definitely is a Mongon. Like, if we deal into Mongon, like, we're not getting out of demotion. It's basically not possible. So this is kind of a do or die hand for Sarah. Or maybe die or die. There's not a lot of do here. It's just avoid dealing in, be patient, like we talked about earlier, and perhaps come up with it later, like happened last Hanchan.
Right, we have another dealership, and also all these 3s and 6s are coming out. The 4 might not look that bad, but this isn't Tempai. Is there safer tiles?
So
6 just came out, yes.
Yep. From Eric. All right, and there it is.
3 players Tempai
Some
once again.
very good avoidance there. That was a really, really tactical hand that we just saw play out.
Yeah, actually, honestly, well played by everybody. The 3 players who were Tempai, obviously Alon Tempai with the Dora 3, but the 2 other players to get Tempai dodging the hand, and Sarah, the one who drew the deal-in tile, dodging the deal-in.
Yeah, that was absolutely gorgeous. And now Alon has another wild hand. Pair of South, which is not a Yakuhai, but pair of South, pair of Haku, 4 isolated honors. Obviously going Honitsu here. Like, the discards leave no doubt.
Brian with the early Dora pawns, gonna aim for that green dragon, which will filter out of Alon's hand eventually unless he pairs it up.
Haku probably not coming out of Brian's hand yet. East first.
Sarah has a shutdown hand. East, nothing. East only. But it would be so valuable for her to win this one Han hand.
North probably next for Alon, yeah?
Ooh,
no, 6-0. Okay.
Leaving in the honors. Usually, in the first several discards, everyone dumps their honor tiles, right? But there really aren't any. The East got called. But the honors that Alon is looking for haven't been discarded, so there's a chance that they're just in the wall.
Now, it turns out that Eric has a pair of the pay. Like, that's part of the issue here. Yeah. And a pair of the Hatsu are with Brian.
Oh, selected the incorrect honor. And now we're starting to see some backfires for Alon. Tempai for Sarah, though. We'll take the 5-8 pin.
Which is still 7 in the wall. That's Tempai for Eric.
You thought.
Doesn't take it. I did think. The Haku, too dangerous. I mean, the honor pawn, like, Brian could easily be Tempai Chanta here. Decisions to be made for Alon. Chooses the North first. Oh, but now the Haku comes out because it's been pawned, right? Yeah. So we're good.
Eric does have a path back into Tempai. I mean, really doesn't want to. Does not want to touch either of these 2 hands. The funny thing is,
I think the Formon's not safe, but I think it's coming out because it's not a Chanta tile.
Yeah, exactly.
Ooh.
Things were about to get really scary for Alon as Brian found the Tempai Atosuke on the Hatsu, but Sarah shuts it down first. And that, again, it's a small thing. It's just 1,000 points plus the 2 Honba, but that potentially saved her 2,000 points, or 8,000 points, or 12,000 points. So
potentially a lot of points.
Yeah, it depends on whether Brian's Mongon won or Alon's Mongon won, but
kind of an awkward holding here for Eric. You've got your 5 shapes, but 3 of them are pairs, and they're not pairs that are close together. Well, fill in one of them. That helps.
Do we hedge Itsu? No, just gonna play straightforward, hold the safe tile.
Dora is 7 pin, which is currently being used by Sarah. Sarah now Ishantin. Could get as much as an Ontonsu, drawing 3 mon into Tempai.
The Entotsue would be fantastic Ideal draw for Sarah. She's had a couple of tempis that draw the wrong tile and get the bad weight, but you kind of just have to take those Riichis, and they haven't panned out yet.
And for anybody watching, if Nathaniel and I pronounce something differently, Nathaniel is the one pronouncing it correctly. I have kind of committed to incorrect pronunciation sometimes, in part because Nathaniel enjoys that I pronounce it wrong.
I do enjoy the little French flair that you add to
To Untold Sioux for no reason. Like, it's not French at all.
There's the 3-mon.
Oh my god, exactly the tile that Sarah wanted.
All right.
5-pin, 8-pin, 8-so. Which the 5-pin are all in hand and the 8-pin are all gone. So there's a single 8-so in wall. No, there's none. There's none.
Nope,
there's no tiles in the ball.
Everything has been drawn. Oh dear. Okay, but that means you can win by row. That's okay.
That's true.
That's cool.
The 5-pin in Brian's hand is a little stranded. The 5-pin in Alon's hand is not. There's worlds in which that 5-pin comes out if Alon chooses to push, especially if more Dora comes into the hand. Dora's safe now, though, so that makes dealing in on 5-pin a little bit harder.
Yeah. And I think Alon does not want to touch 4th place Riichi.
Oh, no.
Eric is actually surprisingly not that far from Tempai, given that he's dropped an Onko. 3 1-pins in the pond, 3 4-pins in the pond, soon to be 3 9-pins in the pond. Like this could have been Suonko.
Actually,
Tempai.
Could be Tempai for Suonko, absolutely, because there's 3 lots in hand and 2 pairs.
I certainly wouldn't feel too sad about missing out on Suonko Tempai. Certainly because the 1-pin was the first guy. There's no way we're ever getting there.
Oh no.
Brian be tempted ever to drop this 8-so? Oh, it does.
Yep. Yeah, 100%. And that was the moment.
Chidora
probably wanted to keep the tune for a nifty Chitoi Tempai.
Yeah, had 5 also Shompai, so just not visible, a little scary to drop. He had some blockers for the 8-so, but the Intotsu weight a little tricky. The Shaba weights don't care about blockers. We enter South 2 now. Brian in the dealer seat. Great 7-pin fill. Still a lot of work to do in this hand. Sarah on the right. Multiple pairs. I see 4 of them. I don't want this to be a Chitoi, though. And that 4-mon draw certainly moves us away from the Chitoi thoughts.
Also 4 pairs for Eric, for the record.
Eric probably doesn't hate going for Chitoi here. Can just open up with the Green Dragon.
And the Nakabukure shape is going to lend it, like, that's usually going to fill in before you get another pair.
Although the way you fill that in is a lot of the times to draw the pair.
That's true.
Okay, big moment. He does open up here and just is going to play as quickly as he can for the Tempai, it looks like.
Try to cut things off the pass.
Well, that's a little bit more efficient. That's a couple
Dora.
Just lock that in.
Yeah, especially like because as Eric, now that you've opened, you've decided to fight this hand. You've opened, you have 2 Dora, the things you're fighting against aren't going to be as valuable as you. But Eric's still in that 120 points away from the line spot. So like keeping that safe tile where maybe other times you might want to keep the efficiency to make sure you try and win before someone. Oh god.
Were you expecting the Dora to come out before one of the 9s?
Absolutely not. Not at all. Yeah, and I'm sure Eric wasn't expecting it either, but he's got it, and now he's got this beautiful 9-mon 9-pin weight, none of which have been discarded.
Yeah, this is... And the 9-pin, he's so happy about all these 8-pins coming out because the 9-pin looks so good. I fear for Brian. Brian's got 2 of the deal-in tiles, and they both look like they could come out easily. Because he's shifting to Tanyao. And
yeah, the Tanyao shift is what got Brian in there.
Door 3, and that is Eric comfortably into first place. Sarah now into a 3rd with her dealership at hand. I have to say, this is kind of an interesting note. In game 1 of the series, Eric has 4 games to survive, but he passed the first test with a 2nd place, a 3rd place, a positive 3rd, and with every positive number with every single game that passes, the amount, like the probability that something goes
Yeet.
very wrong decreases. So you're more free to play in a more of a standard way.
Yeah, going back to a little bit of perhaps that fun factor that we
Right.
mentioned earlier.
It certainly has been fun for Eric
Nine
so
home.
far, but can Alon get in on the fun with a 9-so East Champon weight completely live in the wall? So very good sumo chances here for the Mongon.
Yeah, the issue is East is a relatively easy thing to win on because it's a guest wind.
Smart by Eric
But
going
the
Haku Haku first. But the East
9-so is Dora. Oh, and now the
two
6-so
safe tiles.
safe. Don't really see Eric dealing in.
Brian could deal
happen,
in.
though.
Brian could deal in. He has Chitoi Ishanten, but if he draws another Onko, he has a chance at Tanya Sanak or Tanya Toy Toy, something along those lines. He might
Although
just
if
draw.
Brian gets the Chitoi Tenpai, we'll obviously keep the Dora.
Right. And, you know, if you're going for
Trademark.
Tanya Toy Toy, the 9-so, even though it's a Dora, it is Suji. Sometimes the Suji Dora is just good enough to try if you have something worth fighting for.
Sarah also Ishanten for Chitoi. This sequence might complicate things. Nope, does not. The 4-pin is safe. The Chitoi is the safest route to Tenpai here. 6-pin's also Nakasuji, so probably eyeing that 6-pin as the next discard.
First test for Brian, chance to pull in 3-so. Could have cut the Nakasuji 6-pin afterwards, but he declined, still angling towards the Chitoi option. And now 2 of Alon's weights have been drawn.
Is Eric now, though, running out of safe tiles other than this East?
Yeah, one problem is he's drawn a lot of these Mon tiles, but 7-mon is still safe. 2-so safe, so he has 3 tiles.
One more East, one more 9-so still in the wall.
Oh.
There's the last East. Oh God.
And Sarah's
The
really
1-so
trying to. Yeah,
safe.
this is her last dealership, so she's really trying to win this, or at least be Tenpai.
Be very easy for this East to come out. 1-pin safe.
Almost
It's
fortunate.
gonna be all about the draws here.
Right. Fortunately for Sarah, a lot of the tiles she needs to advance. Oh, well, that's one of them.
Oh
5-pin
God.
first. She's held it to the last moment, but will South come out? Will 7-so come out? Will 7-pin come out? 7-mon is safe.
7-mon is safe.
You have to wonder where the East is, right?
Oh, Sarah's gonna have the last discard too.
Oh, no,
So
is
it
it-
could be even more tense.
Okay,
The
nothing.
1-pin safe. The 1-pin safe. Oh my
Dodged.
God.
Once again, Sarah dodges a deal in on her dealership, but that's problematic, right? She needs these dealerships to have a chance. And
But I mean, dealing in, you're in last place.
right, I mean, it's the right thing. It's just unfortunate. It's unfortunate that we're losing our dealerships these way.
Okay, so I think here's why it matters that we point that out, because not for Sarah, because Sarah is kind of up the creek anyway at this point, but like pointing out the fact that even though it feels like the best, like you feel like Sarah has to win every hand,
Right.
to get out of this situation, pointing out for everyone else watching that, hey, even though this third hurts you really bad, it would have been so much worse had you made a different play. And just pointing out that, like, even though it hurts to make the really great play sometime, which I think Sarah made a great play, Eric's play was more just not lazy. I feel like a lot of us would have discarded that East out of sheer laziness. Like, there's safer tiles, but like I don't really care. Like East is probably and usually fine.
Right.
A lot of people discard the East as Eric when they have it for so freaking long. But Eric holding out, like only discarding the safest tiles. Sarah not being more pushy than she absolutely has to, holding the absolute most dangerous tiles for last. Like, we are seeing a level of mahjong maturity that is incredibly commendable from these players.
Absolutely. And it's everything I could possibly hope for the final session.
Oh yeah, especially with things so tight here.
For sure.
And now Alon is in an interesting position. Alon really needs this first. and it's very unlikely to drop too far from the point position Alana's in. So like, if Brian reaches, there's worlds where Alan fights it just because the rewards are a lot more frequent than the risks.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see if Eric will Ricci. Here we go. One step closer to that 678 Sanshoku. Oh, gonna play for Tanya though.
Nice to have two options. We didn't have a pair anyway, so
right. Hey, there's a pair.
Oh wow, the immediate reward. Can't win on 9-pin, but 6-pin is a win. And 6-pin could come out of Eric's hand. I don't.
Ooh, do you
what's
switch to
going
the
on over
Tanya?
there?
No. 3-Han is very strong.
It's the same number of weights. It's just that there's no Atazuke.
Right. You can switch.
That's Tenpai.
Oh yeah,
that's the deal-in.
Plays for the Ipeiko here.
That doesn't actually matter to Eric at all. That's and this is one of those weird balance things, right? Where like that deal-in, Eric would have avoided it if he could have. But I mean, in that situation, you really can't. But that deal-in at the end of the day does not affect Eric at all, but it means the world to Alon.
It does. I mean, I think certainly would have been a little bit more tight to cut the 9-pin. Eric's been playing super tight all night long. So Alon gets a huge boost from that win, and at 43.9, this is looking good. He's not necessarily done yet because this Hypai is fantastic. Dion Shantan with Richie Ping Fudora likely. Eric with the double south, maybe Chitoy, maybe a flush. Could be something exciting.
So many options for that hand. If Eric is thinking about trying to overtake first, a Mangon Ron off of anyone other than Alon is not enough, because the 2 Homba would take Eric to 43.8, 100 points short. A Sumo, of course, would be fine, but
certainly
Ron would not.
Brian holding the Onko of West. His goal is to get out of last here. That is 6,100 points away. So
5,200 Sumo would be a
yeah.
No. Yeah. Would be enough.
65 is enough. And it's very helpful that he has the West. If his goal is 5,200 Sumo.
Ricci, Shaw, Sumo.
Alon still Ishantan here has his diamond shapes basically confirmed.
Wait, hold on. You just said Fu Bump, but Ricci, Shaw, Sumo, unless there's another Anko in hand, would only be 30 food, wouldn't it?
Yes, but it's helpful to have the honor Anko to give you 8 to start, and then if you can find something else, maybe a Kanchan weight or a Shaba weight or something like that.
The Ricci from Sarah is incredibly problematic. This is a crazy hand. Tanyao, for sure. Pinfu, for sure. Ricci. But then Sanshoku on 6-so, Ipeiko on 3-so. So Mangon minimum because of Kiriage Mangon. Sumo on 6-so would be Hanuman, which would be enough for second.
Yeah, and this is actually a really interesting spot for Eric to play. Oh, but there's the Tsum on the 3. So we'll look
which
for the
needs an Ura.
No Ura.
Did not get it, but still gets above 30k, which is a big win for her.
Yeah, positive.
Like, not taking a negative is massive.
I mean, you consider the fact that was essentially a 15,000 plus point win.
Oh yeah.
Let's see, 8,000 plus 5,000 plus the Homba. Okay, maybe not 15,000, but she got a Ricci stick back, so close enough. And very, very happy circumstance, even if you miss out on the 6-0, to at least finish positive from a negative spot. So it wasn't quite the plus 20 that she was looking for, but it is a positive result.
And for Sarah too, to add on to that, it helps. And we had talked about this at the beginning and then stopped talking about it because Brian had a good score in the first game. But now that Brian took that only person beneath 30k last, now again, like Brian can still fall beneath Caden. Like Brian is an opportunity to lessen the amount you have to gain. So like it's still a long shot for Sarah, but Sarah is by no means out of this. Like Sarah can get out of demotion.
Yeah, let's look at the bigger screen here. It's Sarah at minus 126. And you're right. If Brian takes one more fourth, then that goal is lessened. If he takes two fourths, then Sarah actually has a realistic chance, assuming she's the one collecting the majority of the points here. I don't know that they're playing any more tonight. I haven't seen them start their next game, which might be good for us. We might need to relax a little bit after those
Right.
thrilling games.
I don't imagine this table calming down at all. But
No,
Alana and Brian. So now Brian obviously has to play against that. Like we talked about Sarah's goal, like bringing Brian down. But
right.
Brian has the opposite goal, obviously, of not being brought down. And after that first game, Brian might have gotten stars in the eyes. But now you're far enough away from promotion that like it can still be a dream, right? You can still want it. But I think if you're in Brian's position, you're if you have a choice between like taking a third and fighting for a first that could get you in fourth, you probably just take the third because demotion is very unlikely as long as you don't take fourths. And promotion, even with firsts, might still not get you there. So the third Hanchan is going to cement for all of these players what their goals are. Because Alon now is in a great position of 2 seconds could be enough to get into promotion range. Now, unfortunately, you still have Daniel at the plus 17 and Jason who has games left to play whose points could go up, but Alon, that plus 32, like even though it's not in promotion yet, is a more comfortable place to play from than about the plus minus zero that him and Brian were at before.
Unfortunately for you, Alon has to target your score because he has Jason and
Oh yeah.
Michael both who have, games in hand to play. So there's a decent chance that they will be. I mean, they will be aiming to surpass you. Therefore,
Oh yeah.
Alon's goal will be to surpass however far they get. In fact, Alon might have to pass Quinn in order to really feel comfortable. But
I
certainly, you are going to be the main target.
getting past me, I feel like is 70% at least. Like just because that would mean if you get barely past me, if you got to 57.4 as Alon and Michael and Jason still haven't played their games yet, both of them have to pass you, which it's not hard to pass. Like it's less than 10 points, but both of them having games going that well, like going well in that manner, still brings the probability down.
Yeah.
Like I think I am the definitive goal. You must get past 57.3, but you have a stretch goal of 75.1. If you see the 75.1 in sight, you go for it, but you don't risk falling beneath the 57.3 because of Jason and Michael.
And of course, there's always the question of bonus promotion spots. Will there be any bonus promotion spots for the B1? Sometimes there were. Last season, there were a couple. Actually, I think there were more than a couple, but that was due to the expansion of A2. And since A2 has hit its cap, there may not be as many chances. It depends on the hiatus situation in A1 and A2. So B1 is really up in the air about whether or not there will actually be bonus promotion spots. So we'll just have to wait and see. But certainly you play as if there aren't to begin with, and then if things look hard, then you play as if there are.
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
All right, well, we have more games to come. Importantly, later on tonight will be the start of the A1 series for Matthew, who is in second place in the division. He'll be trying to chase Blake down. Blake had two fantastic first places in the last evening, to jump into the lead at about 300 points in A1. And Blake will be finishing their session tonight as well after Matthew's first two games are over. So a lot is going to be determined for the A1 division race tonight. But before that, we've got more action around the league. B3-4 is starting very soon, so I think we should probably hop over there.
I need to step away for just a second, but I'll be right back.
Very good. That will allow me some time to prep the table. Let's see, division B3, table 4. I think this is their second game. I think they have played one already. And who do we have? Delay. I see Tess as our first dealer. Merlin to the right. That looks like Michael. Yes, Michael, and there's so many Michaels in the league, but I believe we have this one and Taliesin. Very good. And yes, indeed, they've played one game. Merlin currently stands atop the field, at least the field of 4 at this table, in 6th place overall in the B3 division. This is a division where we do expect to see a number of bonus promotion spots. Taliesin chasing behind at plus 68.4. Tess hoping to stay positive. And in these divisions, it's very important that you at least finish positive in order to have a chance at a bonus promotion. And Michael hoping to finish off the season strong. It is Tess, currently our dealer, with perhaps a Pihu, Tanya, Dora, something along those lines. On the right, Merlin considering Ipeko, maybe just a reach Pihu as well, hoping to connect to that 5-mon to really solidify the blocks. Across the table, I wonder, there's really no hope for that to become a Honitsu, I feel, with the 4-5-6 completed and being so far in the game. So it's just going to be a reach of some sorts, most likely. The final weight will depend on what we draw into Tempai. We have a large number of Sotals and the North Wind as well to draw for Tempai. And Taliesin on the left is aiming for Richie Zone. Richie Pinfu, hopefully Ipeko for 4-7 pin and 6-9 so. In the meantime, Tess faced with an interesting question. Which diamond shape to cut? Cuts away from the Mon tile and might get a little bit of a backfire here. We'll see. The way this discard has come makes the 4 have to come out next. However, if you draw the door, you might end up just cutting the 3-so instead. So that may be a little bit of a door greed here, but ooh, 3-so draw. Just throw that back and aim for to take the fight.
Boom.
And the 2-pin challenge from Michael will result in a cheap win, just 1,300 points for the Ricci only. And Merlin will quickly advance us into East 2. In this dealership, I love the Dora. I love the central tiles. I feel like Merlin's got some decent chances at hitting a Tempai soon. That A-pin certainly helps. On the right, 8-9-9 so is probably the weakest spot in this hand. A large number of pairs as well for Michael, so could be a slower building hand. Taliesin already Tempai for Tanya. 3-8 mon. I wonder if he'll con the 2-so. The weight isn't fantastic, but the value is really limited, and Taliesin does kind of want some more value. Just with until other players open, and you probably don't want to increase the value of other hands. And that was another spot where you could cut the 3-mon and hold out for the 4-mon and hope to improve to use the door later. It's not as if we don't get to use the door if we draw it at this point, because we can just drop the 8-mon, so perhaps for that reason, he just decided to take the slightly better looking weight. 8-mon's not coming out of Merlin's hand, though. This is technically Tempai, and as dealer, you can slam Ricci +1, but he will Dama looking for an improvement.
Yeah, there are a lot of upgrades to this hand, so I don't think that's unreasonable.
The other question is, should you break the Tempai? Like, you could cut the 1-so and hold out the 4-2-2 shape, where if you draw the 3-mon, you could take the Nobutan 3-6-so, or take the Diamond 2-5 mon for Pinshu. You could even draw a Samenchan there. I think I would typically drop the 1-so there. Not just because I can see the triplet of 2-so. And then we end up in the same spot, because once we draw this improvement, the 4-mon will come out with the Ricci.
I think the lateness in the hand is what would have me doing the same thing Merlin did, because at turn 12, discarding 4-mon feels, especially with it being next to Dora, feels a lot worse than discarding one so this late, and does actually immediately get the Apatsu on the Tuso.
Ooh, the
Oh,
Udas
gets the
well.
Oh man, a huge win.
So this is going to be a great opportunity for Merlin to really solidify his position in the standings. Um, at 107.1, just barely in the cutoff for the guaranteed promotion spots, but if he can get a plus 30, plus 40, they'll be solidly into those.
It, it's weird. This B3, the cutoff isn't quite as tight as it is in B1. However, where the people who are done playing and the people who aren't done playing are very different. Like 1 through 5 are all done. So any of them you pass, you stay in front of forever, but no one beneath that is done other than Alexander. So I mean, anybody from Jerry up could still pass. Like it's a very strange distribution.
Yeah, that is actually really funny. Usually, I'm used to the A1 meta, which is if you have a chance at the top, you wait. You wait to see what your condition is. But here in
I don't
B3,
know.
it's like, yeah, we're just gonna get, we're already in good spots. Let's get those games out of the way.
I don't know. I There's a part of me that feels like we all have such busy lives that taking a meta of when we play our games into account doesn't even occur to me. Like, we played all 4 of our games the first Tuesday of this session, not because necessarily we like of any strategy reasons, but just because we're all busy people. Like, you can't always think about when you play your games.
Yeah, that is very
I
true.
mean, you got stuff to do, and now we have the really nice Kanchan pair, Kanton wait, 7-mon, 8-mon. Ooh, we get Khan. The
Yeah,
two
let's
pin,
get
the new
fancy.
Dora helps no one.
Merlin will not cut the 7-mon out because he's making the shift to Tanyao.
Chi.
Tyson, another Tanyao Tempai here, waiting on 5-8. So it's one of those spots where you, after the con, you kind of don't want to chi because you could Richi. And Richi is so good after a con, but
Merlin also could get like a Chitoy Tempai, could have Ipeco now.
right, it's getting late and you don't want to rely on drawing the 5-8. So twice, your tile acceptance is somewhat weak in that regard. And because Taliesin is using these 8-mons as a pair, there's only one left in the wall for Michael's hand. There's the 8, so, and that will be a cheap
Dong.
deal-in, just the 1,000 points.
Yeah, that con did not hurt Michael at all.
Extra 300 for the home bot, and we shift into East 3.
I don't know if it's because I don't know if it's because I just got here, but like, this feels so much more chill.
Now this
than the
table
last
has
two
been playing
Hanchan.
very. Okay. The first two games we saw were incredible. So it's hard to match that energy with the upcoming hands. But
Yeah, that 2-pin was a great draw though.
it was relatively infrequent that we saw a one Han hand win in that B1 series. But we've seen two already in this
I think
game.
it happened once. Hold on, I can actually go check.
I do remember.
While you say what's going on, I remember one specifically because we talked about it.
Yeah, it was a very important East only that was won by Sarah to shut down 2 monster hands. But I like Taliesin's hand quite a lot here. I do like Tessa's hand as well. It's very interesting about this Dora 4-pin. It's kind of efficient just to trim away from it, but she really wants to use it in hand, so we're keeping it around.
The East only that you're talking about was the only one Han hand in the second Hanchan. There were actually 2 one Han hands in the first Hanchan. Yeah.
With everything else that happened in that first Hanshan, though, just not memorable at all.
Right, it just got completely blasted from our thoughts.
Ooh, 7. Okay, so this is trying to confirm the Dora. That means you're willing to take a worse weight in order to force the Dora usage, which is
Now, if you're forcing the Dora usage, why not discard 2-pin first? If Dora is what you're after.
I guess one of the benefits of cutting the 2-pin there is that if you do pair up the Dora, then you're on a much better weight. You just tempai immediately or not immediately, but perfect Ishanten for Ricci Pinfu Dora 2. The weakness is that you lose some draws into tempai, but those draws don't allow you to use the Dora, so maybe 2-pin's better.
Merlin discarded the pair of non and is Tempai waiting on 6-0, all of which are held in hand. There's that 3-pin draw. Incredible. So now 6-mon, 9-mon. So this is Ricci, Pinfu, possibly Peiko, and Adora.
With the downside of Ipeco actually not being possible.
Oh, all the 9-mon are gone. Yep, okay.
It's a sad, right. Like, Penchon Diamond. Counts for Pinfu purposes. Excuse me, but can only win on one side.
Each.
All right, and there we have the chase, Ricci. 5, 7, 8. Is that all? And 4. 4, 5, 7, 8.
Nice 4-sided weight there. That can use the Dora.
It's like a Nobaton and a weird Tonki weight.
Oh, that's the 8-pin.
And there's the 8-pin.
Dong.
It is the cheap side. It doesn't
the
get
cheapest possible tile.
Doesn't
7-pin and 5-pin are both
get Dora.
Pinfu.
Doesn't get Sanchoku. Just literally every other Dylan would have been an increase in value somehow.
That was like the most Yasame a Yasame could ever be.
Would you consider passing up the Realm there just because it's too cheap? I don't think you can, even with a wide weight, because Tess is in Ricci, but
yeah, not in first place. If I was Michael, maybe. If I feel like I need those points.
Yeah.
But if I'm Merlin, I'm already in first. I'm already in promotion range. Like, I'm just cruising. Like, I'll take my 8-pin, whatever, move on. Hope for Ura.
I want to point out
here.
Ishanten across the table.
Ooh, that's fast. That's Tempai, but it's not the Tempai we wanted, and doesn't call Ricci.
This is a spot where I prefer to just reject the Tempai rather than hold the Dama.
How much is 9-pin really adding to our hand, though? With 2 other 9-pin already drawn,
yeah, it's not so much the 9-pin as it is the 6-pin. So
you would have dropped 6-pin?
No, cut the 3-mon back and played Kutsuki 6-pin 5-mon.
Oh, okay. I see. So you would only basically be looking for Pinfu Tenpais, essentially.
Right.
Okay. I was kind of thinking about possible Shanpons, but
yeah, I mean, if we get the Shabo, I kind of don't like that because, like as you said, the 9-pin's gone and the other ones are central.
Well, but that's why if we discard 9-pin, if we draw 3-mon or 5-mon, maybe I don't know. Maybe those Shanpons are different. That's hard to say. But as it is, just waiting 4-mon now, and that is a Nakasuji trap. We have 4-pin, 7-pin weight for Taliesin. So Chun Dora 2 minimum as dealer. And actually, taking that off of Merlin would be first place. And Merlin can't play defense. If it's the 4-pin. Oh, but the 4-mon's going to deal in first.
Trap is good. I really like that Ricci choice. Cutting the 7-mon versus cutting the 3-mon. I like waiting on the Nakasuchi 4-mon.
It actually was Katagiri as well. Like, the 7-mon was already in hand, drew another 7-mon, and it was a Katagiri Ricci.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. We enter the South rounds back to Tessa's dealership. Tuso Dora can be accepted into hand, but the shape's very weak. I feel like an appropriate amount of time spent trying to figure out how to make something happen.
It's really weird. Like, we're in this situation now where the scores at the table mirror the scores overall.
I'm kind of sad that Merlin is drawing shapes that aren't pin tiles.
You really wanted to see the Churin there?
I do. I really do.
Has Churin been won
I was about to
in
ask you the
ARML
same
yet?
thing. I can't recall seeing Chuden in Armel. We'll have to go to the stat heads for that one. Does anybody
Korak
recall?
says no, so I assume it must not be open Churin.
Yeah, we have seen
Which is
Open Chuden. Honestly, I feel like Open Chuden should just get +1 Han to make it the Hanuman. Just because.
plus one Han, and like the Yaku name literally is just because. Like it doesn't
Oh
have
my
its own
goodness.
Yaku name.
That's door 3.
1
Where did this come from? Ricci 5-pin? Yes! I love this.
Oh wow.
Merlin with all the tricks. I thought this was going to be Chinitsu, but he just drew his value elsewhere. Oh, okay. Ipatsumo missed, but you know what?
ポン
Worth
I
it. Worth
mean-
it for the Suji trap.
Yeah, well, I mean, I like the 7-8 weight. Like
I do.
complex weights that involve pairs. Like, I mean, in this case, it's a direct Suji trap, but often can lead to Suji traps later. Like that's what makes pair weights so powerful, is the ability to trap people who are playing defense against you.
Yeah, and normally the weakness of the pair weight is that it's just a pair weight. But the complex pair weight, when you have multiple choices that are now both Suji trapped,
ドン
are fixes that weakness.
And gets the Ura, although the Ura means nothing.
Yeah, Merlin is just on a heater in this one. He
And-
is just winning everything.
And Michael, oh god, I'm sorry, my diabetes is screaming at me. I'm fine though. Michael has just been the person to draw the deal-in tile every hand.
Yeah, I mean, and it's not like they've been bad dealings either, right? Well, the last 2 dealings have been Suji traps. What are you supposed to do? You're playing the
Like Suji traps and a ton of Dora hidden. Like what?
right. The value wasn't visible, right? It's just a Ricci and
Boom.
who knows. Play the safest tile and it just happens to deal in for big value. But Merlin
And Merlin, of course, has the open hand here, discarding the 5th shape, just taking 4 better blocks instead of thinning out, which I personally like. And there we go, Ishanten now.
yeah, there's sadly no Honitsu here. But we got
1 mon,
Idol
7 mon.
Michael with some exciting tiles. It is Chitoi Shanten, but you never know if that can turn into more.
ポン
Yeah, I'd be really curious to see. Oh yeah, just going for the toy. Especially with the 6 mon coming out. 5 mon and 6 mon are both pretty reasonable pawns because
Yeah.
9 or not 9 so 1 so and 8 pin are not unreasonable tiles to expect to flow out of people's hands. If 1 mon comes out first, you probably don't call pawn, but
Yeah, one so.
yeah, 1 so, geez.
I think the 1 mon though there's the 1 so.
ポン
And
That's Tenpai.
this is a spot where I imagine you con the 9 so should it come out.
Oh yeah. Absolutely any increase in value, you are taking 100%. Oh wow. The
Speaking
5 so con flipping 4 pin is the new Dora.
Wow, Merlin swaps to 6/9 mon, despite the 6 being pawned and 9 mon twice cut. Really likes the 9 mon as a weight, and is going to win. Almost certainly.
Yeah,
Boom.
there it is. Yeah, I don't think I would have made that switch.
Ended up being a fantastic choice. Merlin's making all the right choices in this game. Up to 66-7. Oh, not
Don't
quite...
those games feel so good?
Oh, for sure. It's...
Boom.
You get to play with a lot of freedom in this spot now. It's South 2. You're never really going to lose your lead, so just collect points.
And that's probably why we
Gee.
see the Yakuhai East being discarded before the Dora 9 pin. And even that 9 so, which attached to the pair of 8 so. Like that's a nice complex shape. Makes a weak shape just a little bit better, although it immediately draws the 8 so it didn't matter.
Are we gonna end up
But yeah, just holding
Dorataki?
on to that Dora as long as possible. Yeah, Dorataki is perfectly reasonable here. Although the Forso is a hard tile to draw before you draw something else.
Is it like heavier than the other tiles?
Yes, it's like it's hard to discard at all just because you can't move it. Like it's just stuck to the table. All Forsos have super glue on the bottom. I don't know if you knew that.
Now I know why I've had so much trouble, particularly when I aim for I aim for a 2-3-4 Sancho at all a lot. That Forso is so hard, harder than any other the tiles of that Sanchoku.
And we actually see the commitment to the Dorataki there, discarding 6-pin, keeping the 9-pin. We have the 5-6 shape. Like we're fully expecting now to chi that Ryanman or draw into it either way, and then wait on the Dorataki.
Yeah, and it's been very clear throughout this hand that Merlin's really been playing for that as his goal, so not surprising to see him just fully commit to it.
Tess has a perfect Ishan 10. Oh,
Yeah.
there's the Forso.
1
Turns out Merlin didn't even need the improvement that the 6 so gave. Do you ever read anything when players have two options to chi, and they chi with the Jianben cutting the 3 versus taking the 3 for 5 chi cutting the 6?
It's according to the timing in the hand. At this point in the hand, absolutely. Like I see the 4-5-6 chi 3 so cut. I'm kind of reading that this is I'm kind of reading that this is going to be a Tanki. Like I think that's my read. Because a lot of times if you have something like 3-5-6, well I guess 3 and 6 is weird because they're both so in the middle. Oop, that's Tempai for Tess.
3-6.
Do we see a Ricci?
Not very good. It's been cut a bunch, but I imagine you just have to reach it here.
Yeah, I mean you're never gonna change that weight. Like it's always going to be 3-6. One so is terminal suit or is actually Genbutsu discarded earlier.
Oh, that. Do we
And
fold or
9
do we
pins
just deal in?
Dora. I mean, yeah, like 8 so is sort of Sotagawa, I suppose, but like 8 so's it's better, but it's better than 6-pin or 9-pin.
I think it's fine to deal in here. We've got plenty of points to play with.
Yeah. Deal in with the non-Dora tile specifically.
Right.
The Dora tile didn't deal in, but discarding 6-pin I think makes more sense than 9-pin.
All right, 100 points in a dream for Michael. What can we make out of this hand? Chitoy. Got it.
Dora, nope. If we were going Chitoy, we keep the Hatsu.
Probably. It looks like
Which
a Tanya.
I would have 100% done. I would have discarded 9-mon for that reason. Like, keep the quick call of Tanyao open in case we need to just, like, try and speed this hand along with so many inefficient shapes. But with Chitoy in mind, keeping the Hatsu for a little bit longer, even it hadn't been discarded yet. Even if it had been discarded once, I think I still hold that Dora Hatsu. Personally, as someone who like plays for Chitoy probably a little more often than they should, efficiency wise.
I mean, normally Chitoy is a really nice way of adding a few extra ooks into your hand, a few extra tiles of acceptance.
Well, I think Chitoy also like Chitoy gets a really bad rap because a lot of people play ranked, and in ranked, Chitoy I feel like is a lot worse. The fact that red 5s exist means that sequences are inherently favored all the time. But with no Akka and not having an easy way to add value to sequences other than one specific Dora in one specific suit, right? It's only one tile rather than being one Dora in all the suits. I think Chitoy gets kind of a worse rap than it deserves in specifically Akanashi play. Like, Chitoy is a great path to value when there's not other paths to value. And now we have the 5-mon Tenpai for Michael.
Thoughts of 1-2-3 Sancho on the left for Merlin could call. Doesn't change the Shanten, but does allow him to open up further. Ooh, Khan, yes, let's go.
Flips the 9 so as the new Dora, which benefits no one. They're actually
nice.
all discarded. All 4.
That's a great shift from Tess. A lot of times you'll cut the 5 if it doesn't really help you, so that in the future, if you draw a 5, you don't have to drop it. And the future is now, right? This is the point in time dealers open twice and conned, where we don't want to be cutting that 5. We want to cut the 2, the one that's a little bit further from the center.
Improvement to weight here. It kind of telegraphs our weight, but I don't think we care. Is the 8-mon dead? There's one more 8-mon left, although it's being groundly used. This is a much better improvement, I think. I think the 2-5-mon is significantly better than the 5-8-mon was.
Yeah, this is...
Michael does take it.
Michael just knew it was coming. The better improvement. 1 2-mon in the wall, 1 5-mon in the wall. Tess holding this tempai on the dead 6 pin. It will count as tempai at the end of the hand because the con isn't in Tess's own hand. So as far as that's concerned, it's just who knows where they are. Oh, but draws the 2 and both tiles deal in at this point. We'll just put the Tanya, but because it was a central tile con, not even gets enough food to bump it up.
Well, and even though it was only 1 Han, that's still exactly who Michael would like to win that 1 Han off of.
Yes.
Like that 3K exchange of points could be really meaningful here in a couple hands.
And of
7-mon is Dora. Michael can integrate that into hand currently.
Oh, Merlin, what is this?
More nonsense.
2 Dora, Hatsu pair. Could be
2 Dora, and doesn't even have to be used as a pair. Like, can just be used as 2 sequences perfectly fine.
We're Chitoi Shantan now.
Although if Hatsu comes out, I think we pawn it immediately. Even East, I think I might pawn.
Yeah, that's
being the
interesting. I
last
would pull the
one.
Hatsu, maybe not the East. All right, I'm thinking about my recent play. I'd probably pull in the East. I can't lie.
Things are going well. Yeah, I pawn the East, and then if I have to call Chi, even like 5-mon, 8-mon doesn't matter. If I call Chi into Atazuke, I don't think I care as Merlin.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's just Honitsu if you pull in the East.
With the 1-3-mon in hand now, yes, absolutely.
We'll see what happens first. Probably 6-0 back because we're still thinking about
Ooh.
Chitoi.
I don't know. I would have 3-mon there. Or 1-mon rather, because of the Chitoi.
That's an interesting, like,
but
no matter what you cut, you're hedging Chitoi. The question is...
I mean, you're so far in first, just in the round. Like...
Yeah. You're also, well, in the waiting lobby for the Hatsu as well. We'll see if that ever comes out.
Chi.
Question is, do you value the
Tanyao Chi from Michael? The tiles aren't letting us get insight into Merlin's brain here. Like, we need different tiles to come to Merlin's hands so that we know what Merlin's thinking.
Let's see. Pawn and...
It does pawn it.
Honitsu.
And discards a 7-so, taking the Honitsu.
Yeah, now that was signaled by the 6-0 cut, so...
Yes, absolutely.
Not terribly surprised, but now 2-mon waiting lobby for Merlin. Oh, and of course the 7 comes back. Our Tempai
for Michael, 4-mon, 7-mon.
It's not with a Yaku though. That's a Dora.
Pon.
Oh wow.
Okay.
That is
greed.
Epic unnecessary greed. That's Merlin just trolling at this point. Like
and now Tessa's like, do I really want to take this Kanchan Ricci? No, I'll Dama.
I mean, because you have all of these non-mon, but that 7-so being a Tadashi is like so confusing at this point. Oh wow.
The Senpin doesn't deal in, but he found a slightly better shift towards the Tanya.
Yeah, needed that.
There's another Dora, and we're conning instead of taking the Yamen weight, because it's 3d10.
Oh boy.
And now South is Dora. That doesn't help anybody. But that does reveal that his East is dead, so...
So it's only the 6-mon.
Is a 6-mon ball? The 3d10 would have worked.
Each.
And Taliesin's like, alright, there's a con. I can slam. We'll see what happens. I hope I don't deal in.
2-pin 8-so.
The test has to be out, right?
Just Richie Tanyao.
There's only one draw left for Tess.
Okay, you're out, so you discard 3 so, I guess?
I mean,
I mean,
technically,
1
you have
so, I
3
guess,
chance at
worked,
Eddie
but...
Platsu. Oh, Tempai. Back on the 4-7.
There's the 3 so. And 8 so surely comes out of Merlin's hand. The way Merlin's been playing. Yep, and there it is.
I don't know if anybody noticed that had Michael just kept his original no 10 Tempai, he would have won.
Oh, yeah.
He would have won by Chankan. That would have been funny. In the end, though, it is Taliesin who gets there.
It was a very natural shift away from that tempo.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely. We've seen a number of Hote already. A Chankan added to the list would have been quite amusing as well. Into South 4. All last.
Interesting. Taliesin there has 1, 2, 4, 5 mon and discards the 1 mon rather than discarding 8 pin. Does discard the 8 pin next turn.
I might hold on to that 1 mon ahead of the 8 pin just because there's a chance to slide towards 1, 2, 3 Sanshoku. But now that we're here, I think this is fine.
I think from now on, Nathaniel, whenever I play you, if I see you chi anything, I'm not discarding any of those 3 tiles ever.
Actually, when we were talking about that, you know, how you chi, the 3, 4, 5 versus the 4, 5, 6, how you chi that 4. One of the things I look at is Sanshoku there.
Yeah.
Did you chi 3, 4, 5? You're going for 3, 4, 5 Sanshoku guaranteed. Oh, this is a nice Ishanten. Nice because you can just declare a Ricci, but at the same time you can move towards Tanya Pinfu, and that seems to be the play after that 5-mon draw.
Could even get Ipeko.
Yeah, I think
takes a little bit more work. But...
I think I would have been a little bit more slow to cut the 9 there, but oh, it looks like it wasn't fast enough even then because Merlin already Tempai on it. When the second 9 comes out, it will.
Yeah, I mean,
end the game.
But that's just been this round. Like Merlin, literally everything Merlin has done has worked.
Just about. He did have a couple dealings in the end, but for good reason. He had a nice value and plenty of points to spare. Does end up finishing with a plus 45.6. 60,600 points to end the game. That's 30,000 more points than he started with. Taliesin gets a nice second place, given the conditions. I mean, usually when someone finishes with 60,000 points or more...
45.6 puts Merlin tied with Louise. Yep. I noticed it like a little bit before the scores updated. I was like, hold on.
That's hilarious. Tess takes the minus 10.4, still in the positives, importantly, after 2 games. And Michael with the 43.4. And this race for the top is heating up. Again, as you said, all the previous players, up down to Carl, had finished all their games. So Merlin's the only player in that zone, that guaranteed promotion zone, that has games to play.
Now, if you're Merlin, so they have started their next game. If you're Merlin, are you thinking about like just pushing for absolute monsters to try and get to double promote? Or
I 100% would. And that's a great point that you bring up here. So you can see that Mark in first place overall, done with the season, fantastic season, 10 firsts, 4 second places, only 2 fourths, wonderful stats, 26% win rate, only 8.3% dealing rate, huge EV, just an absolutely fantastic season for him. He gets a double promotion spot straight into the B1 division, assuming that a spot is available for him to enter into. But there's always been a spot, historically speaking, so hopefully that remains the same.
Hold on. I didn't actually know about that condition. I thought if you got the certain point total, it was a guaranteed double promote. So it's conditional? What exactly is the condition there?
I believe that there just has to be an open place for that, because you have a number of people promoting from the division below.
So does it require someone going on hiatus? I mean, it normally happens at B1 and below, but like...
I think so. But it has happened every single time. Actually, might be a good idea to double check that, but I believe that's the way it works.
Someone in the chat will give us the answer.
There we
Like
go.
we can always count on chat knowing.
But like that mark for double promotion used to be 240 points, and Mark surpassed even that. But this season it's only 200, and that means that Merlin actually has a chance with 2 more games yet to play to hit 200, especially if the games keep going the way they have.
Yes, that's really fast. So if all you have to get to is 200, I don't know, because for some reason in my mind I was thinking of Merlin trying to pass Mark, but you don't have to do that. You only need 47.3 points, and that is not unreasonable at all.
Absolutely. And so they'll be starting their game very soon. Also, the A1 series is going to be starting soon.
When you say the A1 series is starting soon, were they supposed to start at the top of the hour?
They
That were
were.
1 minute past?
They were, yes. They're late.
Okay, I guess so now we have the decision to make. If we decide to watch this table again, we're guaranteed mahjong now, or do we wait? Do we hold off? It'll be at least 5 minutes if we decide to wait, though.
You know what? We can watch game 2 of the A1 series. They'll be playing more than one.
Yeah, let's do it.
And I see they've already started the game here, so let's hop in.
Yeah, we should be able to spectate almost
Yeet.
imminently.
Oh, there's a Ricci.
Oh, okay.
Imminent
6 pin,
Merlin
9
Ricci.
pin.
It's just starting off the game exactly where he left off in the last one.
I now realize that like where we can see like how long ago a game started, I thought it said it was like spectate in 1 minute, but it says a minute ago, and I totally didn't clock that. Like it went right over my head. There's only 3 tiles left in the wall for this wait.
But you could easily
Boom.
see, well, all right, Michael's not giving up this hand, so maybe the 9 pin doesn't come out.
Man, and Michael's
Boom.
hand. You take that pawn for the toy. Yeah, so 9 pin 1 so.
Thoughts of Honroto, though.
Yeah, like you until the Tumon
Con.
came out, you were really thinking about it. Does not take the con. Very
Sumo.
disciplined there, and then the 9 pin sumo. And conning would have just given more Ura shots. So a good restraint from Michael there. Merlin, of course, sumoing the first hand.
Naturally.
Wizardry, you might say.
Turns out the con was necessary to prevent the Tsumo. Who would have known? Normally you don't diamond con against a dealer Ricci.
This hand is kind of a mess.
Thanks
Does
to
have a pair of Chun, though, so it can accelerate it. I really like Tessa's hand on the right, though. We're still 2 away, but 2 Rhiannon pairs, and I like that's perfect 2 away.
Yeah.
Which we don't say as much as perfect Dijon 10, but that is like a textbook example of perfect 2 away.
I like how when you have that shape, the perfect 2 away, it doesn't like immediately clock that you can use that sort of language, perfect 2 away. It just feels that way. It feels
It's more like an intuition,
right.
Like it's like
just
when
a
you
shape
hear...
that makes you happy, therefore it must be good.
It's very much like man, I don't want to get too deep into this, but like music was how the Pythagoreans in ancient Greece proved that like math was the most perfect thing in the universe because very specific like proportions on a stringed instrument gave beautiful harmonies. But it's like that, right? Like you hear
Yeet.
notes that are supposed to go together played, and you don't need to know anything about music. It just sounds good. And now we have a Ricci from Taliesin waiting on the 3-so. We're going to church for this one. And from Taliesin's perspective, that is a 1 chance 3-so. Now, no one else knows that, but you know that 3-so is hard to use. To me, that makes that Ricci a lot stronger.
Yeah, that means, it's not necessarily that people look at that and say, oh, 3-so is safe, because they can't see the 1 chance, but if they're trying to play their hand, they will have a hard time using the 3-so because the 4-so isn't going to be in their hand for most of the players. There's only one player that can have a 4-so in their hand, and that player happens to be Tess, who can use the 3-so. Now, Merlin wants a 4-so, but can't get it. So if he upgrades with the 6-0, he might just cut away from the 3-0 if he tries to push the hand. Or you could just drop 2 of the deal and tile and be completely safe.
Right, exactly. Might just end up with Onko instead. But a decision will have to be made at some point about whether the 8-mon is the pair or the 3-so is the pair, assuming that Chun gets called. And it does not. Merlin actually passing it could just discard Chun here.
Yeah, Merlin's in a spot where he doesn't really need to play this hand.
Just because he doesn't need to doesn't mean he wouldn't. I mean,
that's true. I mean, he's not at 60,000 points
Merlin's
yet. So.
Yeah. And like we said, is safe as far as promotion goes, but like could get a double promotion.
Yeah, so these points actually matter to some degree. First thing first, though, get the first. Maintain your lead. Don't throw it away here for a speculative chance at Tempai.
There's still 2 3-so in the wall, and they are both in the dead wall, apparently.
Unfortunate for Taliesin, but he will pick up net 2,000 points. 1,000 points from everyone. Will leave one of those sticks in the middle of the table.
Well, back to 30k, though. So even though there's a stick in the middle of the table, that stick's not hurting at the moment.
Hello.
Ooh.
So,
another fire-breathing hand.
Oh, once again, all the dragons are in the wall except for one that can be pawned. Usually that one that's in the other player's hand is not callable.
I was literally just about to ask you if the game was frozen because that was such an unnaturally long wait. What do you think the decision point was for Tess there? Because to me, that would have been an immediate south discard without even thinking.
I think it's thinking about how much to play for Honitsu.
So there's the Hatsu pawn, and now the 5-pin comes out.
Yeah, this is something that we saw in the last game as well. Tess being very deliberate, particularly on dealership, about the plan for the hand, and I really like that. I pointed out a lot when it happens, but I think it's very important to take your time in these situations. I like this hedge towards
yes.
Now, some players would just cut 4-mon, 3-mon immediately and go for maximum.
And some players like me would just cut Chun because dream fantasies don't exist. Dreams aren't real. But I think 6-0 is like the best discard.
It's sort of middle tile. If we draw the Chun, okay, we can fight. If we call the Hatsu, we could even just cut 7-so, 7-so.
So here's the question though: if we draw Chun, what do we cut?
Obviously, it's got to be the Mon. You got to dream here now.
Why does it have to be the Mon though? What are we dreaming about? If you're cutting the Mon,
Daisungen, we're not going to go for sure.
But you get die. Well, okay.
No, we
so
don't.
The 7-so has to be your pair. I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying. The 7-so has to be the pair. That's why we cut 3-4. But this is something I hate about Daisungen and Shosushi for that matter. Not that it ever comes up, but like. Daisungen so often ends up being Honitsu, it's almost like it makes it easier to play against.
Oh no!
Of all the things to draw!
How could we possibly make the mistake of drawing into Tempai without getting the dragon?
You made the mistake! How dare you draw the 7-so, Tess? You should have picked that tile up and yeeted it back into the beyond.
Is there a way? Like
and the Hatsu and the Chun are totally live. No one's even drawn them. Like,
they're not discarded. Hear me out.
In the wall.
We make an Elan play. We call the Hatsu, pawn, cut the 7-so, Furiten Shabo Tsumo. Just like Elan. Just like Elan. If you were watching that game test, you know what to do.
Be like Elan. Or your pawn Hatsu, pawn Chun, if anyone's silly enough to... There it is!
Oh.
Okay.
It's 18,000 points. You can't say no to 18,000 points. You can, but
it would have been so much fun if Tess had said no.
I appreciate the fact that Autoron was not on there. She
there
thought
was
about
a hesitation, right?
I'm going to have to go into the log for that one and see if pulling into Sumo was at all possible.
As it is, though, we're getting... This is a third repeat on Tess's dealership. I don't think all those have been on Tess's dealership, though. I'm pretty sure that we exchanged with an exhaustive, so a little bit misleading there. But this is a beautiful hand for Tess.
Oh,
I mean, it's no Daisongen, but like I'm happier to see this hand because I'm more convinced that this hand will win.
Even more than guaranteed Daisangan? I don't know. Ooh, not holding the Ishanten. That's because the 7-mon came out, that's right. I had a temporary lack of vision of our pond.
But I mean, the fact that the 7-mon has already come out is another reason why I almost would have just rather kept a Shaw than a 6-mon.
Yeah, it feels like
Keep
the
the safe
6-mon
tile.
is
Like,
probably...
what's the 6-mon doing?
It does
And
help
4-mon
support...
connects to 2-mon,
exactly.
so it doesn't really support anything. Like,
it does support
even
a
if we
little
draw,
bit. Like, you might take the Yankan shape, maybe,
little.
but yeah, it's not that helpful. Not helpful enough that I want to hold it over a safe tile. I agree with you. In the meantime...
Each.
Oh, well, yeah. In the meantime, Merlin Richi's. Richi Pinfu. Waiting on the 6-mon!
And now the 7-mon draw of all times.
Of course.
2-mon, the Sotagawa. Nothing safe, so 2-mon as good as anything.
Yeah, it's a really nice illustration, though, to see exactly why it's slightly better to cut the 6-mon there. And now we can cheat? Oh, no calls.
Yeah, that was instant. There was no thought at all.
I think
I
do
also would have
at,
taken that chi.
just because, like you said, we don't have safety here. Our best chance might be to win the hand with Tanya.
9-pin is safe. 7-pin keeps us Shanten, but doesn't do that.
That's an interesting scenario for Michael across the table. 2 Dora, so it kind of wants to play for the hand.
But you also kind of have to draw into it. Like, you can't really open.
Yeah. Oh, there it is. The last
Sumo.
6-mon Sumo. Takame for Tanyao, the more expensive side. And that happened on Tessa's dealership, so the gap closing drastically for first place. It's going to be a battle. Here, Taliesin with a nice 7-mon fill to open things up. Needs one more fill of the 8 zone, then it's looking really good for Richi Pinfu.
Even without that, I still really like this hand. I also think would you cut the 7 so 9 so there or 1 pin?
I might just cut the 7-pin and hold 6 blocks.
Okay. Thin out. I think I opt to not thin out a lot more than I should, but cutting the 7-pin I think has a lot of advantages. Now the 1 pin being cut, I mean we can pull into a Tanya now.
Yeah. One of the disadvantages of the 7-pin cut is that if you draw the 6-pin, you could just finish cutting the 1-pin pair and then have really nice Pinfu shapes with potentially Peiko and all sorts of good things could happen. But now we've got just this perfect Ishanten with, Dian Shanten with maybe even Peiko possible.
That's a good upgrade.
Ooh, committing.
Ooh, doesn't keep the Rionmen.
I
Is this a commitment to Ipeco or a
is.
commitment to Tanyao?
I feel like it's Peiko commitment. Because if you, yeah, maybe it's a little bit of both.
What would you have cut there? I mean,
7-pin.
that's 7-pin. Okay, 7-pin is also what I would have cut. I'm not convinced that that's like correct or anything. If there ever is correct. Oh, Ontontsu for Merlin.
Indeed, with chance to upgrade into Toy Toy and even, oh sorry, not Toy Toy, that's a Chi. But it is still a good weight.
Toy with a chi. a special exclusive ARML Yaku.
Okay, hear me out.
If you two would like to win the Yaku, Toy with a chi, join the ARML for the upcoming season.
Oh goodness, it's a potential Son Anko upgrade with a Chi. Son Anko with a Chi. If you get the
which I know is what you meant, and also like Lucas said that in the chat. But I still like the idea of like a cost exclusive ARML Yaku better, for the record.
Yeah, I mean it incentivizes people to join this league specifically. Like out of all the leagues, which one allows you to play Toy with a Chi?
Each.
Maybe Taiwanese Mahjong? I don't quite remember how that toy works. It's like you get triplets, but then you have one extra shape. And I don't know if that's has to also be a triplet or if that's allowed to be a sequence.
Tess did not call Khan to break Michael's Ipatsu. For the record, South wasn't even Yako High. Like, I don't know why Tess would, but I just wanted to point that out.
The option was there. There was a chance to
Yeah,
con.
it happened.
Not just the chance to con, because that was held for well. That's
Sumo.
an interesting symbol. But motivation to con as well. Even if it's bad motivation. All right, East 4. We head to Michael's dealership.
Aliason's gonna get 5, 6, 7 Sancho guaranteed.
100%.
Michael's hand is okay. Again, this is a hand, but like, okay, here's the thing. There's a couple of bad shapes in this hand. You've got the 6-8, so you have probably more pairs than you really want. That 5 mon's a brilliant draw. But anytime you've gotten rid of all of your waste on turn 2, that's a decent high pie. Even if everything isn't sticking together perfectly, like,
yeah, those other
you're usually
tiles,
still discarding honors at this point.
right. The other tiles are tiles that you can attach to. In fact, I might have even cut the 1 pin over the 3 so, just because I can attach to that for a potential Tanyao shift, or even the 6 pin maybe is slightly better to keep the wider shapes and still accept the 3 pin draw. But as it stands, these have been some excellent draws. There we go. That's the perfect one. I like the 8 so because we still get the 3 pin draw, as opposed to the 1 pin where we have the overlapping 7 so draw that might not even guarantee a Sanchoku. So I actually really like the way
there's
Michael's
a one tile difference there, but like a very significant one tile difference. Like, I think that's a pretty high level decision between the 1 pin and the 8 so.
Yeah, I really like this. And there it is, guaranteed Sanchoku. Now, which way do you choose? I kind of like the Shabo.
Each.
Oh, but there's also Suji Trap 3 pin. But when you reach you with the lower tile, that...
Yeah, it looks rough.
Yeah, it sometimes feels like you're waiting around there as well. Oh, and we get the post-Richi Suji as well. This 9 so is looking bad for Taliesin. I fear for Dylan.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know. It's like both of the Hanchan we've watched at this table, whoever's been in last has been the person drawing the Dylan tiles, regardless.
Yeah.
Wrong.
And just what are you going to do? That's very, very safe. Very rarely he wins, and instead it deals into Sanchoku with an Ura for 12k.
What could have very easily been a Richinomi hand.
Yes. But very well played by Michael to get into that position. Deserved to hit the Ura, should I say? Is that am I allowed to say that?
I thought no. We said earlier that all of our breakdowns as people come down when we start saying the word deserved.
You're right.
We need to take the word deserved out of Mahjong.
Remove that D word from the lexicon. But well played regardless.
There's no D in Mahjong.
Well played, and got rewarded with for declaring Richi with an Ura.
And now we have 2 Dora in hand for Michael. And this 5-6-6-7 Nakabukure gonna let us get rid of this 1-2 pin.
Oh, beautiful. That
was the plan all along.
You could even cut the 8 mon first and hedge the 3 pin draw a little bit longer, but this also works.
That's another good point, because you don't really want to draw 7 mon.
Right. We don't want to sacrifice Dora. Now, drawing a 3rd Dora, then we're kind of happy to have the 8, but
yes, because
I actually think in that case we would cut the
pair weight.
We would cut the 8 anyway because we just take the headless shape, but pseudo headless shape. Actually, the further we get, the more I want to find a safe tile. West, perfect.
There's the west. Nope, doesn't keep it.
Because you can imagine a situation where like Taliesin on the left declares Richi, waiting on the Kanchan 8 because it's a Dora shape and you want to win with a Dora.
Actually, Lucas pointed out in the chat that 5 so is a really useful tile there. Like, we could have had 5-5-5, 6-6-7. That gives us, even without the 8 mon, that gives us a lot of ways to accept a 3rd Dora.
Right.
Even though we don't have something near the Dora to support it.
Home.
Yeah, I was playing a game last night where I made a similar error. I tried to hedge I tried to hedge Dora like an
Oh, was
Akka.
it badminton?
It was not Badman. It was
Oh.
close though. Sama. I tried to hedge an Akka, and I got punished in a similar way. I drew the triplet when it backfired pretty significantly. So
1
it is very useful to
Two
remember that.
so,
Except
5 so. Ryuichi Pinfu for Tess. Sanma and badminton is a connection I'm never going to be able to break out of my mind now. That just lives forever.
2 5 so is very much not live. There are one tile on the wall, just 1 2 so, no 5 so.
1
And yeah, we're gonna see a chase here. Very strong chase here from the dealer. Ricci Pinfu Dora to the Peiko chance.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 2 tiles left in the wall? I think
Okay.
there's 2 tiles left.
2 is better
1 7
than
and 1
1.
4. That's
According to the math.
It's twice. It's twice 1. Double the chances.
Taliesin now temp by 2 mon, 2 so. Also waiting on 1 tile, the same tile that Tess needs to win. We could see a double roan if Michael is the unfortunate recipient.
Ooh, there's a 4 so though. What are we gonna do?
Well, Merlin back away. Did not reach E, so it feels like he's prepared to fold, and yeah.
Yep, and does.
I really like the Dama there from Merlin. Can call back into temp pipe, but says no.
All right, and that's perfectly acceptable for everyone at this. Like everyone at the table got something there. Merlin got not dealing in. Michael retained his dealership. Ooh, that 3 so. What a great first draw. Although first draw really is just a part of your high pie. Like first draw isn't a draw. It's just a tile. But like still, you see the 1 2 in hand and the 3 so on the right. It feels different.
Oh yeah, I would.
So fills in the penchant.
I'm willing to call that a penchant fill on your first draw.
Ooh, look at this Ishanten now. These draws for Michael have been wild.
Ooh.
Oh, this is.
Do we hold this 8-9? Technically it's more efficient this way, but we lose the Dora draw a little bit.
It's kind of rough. I don't know. Oh man,
you weren't expecting the 5-mon draw.
No, that's not at all what you were expecting something that connected and used Dora like you said originally, but man.
All right, Ishanten. Waiting lobby here for Michael. Any useful draw from Merlin. Waiting lobby. Just a lot of room for improvement in that hand. Okay, now 8-9 for Pinfu.
Yeah. I also eat. Oh man. These middle Manzu are just
at this point. If we draw, one pin, 4 pin for Tempai, I would Ricci waiting on the 8-mon.
Oh, absolutely, that'd be fantastic.
Just because the wall has proven that we're gonna draw Manzu and nothing else.
Well, an 8-mon looks. I mean, could a tile look safer than 8-mon right now?
Yeah, it is a little weird that the 9-mon came out after the 5-mon, but I don't know how closely people.
I mean, that could be a safety thing.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Although we do have the Ricci first on the left for 6-pin, 9-pin. This is Ricci Tanyao Dora, or Ricci Pinfu Dora, possible Tanyao on the 6-pin. This is Furiton, notably.
Ah, that's a good point. So dealer could actually just fight full force. I think they're going to, with 3 Ricci sticks and 2 Homba. Very little chance of dropping to 4.
How much would it change the game if, on declaring Furiton Ricci, everyone knew you were Furiton? Like only that changed. Everything else about the game stays the same. We're not doing weird stuff like Space Mahjong, where like 1 9 8 is a sequence. But like the only no open Ricci's, nothing like that. The only thing we change is if you are in Furiton Ricci, everyone knows you're Furiton. How much does that change the game of Mahjong?
I think Furiton Ricci would be almost eliminated from the game. I don't know. I feel like there'd be so much less benefit to the Furiton, because one of the power of Furiton Ricci is that you threaten to roan people, right? But if they know they can't be roaned, then they want to fight it because it's free, and they don't want to let you win your hand. There are still situations where you defeat 10 Ricci because you have to.
Sumo.
Well,
Right. But there it is.
just draw
It
the-
draws the tile that was in the pond. Which is the Yasume in this case.
Yeah, there's only one left, but found it.
And now it's South 1. And the race for first is really tight, but with that sumo, Taliesin now, like, you know, you still have a ways to go, but all it takes is one sumo, and
maybe one Ricci
you're right back in
Sumo
it.
Haku Dora 3.
I mean, we take those. I've never seen anyone say no to that hand. It doesn't mean it can't happen, but...
Ooh, Merlin also with some really strong acceptance here. 7 pin because the 3, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 shape is super strong and accepts the Dora. The Dora that will probably never come into hand. That's just Tempai.
What a draw.
So you can take, yeah, Kanchan, Dama. You can take the Shabo 3 Seal 3 Mon.
It feels like, I don't know. Okay, listen. I'm not good enough at Mahjong to immediately count the Uke here. This feels like there's a million upgrades. A million might be a little bit of an exaggeration, but it's got to be close, right? Like,
yeah, basically there are a ton of So tiles that upgrade you, specifically 2 through, 5 are decent.
but what about
upgrades.
Manzu? Are there Manzu upgrades?
Well, the thing is, because we're holding the Kanchan shape, the Manzu upgrades are actually not that good.
So it'd be like 2-step upgrades, essentially. Like, we draw
Each.
Manzu, we have to exit Tempai, and then we take it. Although now we have the delayed Ricci.
Yeah, with 2 players open, Merlin's going to apply some pressure. Out comes the Haku and Taliesin Tempai on the 2 pin.
Tess going for Chanta on the right.
Yeah, potentially double south as well. But against this Ricci, Tess tends to play pretty defensively against Ricci's.
Boom.
So that maybe Merlin has picked this up, picked up on this, and is now applying pressure to directly counter Tess.
And we do see that coming to effect there. The 8-pin was actually a fantastic... Like, drew 8-pin and then discarded a shape. 8-pin is a pretty fantastic tile to discard. We see all... Like, it was Kabe at that point.
Yeah, Tess really doesn't want to deal into a dealer Ricci from this score line, so maybe very timely. Oh, no!
Boom.
I'm not convinced about the 7-so there. It was a better weight. Oh, that wasn't even Tempai, actually. Broke Tempai. Maybe, you know what? Maybe misclicked. I think
that's always possible.
probably aiming for the 8-so to switch, switch the shape a little bit and accidentally hit the 7. That's unfortunate.
I mean, we do now have another fire-breathing hand. Chun Chun, Hatsu, a single Haku. Which every single time this hand has occurred tonight, that's what it's been. It has been 2 Chun, 2 Hatsu, and a single Haku every single time.
Wow, I didn't even remember that. That's...
Now, it's only been 3 times, so, like, there's...
Hey, 3 is...
But still.
2 is a coincidence, 3 is a pattern. So anybody who's playing their games tonight knows that you're going to get Shosangen if you start with a pair of Hatsu and a pair of Chun.
Yeah. If you part Hatsu, Chun, Chun, Haku. And now actually drew into the 3rd Chun. Now, this hand, as opposed to other hands, a Haku was discarded early. So there are less Haku available. But the Dai Sangan even is still alive.
Don't lag too much on that. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
I'm just looking around to see if a 7-so could be discarded. No, it's in the wall. So if we draw into that, that's Sananko. Oh! Daisangan Tempai again! Alright, this time surely!
And the Haku's already been discarded once, which makes it look so much better.
And the Chun isn't called, so it's not visible.
And the hesitation on the Chun was just short enough that it feels like a random lag. Like, I would not
could be
be
maybe
reading someone as having a Chun. Like, it's very close.
Yeah, I think the Haku just comes out. I don't think anyone's afraid of this hand. Do you pass
Especially with
Ronan
Dora
7 so?
discard so early. Oof.
In this scoreline, you're negative. A Yakuman
Wait,
changes
hold
the
on.
scoreline
Where's Taliesin overall?
in the middle.
Yeah, no, I think so. Because coming in last year doesn't actually hurt you. Like it takes you away from the promotion line, but Shosangen doesn't get you closer. Really. It
Yeah.
kind like maybe, but like 7-so does basically nothing for you. Like I feel like this is a pretty rational place to pass the 7-so and take the Haku.
Toy Toy Shosangen is Hanemon. If you Tsumo, you get Sanako as well. So if you get the 7 so Tsumo, it's a Baimon. I guess if on Tsumo you have to take because you're 50-10.
Yeah,
We haven't seen
Sumo,
anybody pass that
obviously
up,
you
so.
take.
Hanemon? Oh, Ricci.
There's a Ricci, 1-so, 4-so.
No
Oh,
tile
Tatsu
for.
break-in, but this might be an immediate deal-in.
Oh no.
Like an instant deal-in on the 4-so.
Oh,
3-so's
no!
100% safe, but discard the 4-so instead.
Oh.
Took a better weight, even though 3-so was safe. Could have waited on Dora.
Oh, it's a tragedy. A Daisangen once again not coming to fruition. When will we see it?
It feels like it's one of those times like in a broadcast where like things keep on getting close and you just know it's building towards it happening.
That's twice now. The other one was in the previous log, so now I have to go back and look at 2 logs to see if Daisangen was going to happen. I feel like we actually have frozen here, so let's try that again.
Six shapes. I cut one so here, I think. That I feel like that's worth resting on a little bit. With the shape that they had when they discarded 8-so. You have 6 shapes, 2 of them are Conchons, you have a Pinchon pair and an isolated pair. What do you discard?
Yeah, that's interesting because if you end up on this Conchon as your final weight, you'd probably prefer to be on the 2-so rather than the 7-so. But this isn't the final weight. We're still in the early stages of the hand where things can be improved. And there were some upper shapes. There might have been a 6, 7, 8 Sanchoku or something along those lines. So I think I also just cut the 1-so. Maybe you shift to Tanya later, although we have a number of terminal pairs. I didn't get a close enough look at the hand to see if there's any other option than cutting one of those so blocks, but it's possible a pair cut would have been okay as well.
As it is, though, Taliesin with a little bit of a head start here has head start. I mean, we're turn 9. Turn 8, I guess. Taliesin has the double south and the Chun, so 3 Han already visible to everyone. Ishanten, Ryam and Ryankan.
I would pull in the 9-so. We go headless here, where there's a chance you could end up Hada Katanki for Honitsu.
Ooh. I think I have so many bad experiences with Hada Katanki that I just kind of avoid it at all costs, even though it might legitimately be a good call sometimes.
Yeah, you don't really expect to win because it's very clear that you're doing a flush at that point. So as long as players don't drop Sozu or honor tiles, they will not deal into you. But
I mean, but with 3 Han already showing, you could even just like do a silly trap for the 3 Han hand. Yeah. Although at minus 600, you're probably not doing
or
that.
wait on the 3 Pandora, right? If people believe your pins,
there you go.
Drop that out. But as is, we are Tempai for 3 Han on the 5/8. So.
Ooh, we could take Itsu Tempai here. I would for test. Waiting on Tumon.
It's twice cut, so it's not that great, but these players probably will have trouble using it. So, and I want to prevent Taliesin from winning the hand, so I'd just rather be Tempai sooner rather than later.
Michael has 6-so, 9-so Tempai, draws 5-so, could discard 2-so here and doesn't deal in.
Wait 1 turn. Getting the
and then the immediate chase. So we got 5-so, 8-so, 6-so, 9-so, 5-so, 8-so, Tumon, and now no 10.
Oh, the 5.
The 5.
So... couldn't stop the 3rd one.
Oh my god! But this is exactly what we've been talking about, right? Like the person who's been suffering is just suffering more. Like Michael is not in last place this Hanchan, but like it was happening last Hanchan. Michael's in a bad place overall in the standings. Michael had a perfectly fine weight and a perfectly good hand.
Yeah, we even waited, avoided the deal in to one player to get the Ipeco upgrade, only to then draw the third 5-0 and deal into 2 players. Like,
I mean,
what more can you do, right?
yeah. This is where you need that like true zen of laughing at your pain, like oh, so it goes, like whatever.
Boom.
I'm not there yet, but I hope Michael is.
Oh no. Oh dear. It's a meme now. Jay says, "I'm here from Toy Toy with a G." It's gonna be my Arma legacy, even more than 234 Sanshoku.
It's good. It's you know what? It's my job, Nathaniel, to make sure that the serious things don't become canon.
as long as long as you're here for that, that's fine.
This Formon's an interesting draw. Yeah, we don't keep that over the door, even though it does add it add efficiency? I mean, we can draw 5 mon, but like we don't have enough blocks as it is. So the floating ASO seems just as good as anything else. I mean, it's Dora, so that's why we're keeping it. But
You could 8-pin there and hedge the 5-mon drop, but here we go. That's the door we're looking for.
ooh, hedging Toy Toy.
No
cheese.
cheese
yet.
See if the 5-pin comes out first. Otherwise, I doubt that we're going to be Toy Toy. Oh well, I'm greedy. Greedy.
Yeah, there's the
Very
greedy. I
greedy.
mean, we're at 3,300, and we need a second or a first reasonably to stay and hunt for the promotion. Like I like this.
Yeah, this is something.
Kang.
Khan.
There's a con.
Okay, so not Sanako, but no Nudora.
1 mon actually doesn't help anybody. It's been discarded a couple times. There's the Tempai, 6 mon 4-pin.
Oh my goodness. The way this has been cut, 8-6-5-5. Would you ever expect the 4 here?
No, absolutely not.
This
Because it looks like 2 complete shapes. Like there's nothing missing. Like that's what you're looking for. When you're trying to read the discards, you're looking for what's missing that's still left in the hand that they will be waiting on. And you don't view the pin shape as where things are missing. Like, because it looks like they've cut entire shapes.
And also, that was a pair cut as well. So if you're thinking it's Toy Toy, either they cut from a Toy Toy pair, or, for a stronger pair, or it could be a shift to like a late Honitsu type hand, right? Because they pulled the door, cut the 9 so late. Even with the early 1-zone uppercuts, if they're just looking at what's called, this actually could be a flush.
Oh, absolutely.
That 4-pin fits, though.
That 4-pin works. So 4-so, 7-so, now the Tenpai for Michael.
Uh-oh. Tess in trouble. Cutting away from the Mon shape instead of the So shape here. Can't trust the honors either.
But the West is safe.
West is safe. Okay, so 7 Mon was
and East is safe. All 3 of the other East, the West and the East are both safe.
Okay, so Tess has enough tiles to get out.
All right, there's 5-pin, 8-pin Tenpai for Merlin. Oh man, how's this gonna end?
Oh, 3-so you can't.
Just discard 2-so. Just discard 2-so. You don't need to. 2-so was just discarded. It's 100%
lost
safe.
the Tenpai.
Oh, okay, keeps it. Oh, there's the 8-pin, but the West comes out, right? And then there's the 7. Okay.
Dodged. The greed not paying off here. Would have won a Mongon.
Well, the greed for Merlin does.
Yeah, greed for Merlin,
at least greed paid off. Because I 100% would have discarded 2-so there. Like, I would not even have thought of discarding 3-so.
Yeah, Merlin fighting strong for this double promotion chance. If the game were to end right now, how many points is that? 23 over minus 15? Oh, sorry, plus 15.
Minus 15. 38.6, which would put at 189.3. A second away.
That's
pair of Hatsu and
close.
A pair of Dora for Taliesin. That 5566 mon is a little unfortunate at this point, though. Oh, never mind. I take it back. You have the other 5 mon. Who cares?
And now we pull.
Now I'm pawning everything. Yeah.
And that's another interesting choice for Michael on the right, just picking which 5-6-6 shape or 5-5-6 shape to keep. I might have cut the 6 pin instead to confirm the door in our hand. Test aiming for the Honitsu on the left, the flush and the Sozus. It's got some work to do still. But we're all eyes on the dealer hand. Can you draw 5 pin, 6 mon? I would cut the 7 pin here just to support the 6 shape because I really don't want to cut a door here. Just considering the best way to chi here. 3-5, 2-3. I might like the 3-5 a little bit better.
Tess in this awkward place where you have two calls and you have a complete shape and nothing else in the hand vibes.
Yeah, this really looks like Tess is aiming for the 1-so, believes it to be good in the wall. And
there it is!
Yeah.
Beautiful read there.
It is a really nice read. You can kind of tell that other players shouldn't have it unless it's paired up.
4-so, 7-so tempai for Michael. I don't know that I like that.
Oh my.
That's nice. Oh, it takes the Ricci! Man, I feel like I might have just dominated this.
Yeah, but you want to be able to roam the 6 mon on the left. If Tess is close enough to Tempai, she might have to just jam for it. We talked about Tess being relatively passive against Ricci, but... Uh-oh. 9-so? Oh, 4-so's Gembutsu, and that's going to be the cheap pancake. Taliesin cannot catch a break. Michael keeps winning these hands whenever Taliesin has something huge.
Right, here's the question, though. If Taliesin doesn't call Ricci there, does that 4-so come out? I feel like that 4-so stays in hand just because it helps build. Like
I don't know if that convinces me enough that the Ricci is wrong in that spot, but I agree that the 4-so probably stays in hand without the Ricci.
Yeah, I don't. In no case do I think wrong is the word. I just think it's an interesting thing to consider, like how that affects your judgment.
And that's one of those things where I
in Mochi currently.
In post game, I would go back and review that spot specifically and make sure that my judgment was correct. I probably go back and say, yeah, I think this is fine, but it's always good to look at later and double check. Also interesting here for the dealer to not play for the flush. I don't mind cutting the 7-8 pin and getting a little greedy. Ooh, can even cut the 8 pin and think about toy shift.
Yeah, I would have done the same.
I'm being so careful now every time that word leaves my mouth to look at the calls.
Every time the word toy leaves your mouth?
Yes.
That 9 pin not coming out yet. I guess that 8-9 is a shape.
One of the nice things about aiming for the flush is, there's a deal
now it comes out.
Okay, so it'll just be 1500, but that will allow for another repeat here in South 4.
Ooh, and this is a very nice dealer hand to start. Good shapes, not a lot of honors to get rid of. Actually discarded 3-so before discarding one of those honors.
Oh, hello.
Oh, God, the 7-pin fill.
That's fantastic. Ishantem. We want the 8-so. Yes! Guaranteed Sancho beats and slams the Ricci.
This is a slam, yeah. No reason to wait around on this one. Ricci, Tanya, Sanshoku. This is a Mangan. 2 Ura or Ipatsumo for Hanuman. No Ipatsumo, so...
Now, if you did happen to draw the 7-mon first, that'd be okay, since your Yasume is still Dora, but... Look, if we're going to live in Sanchoku land, we might as well go all out.
Now the question is anybody gonna be like a dealer Ricci this early is so hard for the rest of the table. I mean, obviously Taliesin needs things to happen, and Michael is the last person you want winning because
Notably,
they're your closest competitor.
Taliesin might get in trouble here because the Formon did come out post Ricci.
Right now that Senmon is a part of a shape.
Merlin also cutting away from the 8 Mon, so starting with Genbutsu, but the 7 is Suji. And it
There
comes
it is.
out. This is
And
going to
now
be big
Merlin's
Ricci's.
exactly who you wanted to win off of.
Right? Your goal is first.
No Ura. But now it's 2,000 points. Less than God, it's 1,400? 1,400 from second to first?
With 2 Homba as well, so any win's going to overtake.
Any win from any of the players above 30k would be first.
Yeah, Merlin was looking at this game thinking, I've almost got, my double promotion. Enough points for the double promotion, but that is a big hit towards that goal. Now, he can still get a first and make progress. This hand becomes even more important now.
Yeah, but even this first would only be halfway, which is a drastic change from how it was 2 hands ago.
Yeah.
6-0, a good draw, though.
I mean, maybe he gets the 12k right back. We'll see. 5-so would be incredible here for Ipe Kodor too. And Pink Fu draws as well. Oh my goodness, we're doing it. 9-pin headless. That's creative. Certainly the 4-4-5-6-6 is a really good shape to have when you're headless, but a lot of your tempai here will involve dropping the Dora and losing Ipeco.
Yeah.
So this
I feel like I probably would have dropped 1 pin instead.
it also confirms that you're going to be left with this 1-2 pin shape most likely. Which is not a bad thing. Like right now, Merlin is saying speed is more important to me than the value because I want to get the first place. And that's a totally understandable thing here in this all last tight
Taliesin has Hatsu and Haku calls and a single tune in hand. Only 1 tune has been discarded. So the Daisangen not dead yet over there. We kind of didn't see it.
Can we run it back? Second Daisangen chance. Oh, I think we have to call that for Shosangen Tenpai.
Well, but hold on. What even is Shosangen to us? Shosangen, Toy Toy, Hatsu, Haku is a Hanuman. Running that off of anybody doesn't change position, and Taliesin, I guess it's just a stop the bleeding kind of hand. A Yakuman, though, could do more than just stop the bleeding. Like, it's a very difficult decision to make.
Got the Ipeco and Damas.
Wow. That's silly.
Taliesin could just not catch a break on any of these big hands. And Merlin will confirm first place. Plus 30.6 is very good for his chances at the double promo. We'll have 1 more game remaining to aim for that mark. Huge second place from Test. Plus 13.5. And a third place at 38.4 is kind of nuts.
Yeah, that's a really high. Like the positive third is usually like 30.6, and you just get like a plus 0.6, and you're like, phew, no negative. But 8.4 is like significant. Like I'd be kind of okay with an 8.4 second.
Right. That means you got over 30k. You're like 33,000 points. You weren't negative. You didn't get the first, but it's still positive points. It feels like if you get 38,000 points, you should be getting more than 8.4. But you know what? Positive points are positive points. We take what we can get. And Merlin will have 1 more chance in the final game of the series to get over that 200-point mark.
16.7 off. So that would be a 16.7 would be a 41,700 second or a 31,700 first.
And most firsts should accomplish that mark. It's very difficult to get lower than that.
I've had a couple firsts less than that, but it's almost like at those kinds of games are like coin flips when they happen. But I am going to need to head out for the night. However, we have called in the incredible, the energetic, the enthusiastic, the iconic Harrison to replace me. I hope Harrison's ready after that.
Woo.
That was the most muted move. I built you up so
Yeah, bet you didn't expect
freaking much.
that. Bet you didn't expect that on
I
Wacky
can't-
Wednesday.
I
Wacky
can't
Wednesday
believe
reach
you,
Wacky
Harrison.
reach you
You're
Wednesday.
a traitor.
Subverting our expectations once
I know.
again.
I gotta
But
ration, okay? I gotta make sure I have all the energy for these games. Like the second one we're about to go into.
Oh man. Well, it's been wonderful commentating. I hope you all have a great night. Good luck the rest of the
Boom.
cast.
Thanks so much, Tucker.
Thanks, Tucker. Always a pleasure. Even for a second. And as we joined this game, quick win coming in from Towson. Just moving on the dealership, making sure to get that rotation in. Said, I do not want Tess to get any more big hands, have time to do anything. So what I will do is just take that quick nothing win. Clearly trying to chase like maybe a Honitsu or something, but draws just weren't there. You know, happens sometimes.
All right, I don't know if you've caught any of the stream up to this point, but the important things to remember are Dai Songen,
Oh,
Tote, and Toy Toy with a Chi.
oh, okay. See, I forgot about that one. That last one, normally I think it's only triplets. I forget you can cheat it. They just let you do that.
An Armel exclusive.
Ooh, counterpoint for Tess does not want to commit to a Honitsu shift. Just wants to take fastest one out.
That is a well-timed Haku discard right there. It Pon into the third door draw. Timely.
Yeah. Oof. Oh, and this is going to be a monster hand. Taliesin is Ishan 10 right now with potentially Ricci, door 3, Ipeiko. Even Sananko routes too on like 8-mon pair.
I wonder if the 3-pin is a better keep than the 8-mon here. I think you get slightly more good tempo
yeah,
draws.
because you get the 2-pin, the 3-pin, and the 4-pin, whereas the 8 really only gives you
7 that you're
the
happy with, or the 9.
6 and the 7. Yeah, I guess the 9 too.
Yeah, the 6 is a tempi, but it's kind of a sad
I guess the 9's worse with 1-9 on the board, so because of that, you'd keep the 3-pin over the 8-mon.
Might be in trouble here, as there's 258 Mon Tempai on the left. Or Yakuhai East and the White Dragon have been called. Oh, there's the Tempai. It would have been a rough one. 1-pin, 4-pin, 9-mon, where a couple of the 4s have been discarded already, and the others are being used in hand.
Yeah. Oh, draw it.
Does not end up mattering as the Tsumo comes through, so Tess shuts down another hand. It's been really chippy in this game. And that kind of suits Merlin, because right now Merlin just needs to be first by about 2,000 points over 30k. So as long as the other scores are low, he's got a chance.
Yeah, Merlin's totally fine just playing this game like quick, cheap, working the dealership all the way to South Round, and then just getting like one big hand right at the end and then defending. I'm sure Merlin would be super happy to kind of play that game in a chase for first. And I mean, even if you're second, if you can get to like 40k, you're guaranteed. Technically 40, or I guess, what is that, 42k? Right? Something like that?
Yeah, second at around 42.
But if scores stay tight, then again, just chasing like a South 3 or South 4 Mongon might be the best way to play it. And it's looking to follow that pattern. Michael's called, taking Chun. Looking to maybe be chasing a Honitsu to add a bit more value, get to 3 Han. But problem is, it's just the Manzu aren't quite there yet. That might help out. We're going to keep the efficiency. Probably chase our Tempai.
Merlin tanked a little bit on that 7-mon, thinking about the Tanya Chef said, no, it's just too far away with the 1-mon in hand. 9-mon's not too hard to do, but the 1-mon really hurts things. Ended up drawing the perfect 5-pin for Ishanten.
Yeah, good discipline to keep, especially as dealer too. Sometimes it gets hard. You really want to open up. You want to play quick. Give yourself that snappy, call-y Tanya route. Just because you're at least getting like 2 draws and discards for it. But again, patience pays.
Taliesin faced with a really interesting decision just then. 4-3 pin cut versus the 9-so cut versus the 3-so planning to give up on a door in the future. I almost like the
Yeah, could
9.
even play 9-9. Yeah,
Yeah.
build the Tanya, keep the Dora. Oh, and this 1-4, that might be the death.
Yeah, no choice
Don't.
but to
Yeah.
cut the 1 here.
Especially with the other one in your discard. Without that in your discard, you have some like Nobeton rounds. You could argue dropping Forso, but that one's not going to give you anything good.
So
Cheap
far,
dealing though, moves
yeah.
the dealership.
Players want to go home. So far, it's been 1,000, 2,000, 1,000.
And I mean, I hate to be presumptuous, but I would not be surprised if dealership moves yet again. Uh, Michael's hand just doesn't have speed here. So much junk to get rid of. Even looks like Michael's chasing a bit of a Honitsu angle just to try and get some callability to the hands.
Yeah, giving up on the
But
Dora as well to try to play for that. Oh, no.
well, we already threw the 9, so we'll need to redraw that. But
No,
I
it's
do
just that
kind of see what's going on.
for Honitsu, there's 6 unique honors. Okay, that's the best one to pair up.
Yeah.
And I think at this point, you kind of have to play this normally. Honitsu's a little bit too far
Yeah.
away.
Not enough honor draws. Your Manzu shape's not like there. You technically like it's Shonpai, Haku, Shonpai, Pei. So I mean, you could think maybe you'll get him pretty good in the wall, but in reality, you kind of just gotta play it as is. We Tess had a decision to call that 9-pin for a Toy Toy hands. 9-pin, not the one to call to do it. Playing Chitoei Shanten with some strong weights too. Does not surprise me that call was passed.
Yeah, you pass the call, and then you see what's come out. Tuso, 5-pin, 6-pin, 9-pin. That would have been
Yeet.
Roan, right? But you couldn't have known that.
They're all gotten, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Instead, we'll see the Ricci on the left, Merlin, 2-5, so Ricci Pinhu. This is a start.
Now, what's the decision from Tess? Nothing looks particularly safe. May opt to 1-pin. That's not the worst, but nope, we're going to keep our highest chance Ishanten. Dealing E-pots, reach Pinfu E-pots. Will we get the flip? Ooh, value doubled.
And
That
boom,
is 8K gotten from Tess, yeah.
South round. It's been chippy, 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 and then 8,000 points. Merlin's in the lead.
Yeah, that'll help. That's a good start. Secure yourself a little bit of leeway for that first place you're chasing. Well, the problem is Tessa's hand very good right now. Ryan Shanten, strong shapes. Chun, locked, loaded. Looking to get a Homba on that dealership. Although Talison's hand to the right, especially with that south call, is going to be very quick as well. Ishanten, though,
With
even stronger than our dealer.
Yeah, excellent calling shapes as well.
Hoping that'll be Tempai on the Shabo.
Yeah, 4-pin
You
might
are
be
gonna take it.
slightly more accurate here. That way you can draw 8-pin and then 9-pin
8-pin.
and use the Dora.
Yeah, it's one of those like far off decisions where most of the time it's never going to matter, but if it can matter or if it does matter, you want to be able to play it. That being said, one mon comes out, quick snap call from Taliesin. Merlin across the table, loving that. Says hands staying cheap, game's passing on. I like this.
Ooh, big chance for Taliesin in this hand. It'll be a question if the Haku comes out early. Do we call and play the headless, or do we want to Ricci? And typically with good shapes like this, I prefer to pass the first Haku. But what do you like to do?
Well, again, it depends on the situation. Facing 2 people open, I might even call this 5-mon. This 5-so here. And because speed is just with the table. Like we look and test to the left is Ishanten, and we're expecting Tempai or Ishanten there.
Oh.
We have a call open across. Oh, and now we have this Dora pawn, and things get a little sticky. We'll check the 8. Makes sense.
Yeah, I'm with you. Like once the table shows that they are playing faster than we are, then we also need to increase our speed.
Yeah. And as dealer too, I might even opt to do it anyway, just because, like, again, Homba EV helps out a little bit on the value. I've also been drawing terribly, so I'm just like, I got to call to finish a hand, then I got to have somebody drop my tile. I won't draw it.
Yeah, that's actually important to bring up because that happens a lot. You go on streaks of hands not finishing, and eventually you feel like, all right, I can't play hands closed anymore because I'm not winning them. But it is important to still be able to play your hands. Wow, 4-mon safer than 1-mon. Impressive.
I have a feeling that was actually keeping the
No.
safest tile. Thinks one mon's more protected, but oh, deals in a toy with the door 3 and the Yakuhai. All of a sudden, 12k hand from Tesh.
That's a big deal
Taliesin.
for Merlin, who now is not in position to get his double promotion.
Yeah, cannon hit. Tess is in the lead. I mean, to be fair though, we got a dealership from Merlin. Not a bad hand too. This could very easily be a Ricci Itsu.
Decision time here. Do we give up the Itsu for this 9-pin? No, I agree with this.
Yeah, you also have an off Sanshoku chance around the 1-2-3 shape. Probably never get there.
You
You'd
probably
almost
need to
always
draw
do the Itsu.
8-so or
You need
9-so
like
first.
yeah, 8 so 9 so maybe even just 2 mon.
Yeah, and
well
even
no,
then the
because
3
then
for
you get
5
rid
kind
of
messes
2
with that,
pin.
so it's probably
Yeah.
not happening.
Yeah, it looks like almost full efficiency going to be the plan for Merlin here.
A relatively tame hands across the table, so a little time for Merlin to work, and that is Ishanten.
3 pin. I imagine 3 mon. I think it should be 3 mon there.
I'm okay with the 1-so,
But it's
only
not zero.
because we have a penchant, and we want to have something
Yeah,
other
that's
than
true.
a penchant.
That's fair. That makes sense. You
The
have more
later it
upgrades. You're never
gets,
really going into an Itsu.
yeah, the later it gets, the more
Yeah.
likely it is that we'll want to cut the 3-mon, but still just early enough and an important enough hand that it's okay to keep.
So updates on the board to the right. We're getting a little crazy. Michael might be switching towards a home. Well, it's Shinitsu. Maybe even building in that Itsu could be open Hanemon.
Wow. Merlin, no faith on the 7, so cuts 8 and 9, says these improvements are good enough and backfires.
Oh, and that's always the situation where
Did
you draw.
miss the
It's
discipline
always where you do that.
9-so cut there. That still allows you to get tempai on the 6-so.
Oh,
Yeah, I
why
think it
not?
was better just to cut the 3-mon there and play the Kutsuki
Yeah.
5-so for your improvement.
We also have Ishanten to the left. Taliesin looking to fire back with a hand.
Oh my, this is gutsy right here.
Okay.
It's an insanely wide weight, but it can only win on the 6-mon, so the 50-10 chances are so large.
Furry 10 City. This 3 mod might come out. Cannot win off of it. Well, no, you can't even chi that to like do some nonsense. Well, you could
No.
chi 4/4, but that seems counterproductive. I think you kind of just live or die on this 6 mon draw.
Yeah, this was a gutsy 9-so. And the shift, Taliesin correctly cutting the 3-mon instead of the 6-mon there.
I mean, Sanshoku chance too
Right?
for
And
more
gets
value.
it. And that's
2K,
huge.
locked loaded.
Merlin didn't win the hand, but he's back into first place. In South 4,
Okay.
no,
Anything goes.
not punished for giving up on the 7-so, and now he has a chance. All he has to do is end the game. Somehow end the game. Without Tess overtaking, without Michael passing. It's hard for Taliesin to overtake here, but
I mean, if Michael wins too, it's another dealership. That's the important thing to remember. You
Right.
still have another chance on the hand. So Michael shows some aggression. We can back off and still take our dice roll next hand.
and this
Playing
is
a bit of efficiency. Everyone's kind of playing their normal Ricci hands.
yeah. Merlin's hand looks a lot like a Chitoy, but he's got some chances at shifting to Tanya.
Yeah, a lot of Tanya chances. I mean, even if you draw like 6-0 or 9-so, you might just opt to play the 3 mon.
Dealers paired up the South, which gives a Yakuhai chance. Only one's cut so far, so there's still one in the wall.
Mm-hmm.
Or for Tess, we'll hold on to that over the 4. Ooh, that's a big draw.
7 pin's gonna be big. I'd
GG.
imagine it has to be. Maybe 2-so.
Okay.
I don't hate 2-so there. Not really losing too much, especially with 2 9-sos out.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking the 2-so as well.
Oh, 7-so. I might even keep that 1 mon for 1-4. Still 1-1, 3 4s. Oh, and the 1 would have came out there. Would have gotten rid of it then for sure.
The 2-so keep though makes the 3-so
3-so.
an amazing draw because then we can cut 7-so, 8-so, and get our
Yeah.
Piku. So we do get a little acceptance. Like we're not losing the 3-so after cutting the 2-so, but it does make our shape a little bit worse.
7-pin pair. What are we gonna do? Tuso coming out now.
リーチ
Oh,
no.
Tez. Tabanarichi pin Fudora. This has to get shut down.
Yeah, you have to. I think you have to fight this if you're Merlin.
Yeah, the
Each.
Ryukoku would lose it. Oh, but the Amon's gonna.
Oh.
Oh, not the Amon.
Doesn't choose the Shabo.
Not
Doesn't
on
deal
the
in.
south.
And now Merlin can fold because dealer is Tempai. And he gets
Sumo.
the Ipot Sumo! What
That's
a
also not good.
Fedora.
It's bad.
Not good, but
Ipot
it's better
Sumo
than
the
Tess
Dora.
winning, right? It still gives you a chance.
Yeah,
What
okay.
a
we missed
play.
the
Reading
Ura.
the Dora allows Michael to win the hand, not deal in. So Merlin's still with a chance. 10,000 points the gap, so Mangan Sumo will overtake.
They'll get there. Oh, and this is a pair heavy hand. This might be a little clunky for Michael. Problem is Merlin's hand not much better. Taliesin looking quicker across and Tess to the right. Oh my goodness.
And
The
don't-
F1 of hands.
Don't forget,
South call.
no, don't forget that Tess has a goal of staying positive and even making sure that to advance one placement above Taliesin. So just
Yeah.
confirming a third place over 30k, which is totally fine thing to do, and you could even get second here over 30k.
Yeah. A second would be very big. I mean, again, you secure second with a couple thousand points, you instantly shoot up to 13th, which is a big, big deal for extra promotion slots, especially down in B3. Very, very possible to get there. Not guaranteed, but again, every placement matters. Could be the one that does it.
Double south call for Tess. Honitsu play across the table for Taliesin, still far away. Ishanten now
The
for
Mochi
Tess.
Mochi on the Haku.
Yeah,
It's gonna
that's
be interesting to see when push comes to shove what
Re-
each player is gonna do.
it's really hurting Merlin's chances more than Taliesin's.
Mhm.
He kind of needs that Haku to make the Mangan Sumo necessary to surpass. Because he can't get a door in this hand. The pay is already discarded. Reach Sumo Ura 2, I guess, would do it. Richi Putz Sumo Ura 1. 5 mon. Test still
I'm just
sitting
so
Ishan.
enthralled by this game. It's so hard to like make commentary. Every draw is just it's filled with so much tension. I mean, Tess is stalling out right now, though. That is the one savior. Just not able to find the draws, but Merlin's nobody is really. Oh, one so. We have toy routes, maybe.
Yeah, I'm not
There's 7.
sure
What's
what if Michael really wants to play this hand at this point. Well, now we're Ishanten, so I guess so.
Okay.
But I think
yeah.
he's being a little bit cautious about these so tiles because of the Honitsu across the table.
Pom.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, toy, not Chi-Toy.
Okay, we'll check 8-9.
Pom.
8 so debating on the pawn, and we're gonna go Adazuke, Tempai on the 3-pin.
Yeah, Merlin's not going to win this hand. Even if he gets the Haku somehow, he's not going to win this hand. He's just going to hope that we get a Ryukyoku.
Yeah, but even the K10 would be good, make some distance from Tess. Eliminates like a worse third position. Which I guess doesn't really matter because we're just worried about getting past post with this hand. Khan coming out. We got to drop 9, so.
Yeah, we need to cheat the 8-mon back if it's possible.
Yep. Still 1-8 left in the wall, so it very well could be drawn. Dropped by Merlin.
Tess really
Debating on the
thinking about
cheater.
whether this Tuso can come out against the flush. If you deal into Nitsu door 2, is that possible? It is. Then you just get 4th. So decides no, but now the same decision. Do we cut the Tuso? It backs away.
Oh.
But that gives Tempai to dealer. Importantly.
Okay. And the West come out. I was going to say that might have been the move last time. 5 so 6 pin.
Merlin gets one more chance to find a Tempai on any central so tile. 2 through 9. Cannot find it.
Dealer only one Tempai, and this is bad. That is worst case scenario for Merlin right there.
Yeah, the
A
gap.
growing gap.
14,500 points and only 2 Homba now, so he needs to do better than Mangan Sumo. Either some type of direct hit off of the dealer or a Hanuman Sumo. And notably, he can direct hit Hanuman off of another player that will be a strong enough second place to get there.
Assuming Merlin sees it. If Merlin messes up the calc even a little bit, Merlin might not see that route. So if Merlin doesn't realize that, we could see a try for the Hanuman Sumo. And it is
There's
unneeded. It's real close. It's on the line.
the makings of a Hanuman here. You've started working
Mhm.
towards that 4-5-6 Sanchoku. So Richitsumo, Pinhu, Sanchoku, Dora.
Yep, that would be enough. You might even just play a Rishi Pinfu Sanchoku Dora. Try to hope you flip Ura or hit knee pots as well.
Might just get 1 pin, 3 pin here. Or 3-1.
Yeah, I think you have to.
Oh, 7-7. I
7,
might
9,
hold the
okay.
7 because we're not sure whether it's 4-5-6 or 5-6-7 Sanshoku.
Yeah.
Oh, and backfires tragically. It's always
7,
the
okay. We're pairing up again for Michael. Chitoy always is, I guess. So coming out, Ishan 10 for Tess. Debating on the pawn call. I would not think Naimon is the one to do it. It won't be. Probably 2 pin here.
This is also Isha 10 for a normal hand because we can draw into E Peiko with the 8 Mon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 2-so 6-0, not the best end weight, but when you're dealer, slamming that Ricci, always nice.
Itsu chance. So we're moving
Yeah,
towards
Furry
like
10 on the 1.
yeah.
Actually, okay. I know I'm about to sound like a crazy person. I will say this. I've taken maybe 4 or 5 Hellweight Furry 10 1-so Ricci's in my life. I've hit all of them.
Well, now the last one so is gone. So
Now it is not a Hellweight, so I would not recommend taking it. But you know, occultist tip of the day for whatever reason. One-so loves giving you that.
hey, earlier today we saw Alon take a Furi 10 Shabo, and so
Boom.
That's crazy. It would never be me. Never in a million bajillion years would I hit that.
Tess had the opportunity. Oh,
Boom.
Kudama and Tess would just end the game.
Yeah,
Dora won.
Talisman's just out.
Just making sure that players are below 30,000 so he doesn't lose more than 15 points. But that will end the game, and it does drop him below
Talisman
the
negative,
positives.
yeah.
So he will not be able alive for a bonus promotion spot should that be active all the way down to the lower positives. Tess will stay above 30k, not above 30k, but rather above 0 in the overall standings. Merlin is not going to get that bonus promotion spot. Did try very hard at the end, but a huge comeback by Michael at the end prevented that goal from coming to fruition. And so it will be at the end of the session, Merlin getting a promotion spot. Congratulations on moving up to the B2 division. B2 is a spicy division. There, it doesn't have the letter A in front of it, but it has a ton of super strong players. This season was kind of a wild one. I imagine next one will be as well with Merlin up there. Very strong play on display in this game. I do have to check 2 logs to see if Daisongan would have been won.
Oh, well, I mean, I believe we have some time before any more games, so.
Yeah, just checking the league ticker. There are no games currently live, but that doesn't mean that there will not be games in the future. It looks like our first set of A1 games did get canceled, but the second set of A1 games is going to start in about 15 minutes. So let's take a look. I want to know. I want to know if those Daisungen hens would have come to fruition. Let's see. This is Alon, the B1 series we watched. This is the first game there. This was the second game. Here's the first chance. I'm gonna have to remember. Oh, they're starting now.
Oh.
Jonathan said the game time moved. So
Oh, okay. But we have 5 minutes
5
before
minutes,
it gets
perfect.
in. Yep, we got 5 minutes while Nathaniel's doing that. I'm gonna try and update us into the A1. Or not A1. Yes. Yeah, the A1.
Boom.
All right,
Bugging
so
out.
we saw this from Hi-Pi. Beautiful dragon start.
Boom. Chi.
Chi.
Into Daisanga and Ishan 10. Sadly, the 7 was drawn into Tempai.
Boom.
And the question is, if we pawn here, do we tsumo? We're drawing this line, so we're on the 9 pin. The Chun would go to our Toyman. We would not sumo the Daisangan. So
That's okay. That's all we want to know. Just if we hit, the crazy nuts.
assuming no pawn is made across the table, or there aren't two cheese or something along those lines, it would have been the outcome would have been the same, or would have been the worst of the outcomes. So well played. And there was one more chance. It was Talias, and he didn't win. But I'm trying to remember which game that was in. Was that in the most recent game? No, it had to have been.
No, not in the most recent.
It had to have been this game as well. Then
Boom.
yes, it was later this game.
Ooh.
So I'm just gonna keep going until I find a Hi-Pi that looks like it could be the hand. I mean, this was, look at how many rounds there were in this game.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, marathon. No wonder Taliesin was trying to get it over with. Ooh.
This was after 4 consecutive games. Ah, here we go.
Oh yeah, it's got to be this.
So another beautiful Hi-Pi.
Yep.
All
Got
the
one
dragons
pin,
in the
maybe
wall
one
except for the
bone.
Haku.
Boom.
It was live. It was coming out.
Second
very,
to last
very, very late.
tile.
Riichi.
The
Boom.
Ricci happened and the deal in here, but assuming that
Ricci.
Boom.
the 3-so is discarded instead. 8, 6, 5. So
Well, 7-so would have been drawn. Actually,
Toyman gets it.
no, right?
So the coloring here, the green
Oh yeah,
coloring,
you're right. You're right.
is
You're right,
affected by the
yeah.
roan. But yeah, Toyman gets the 7-so. And
Toyman would have to be folding by then, which I would imagine with this 8-bond draw, Toyman would not be folding here.
yeah, and the weight.
May even deal him with the 1-so.
It's possible.
probably-
And if the 1-so is
Poss-
held, let's see, we draw the 1-so, so yeah. Taliesin certainly
Yeah.
would have dealt in before the Haku was drawn. So this just was not, it was live, but it was not going to come to fruition.
It's just not meant to be. It happens.
But incredible that there were 2 excellent chances in the same game for Daisangan. All right, and there are 2 more series to be played tonight, both in A1. The game that's about to go live is featuring Jonathan, Lucas,
Yep.
Amy, and Matthew. Matthew, who is in second place after Blake with 2 first places in the first 2 games of session 4, has taken the
Oh,
lead.
wow.
Blake will be finishing out their series tonight, a little bit later, again starting in about 15 minutes. So we'll be able to watch the first 2 games of this, and then maybe a bit of the last game of Blake's series.
Oh, jeez. Listen, I don't want to be, I don't want to be, too assuming. I don't want to be too impartial, but I'm really needing Lucas to take some ho force, some snake statistical force this series. I am sweating down here in these standings.
So some 95% fourths.
Yeah,
So it
yeah.
says, great job. Here's your
Great job, you queued. Wrong time.
Yeah,
Should have said a different seat.
something along those lines. And game just seconds away from starting, so we should be entering pretty soon. Jonathan will be our first dealer. Lucas in the south seat. Matthew straight across the table in the west seat. Amy on our left.
Oh, Lucas got 9 done. I was not aware of that. Wow.
Yeah, it had been 8
He's been grinding
done
out.
for a very short amount of time. Hit 8 done and I think took about 100 games, got 9 done. Just an
Whew.
incredible run.
Wow.
As far as I know, there have been 2 9 done players in the US, and both of them play in Armel. Just saying.
Yeah.
Just saying.
The Armel power up's real. I've been saying it since day one.
I feel like I've powered up since playing in Armel.
This is the cream of the crop right here. Hard to get better practice than this in the US right now.
All right, let's look at the high pie. Dora 3-pin held by Jonathan. I would say fantastic set of tiles for
Oh, yeah.
Jonathan. We can easily cut away,
Ishanten,
right? But we can easily cut away from the 8-9 if we draw, say, 2 mon, 3 mon, 5 mon, 6
Yep.
mon, any of the good mon draws. Actually, if you drew 4 7-pin, would you just take the Ricci here, or would you try to go for more?
I think as dealer, I might take it. The problem is, even with around the Pinzu, you draw like a 3-pin, you draw another 5-pin, and I feel like you're incentivized to cut 9-8 anyway. And you have these Tanyo outs to like still have a very strong competitive hand that I really want to cut away from it. I think it depends how fast I read the rest of the people on the table, whether I think 8-9 will scare people away because they have bad hands or not. As we look around the table, not a lot of people do. I mean, Navi Lucas just draws the 3-pin there, locks into the shape, a little bit clunky, but Rian Shanten none the least across. We are playing around Ishanten on that, or Rian Shanten, excuse me, but some good shapes with it. And I mean, Amy on the left, trying to get Tempai right now. Throw Ricci on the board.
6-8
Rian Shan
unstoppable
as well.
possible. Accepts the door here, though. And I gotta say, I really want Jonathan to draw a Dora, because I have no idea what I would cut if I drew a 3-pin.
Honestly, I could see Jonathan just playing 5-pin in that scenario.
I was gonna say 4 mon or 8-9.
Oh,
So if
4
it was
months.
earlier.
Interesting. Yeah.
All right, but this is the Tempai. I think it's late enough that you just have to slam.
Hope you hit the 7.
Ah, but he wants more.
Oh,
Now, this could be positional, of course. As we look to the standings, Jonathan, Lucas, neck and neck. Minus 105.9, minus 110.7. Out,
Yeah.
like right currently not in the relegation zone, but that cut line has yet to be determined. No one's finished playing their games just yet. So maybe Jonathan says, if I win, if I Ricci and it goes to Ryukyo, okay, that's something. But if I can get a Ricci, Pinfu, Tanya, Dora, Ipeco chance, that could be significant for me.
see
Matthew,
the Ricci come out from Matthew.
Yeah.
On 3 mon.
bad weight, bad value. Matthew doesn't care. He's going to slam it.
Yep, plus EV. Oh, and this might do it here. Nothing looks good.
4
Yep, we'll check the 3. We still want to try to play the hand. Ricci, no me, no Ura. City points plus 1300 added.
Yeah, it always seems like when I take my Ricci no me bad weight, I get chased by the player with all the door and die. But
Yeah.
Matthew's
Matthew's
got the
built
better
different.
outcome here, yeah.
Matthew just hits good scenarios.
Home.
I don't know what he does, but it works. Lucas, not a terrible high pie, looking for a reach pinfu. Maybe throw a Dora in there, get a little crazy. Matthew on the right, looking to play aggressive though. Shut it down.
本
No value in this hand, not the best shapes, so just call it and go. Amy, slightly better options.
I could very easily see Amy just changing this to a Honitsu, maybe even calling the 9-pin here and full committing. Would not surprise me in the least bit. Amy definitely wants to try to climb the ladder a little bit. She's got to make up about 80 points right now to start catching people in places, but then it is a tight pack. So 2 first tonight, and you're right there.
Yeah, it's a really
That's enough
awkward
to
spot
5 on.
because there's all these points that you can aim for, but there's a huge gap with the way the scores are currently lined, and of course that can change. Who knows what's going to happen in the game? So you play for as many points as you can right now and see what happens in the future. Interesting choice here. Navi could go super headless with a 4-pin, or just try to commit to a Tanya with a 7-8 mon. Goes with the super headless. This is at least what I was expecting.
Boom.
Yep, just max Ukaida, and again, Dealer Ricci. Like, I think honestly, your only like bad tempai is like drawing one so, because then you have to wait on 7-mon or 8-mon. But 7-mon and 8-mon both look pretty good in the wall, so I may not even be that upset
I think one
from that.
consideration for Lucas here is that
1
Amy is aiming for pin Honitsu, so the 4-7 pin might not be that good.
Mm-hmm.
Incidentally, Jonathan drawing the wrong tile still cuts away from the Monzu first, because Amy is likely Tempai at this point, so he might have to give up on his hand, but if he does get Shinitsu Tempai with a door or two, I'm sure he'll
I'd
jam.
imagine the 3-pin will come. Yeah, it's too good not to.
1
One thing you can consider in this spot is how much value does Amy actually have? There's
Mhm.
Yakuhai and Honitsu visible to us, but if there's one more Han for 8,000, it's certainly a lot worse, right? So how could she have a second Han? And so you
Which
look to,
pretty much is just Shanta right now.
yeah, you look at the
from the looks
Yakuhai,
of
the
it.
Chun is called, the Haku's twice cut, the Hatsu's already called, the West has come out, the East has come out. So the Yakuhai are dead, but there is Chanta as
Boom.
one possible out.
And 7-mon gets played. Lucas trying to snipe the 8-mon setup. It looking a bit better. Ends up dealing into that penchant by Matthew. Matthew takes another very small hit to bring us in the East 3.
Yeah, there's been a lot of nuance in the way these hands have been played so far, but still nothing nothing large yet.
Yeah, this is that A1 aggression where you don't want to let people build up value and get crazy hands. So you just kind of play AV, get comfortable calling open, and just, again, take little jabs at each other.
This is a hand where Matthew might not be able to open so easily. Tanya possible,
Yeah.
but we'll see how the draws pan out in the future. Amy, maybe another pin Honitsu. We'll see. No, start with the one
Oh,
pins.
not for the Norse.
Actually, a little bit of a surprise. It's certainly efficient, but cutting the door that early.
Yeah, I would think almost 2-mon, 4-mon might be a little bit better.
And after the one pin cut, I think it makes sense to just cut away from your pair and play
Yeah.
for the shapes that you have right now.
Definitely after you cut the door. I could have even just like not been looking, said, "Oh, I'll play an efficient 1-pin because it's a little bit too far from Honitsu for me." And then realized it was Dora, and nope. Whatever, we'll commit to our play. Everybody else pretty efficient on board. Lucas still Shanten with this draw, but more options, is going to go headless. Hope to draw around that Sozu. Wait on 2-5-mon for reach Pinfu.
That's a great Timon draw.
Mm-hmm. Still 2 1-mons left in the wall, so fairly strong groundman at the moment still.
Now the play is relatively straightforward. The only question is, um,
Who hits the button first? I think all these players are going to reach you when they get there.
yeah, pretty much. Perfect Ishanten taken here.
Another 3-pin. We have like a little E-Peiko situation possibility for Amy. More hand value, even so.
That's relatively
Okay.
efficient now for Jonathan. There's a chance at 4-5-6
Yeets.
Sun trigger, but Lucas gets there first.
Yep.
And Matthew does not hesitate to jam the door on Ipatsu.
Mm-hmm.
But we're kind of stuck here.
Could. Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, if the 5 clears,
Boom.
the 2 will clear, so jam the 5. Keep your perfect Ishanten, see what happens. It's only Richie Pinfu, so still very close game.
Yeah, everybody is still almost entirely within one hand. Amy has technically a little bit more to go on, but I mean, with this dealer high pie, I'd imagine it's going to be gotten all right here. 3 shapes locked, loaded. Good 7-pin floater. Could even upgrade to an E-Peiko on that 1-2-2-3. Looking like a point collector for the dealer.
It's like the
Gets the
worst
Kanshan
draw.
too. What? I just looked to the right. What's going on with Jonathan's hand? Oh, 7-mon pair in the first 3 discards. That's crazy. Opts immediately for like a toy route. Happens to drop the one thing that pairs up. Always happens like that.
I wonder if we draw 9 so east, if we cut the 4-pin, or we just take our Chitoy.
That is really interesting. I mean, the Chitoy is much less valued. The 4-pin for Honroso Soitoi is Mangan. The Chitoy you would have to hit an Ura in order to break that barrier.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we just take the Chitoy, but it's fun
Yeah.
to think about.
Might even I think 3-mon here from Jonathan. Although I guess Honitsu's kind of dead anyway, so.
Amy in the interesting spot of just having confirmed shapes. And so she gets to sit on this Dora. And unless she pairs it up, because if you draw 3-mon, you can use it to some degree, but
Yeah.
if you pair it up, the question is, do you play for the Pifu with a 2-pin pair cut, or do you go 3-pin, 1-pin and go for Tanya instead?
リーチ
That is really interesting.
Not going to
I
matter. We see a
opt for
Ricci on the
3-mon.
left. Matthew Ricci, potentially Chun, potentially San Anko.
Mm-hmm.
Pom.
Jonathan sees the path.
Yep, Sumo's guaranteed Mangan, but is going to need
Riichi.
some help on the others. Now, are we going to check Dora? We will. Fighting Rishi from Amy on 4-7.
Toy Toy Tempai for
What-
Jonathan, though, with potential San Anko as well. Lots of vertical hands.
ズモ
Oh, but the Ipatsumo, Amy, the Ipatsu classic. No fear on the Dora discard. And the Uda
Oh, and the Ura.
classic. 12k.
Collect those up.
That is the first big hand, and wow, Amy might be going for more.
Oh my goodness. Almost spit up my drink. What is that? We're definitely going to cut towards Onitsu.
And
Can't pass it down with that shape.
Chun might be coming out very quickly from Matthew.
Yeah, 1 off, 2 Norse were cut, so we're not quite going to go that way. Imagine this next one will do it, though. Amy is definitely going to snap call it with that 2 8-so cut.
Oh, and even filling tiles by not cutting that Chun, it's left Amy
my
on this
goodness.
incredible drawing line.
If Matthew waits 1 more turn and Amy draws an 8-mon, Amy might get Ipat's Honitsu double Yakuai. We wouldn't con that.
Okay, I was gonna say if she draws 8-mon here,
That would be so insane.
there is only one 8-mon in the wall.
Yeah.
ポン
The problem is Navi's might have trouble using it across the table. Has a con shot right now, but if he improves elsewhere, it could just fall out.
Yeah, likely. I would think it would cut from that 2-4-5-5. Oh, and pairs it up. This might save.
That will save.
We are thinking about 2-3-4 Sanshoku, but yep, we're going to lock that in. Play 6-mon. Now all 8's accounted for, and everyone can use them. Amy still has backups, though. We draw 7-mon. We draw 9-mon.
チ
No
Both of
pun.
those get us to a Shabo.
Yeah, no pun from Amy. She didn't want the flexible Tonki.
We're going to see Lucas across the table open up. Tanya, hopefully Sanshoku Ishanten, but quick hand to shut the
Pump.
dealer down to start. We are going to pull that 5 Tempai 2-5-mon.
2-mon, the most alive of the tiles in the wall.
Only ups the value to 2k, so not the most expensive, but something. Matthew gains a Shanten.
リーチ
Kutsuki Shanten. Ooh, Jonathan finds Tempai too. Reaching on the 2-5. We're matching.
Yeah, no one knows that Amy's been Tempai this whole time. You just assume that she's searching for something.
Yeah, even still, no overflow on Manzu is kind of crazy.
7 is still Suji.
Yep.
But Navi doesn't like it. Maybe he's beginning to suspect that Amy could actually be there on a bad weight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it has the correct read, but the tile would have landed. We may see a 7-mon shift here. Nope, Amy likes the 8s.
I don't mind the 7-mon there, just because Jonathan
It's
could be winning
guaranteed safe.
6-9.
Yeah. Oh, 2-mon drawn. Matthew's got to back up.
Yeah,
Well, I guess Matthew was kind of already backing up.
there's a world where Matthew dealt in to Amy on the 8-mon by shifting down if the lower mons look more dangerous, but because he folded, a little bit safe now.
Check the 8 because that earlier 5. Suji with 3 9s out. Very unlikely for the 8 pin to deal in.
And now the 7-so and 4-so pass as well.
Yeah. Oh, and there's that other 9.
3-pin Genbu, and we're going to go to Ryukyoku.
Everyone's going to see Amy did have it the whole time. I'm sure Lucas and Matthew are both paying attention to Sumogiris too.
That big hand for Amy not coming to fruition, but she will retain dealership for another round.
ポン
Early call from Lucas here, forcing another flush.
Yep.
Reasonable shapes to the right for Jonathan. Also forcing... Oh, it's still a hedge. It can be a flush. It could be Tanyao. Probably Tanyao.
Mm-hmm. Something quick just to keep everybody together from the looks of it. Although that
Huh.
2-3 may cause some problems on the 1-mon draw. Oh, and Lucas is going all the way. Says, I need more draws. Let's con that north. Buys Dora in the suit we're playing. That being said, not a 1-pin to be seen yet.
I will say, taking that con is really interesting early because the shapes, the blocks that he had, or the tiles he had, were not blocks. They were honor singletons, and you want to pair those up before other players discard them. So that con for a draw is actually kind of notable in the sense that if he pairs something up, it might get a pull, where if he waited, he might not have. Something that shows up in Sama a lot.
Tune up. Nothing to do with it. Amy debating on whether we're keeping 4-so floater or 5-mon floater. Says 4-so, don't like it. Get it out of here.
Jonathan faced with some
Jonathan's
choices because he
decision.
has to cut pin tiles. And says, no, I don't want to. I'll cut anything else. If I end up in Pinzuchi Nitsu, that's fine.
Yeah, as long as Lucas doesn't get a hand, we're in the good one. I mean, direct competition with Lucas, just denying Lucas the hand is also a big deal.
Yeah, Jonathan actually just draws into Tenpai.
Oh, and this 5-so might do it from Amy.
Yeah,
We just cut the 4.
Doesn't really have a home there, so Jonathan will collect the Tanyao and importantly the sticks.
A little extra sprinkled on top to head in the south round. Amy's still in the lead pretty confidently, but with 4 rounds to play, that could change. Jonathan's hand, not the fastest, though, is going to need to shape up, take its time. Good news for him. Everybody else, much of the same. Looks like Lucas and Amy both have stronger shapes to do it with, though. Amy, too, with that 6-mon draw, gets a Pinfutanya route with an Ipeiko baked in. Working towards that. And Lucas finds the 5-pin, helps the shape out a little bit, too. Everybody gaining bit by bit.
Door to be seen. Great, filled by Matthew. Now
Yeah, that is true. This is going to be one of those interesting situations where nobody has Dora, and all of a sudden players start drawing it second row, and they start wondering, why has no one played it yet? Is somebody holding a pair? Do I care? What's the move? These late Dora draws, especially Shompai not seen, can cause a lot of players to back up their hands.
リーチ
by Deech.
Matthew reaching Peiko on the 2-mon, still 2 in the wall, not the worst.
Matthew playing a very straightforward game so far.
Mm-hmm. Play your efficiency. Trust that the hands will come to you. Treat the game as thus.
Jimon, as you said, two in the wall, and Ricci slows other players down, so gives more time to find that symbol, even though it's a bad weight. That.
Second Tumon. Lucas also draws that Dora post Ricci and does not like playing it.
Yeah, Lucas is going to have a hard time playing this hand now, so those two mons might just be locked away.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see how much safety he has. 7 so is still honestly a little bit of a hedge, trusting the Suji there.
Well, 7 so just
4-pin,
passed.
4-pin wasn't,
Lucas
yeah.
checked it. And 4-pin checks too, so Lucas has a route to folding.
Yeah, 4-pin wasn't
Could
out
even
yet,
play a
so
little
that's probably his
aggressive.
best chance, probably. Trusting the post Ricci 7 so Suji rather than the Ricci declaration tile 6-pin Naka Suji.
Yeah, sometimes you'll get players if they have like a 3-5-7-9, do tricky stuff like that. We'll throw the 9-pin, and then instead of taking the 7-pin, like it's a Kanchan cut, you try and fish something out with the Naka, but doesn't matter. Tumon drawn.
Just draw the last one.
Missed.
And that will put Matthew into second place, but still below 30k, and a lot up for grabs here. Incredibly close.
Mm-hmm. And
No,
Lucas looking to even up fourth
No-
through second.
no first turn
Jeez.
Diamond Con.
Why not? You know, where's it gonna go? We gotta show aggression on the board. If dealer's Diamond Conning turn 1, that means something devious is amiss.
Yeah,
Or
sometimes
dealer has the worst hand ever.
sometimes you make that con if you know that you're going to open up your hand. But Luke says another, yeah, his shapes were kind of okay. There are a number of conchons, but they're still kind of okay.
I mean, again, you hit 1-2 Conchons in a row, and then all of a sudden you're Tenpai.
Wouldn't that be the dream? Speaking of con, Amy holding a con. Waiting for the opportune moment. Incidentally, for those of you who are interested in the other A1 table, that will start in about 30 seconds. So if you want to duel...
Yeah, if you want to double up.
That's a Tenpai.
Yeet.
Lucas usually slams these. And this is no exception.
Taking on 3, so still 2 in the wall, but it is right around Dora.
I can hear
Not something you
a
want to be
voice
checking.
in my head advocating for wait 1 turn. Just for the 5-7 improvement. And then Ricci here.
Again, Lucas, so seasoned. Just knows right away, are we going to reach this or not? And decided, yeah. Is not going to subscribe to a wait 1 turn. Now, Jonathan on the left had an interesting decision there. Could have cut 9p to potentially play like Chitoi Ishanten. Maybe even 2-mon to do the same, but this decided to play 3-pin. Did not want to risk it, take the chance.
Yeah, I was going to say Matthew might be running low on options, so 3 so Suji is okay. And it does deal in for Ricci only. And so far, Matthew's dealt into a couple hands, but it's only been
Very cheap.
Ricci and 1. Ricci Pifu. Ricci
Lucas has door pair, locked, loaded, lethal.
It
Ready
seems
to
we get
snap call.
3 quiet hands and then one monster hand, and I wonder if this is the monster hand.
I mean, here's the thing. Matthew's the one with the floating door right now, and if there's been any player who is willing to throw it out, it looks like Matthew. Matthew is very big into efficiency. May even come out here. We might throw 7-mon first. We'll actually throw the 4-mon.
Interesting 4-mon first. Hoping that the 7-mon will connect to something. You can get rid of the penchon. Or so the Kanchan 1 3-pin. I feel like a lot of players would just cut the 7-mon instinctively there, but
yeah.
With 1 bad shape, Matthew hopes to improve. We'll give up a bit of immediate efficiency for that goal.
especially with a pair already baked into the hand, and you have a floating Dora you want to pair up as well. I think it's fine.
Amy's hand has suddenly become extremely straightforward. Ishanten with Diamen Samenchan.
Yeah.
There is an
Come on,
interesting
come on.
thought of holding like
Boom.
oh, there goes the
God
Dora.
Plays efficient Dora, has the Sushi Trap on the 7 mon. Not taken yet. Ishanten for Lucas, not ready to delete somebody from first place or delete someone from the first place running, but aiming towards it. We got a shape upgrade from Matthew.
Yeah, red flags are waving. 3 of them at the lower right-hand corner. Players on high alert.
Yeah, Jonathan, maybe even just looking for a reason to fold out, is going to play a 3-pin. Not committed to a fold yet, but definitely the weakest position on this board by far.
Yeah, Matthew cleared the 3 pins, so Jonathan could cut
Ooh.
that out.
Amy with the Dama.
ドン
Trying to end the hand, make sure Lucas doesn't win, pays off. Jonathan deals in on the 8-pin. Just going to be Pinfunomi, but again, Lucas denied that. Dealer Mangan is huge.
Yeah, you Ricci there. You're volunteering to the rest of the table that you are willing to take up the mantle, take up the fight against the dealer Dora 3. And the other players might just say, you know what? Great. You can you go ahead and do that. We'll just
All
watch
you, not me. Yep.
But
You
with a
can
Dama
fight
there,
direct.
yeah.
I
Just,
would like to not play sumos. Or I'd like to not pay sumos. You can deal in, that's all you.
we have an alco draw for Lucas and a number of pairs as well on the left now, so it's gonna get a little spicy. Matthew with a great penchant fill. Now 2 away from Tempai. A
Boom.
callable hand, but rather slow one. And Lucas, no hesitation. Pon for Tempai.
Mm-hmm. Especially with an Anko and like 9 Sochun. It's such strong shapes for a
Toy
Toy call.
Dash.
So upgrade. Matthew still Ryanshan, but shapes are all there now.
And Matthew gets to cut 4 Mon 2, a 4-pin 2-pin and hope for the Dora, but Shunka's
Boom.
going to come out Tempai.
And so 3-pin. 3-pin is the one that's in the wall, and that's the one that's going to be easier for players to use. 9 so locked up. Could leave Jonathan's hand across, but shape is not close enough there to play it.
Interesting that Lucas was willing to open up. So from the other player's perspective, open up Atozuke for this tune and not be able to use the Dora. Was he really fighting for 1,000 points, or does he have something more devious? They might suspect a Toy Toy.
チ
Don't.
He's going to join the fray. Oh, and 8 so gets paired, and 9 so gets dropped by Jonathan.
Yeah, that felt like a natural outcome here for those shapes. That's big. That moves Navi over 30k. So into the positive scores. We go to all last with very interesting situation now. Lucas has a chance to overtake first place, but Jonathan, an interesting collection of tiles. 7 so? Yeah, let's go. He's thinking big.
Okay. It's going to be really interesting with a 9-pin draw what the play is, because you could really, even 6-pin there, you could argue 9 so, and it does come out. We're playing Honitsu in the Dora suit. Need a Dora, though, to pass Mangan threshold at this point. Unless, of course, we go something super crazy like
Like Chitoy?
Toy hold. Yep, Chitoy Honitsu. That's Mangan baked in. We reach it. Hanemon guaranteed.
A
Although
very
Amy's hand is hidden draws. Oh my goodness. 3-pin. I'd imagine it has to be west here.
This is
Maybe
tough
not,
because
actually.
if you draw the 1-pin 4-pin, you're still 2 away from Tempai, right?
Yeah.
And then you have to decide whether to cut a pair or to cut the 6-8. Whereas the West is a better Chitoy tile.
Tempai for Matthew. Ricci on the 3-pin, 6-pin.
This could be
Not
trouble.
the best in the wall. 1-1. 2 tiles left to play.
If Jonathan draws 7-pin, he has immediate tempi, but this is a path. Maybe drop a pair now. East, east?
Yeah.
Or is it 8-pin? 8-pin, 6-pin. Ooh, this is problematic.
Could still get saved by a Dora. You draw a Dora. You might drop like north.
Right?
Have options.
8-pin, the Dora indicator, a scary push against this Ricci. Amy just bowing out here.
Yeah, Jonathan wants to fight. Says, I need this hand right here. I do not have time to waste. I cannot give something up.
Oh, there's the Dora.
Here's the decision. We could also go Chanta, Dora, Honitsu.
Oh, he goes for
Dum.
all the
Yeah.
value. And that will deal into Ricci Pihu. No Uda, another cheap hand, so that doesn't save Matthew's scoreline here. He's still going to end up negative here at 9.1, but at least he's not eating the fourth place points. So Matthew still kind of close to contention for that top spot, still in the conversation.
Yep.
But this game not doing any favors. Amy climbing up a little bit in the standings into the positives now. Lucas positive 8.6 advances to 102.1 in the negatives. Still out of relegation zone. It's Jonathan who dips in. Minus 26.4 will be just into that relegation zone. But of course,
Yep.
that's just game one.
Yeah, one more game to play the night, and nobody has finished their games. All of A1 said we are going to play all our games week 2.
It
Yeah,
looks like they took
everybody
a
waiting to
little bit of a
scrap it.
break before they started their second game. So we have some time, a chance for everyone to
Yep.
refresh.
Grab some water. Take a very quick pee break.
We're gonna watch the second game of this Matthews series, but maybe while we go on break, I'll leave open the other A1 game that's being played right now and can follow what's happening there. All right, folks. I'm back, and that means that we are almost set for the other game to begin. Oh, looks like it has started. What did we miss?
I don't know, but let me tell you, we saw our action on that table, our fair share of it. Had that Pinfu Hanemon sumoed up. Toy up. Oh.
I actually kind of want to see the rest of this hand before switching to the other game. The other game has just started. I want to see if Clinton can finish this.
Time.
Con?
High fives. Okay, we're getting crazy. I mean, here's the thing. 2 tunes in the wall. 2 7-mons. Pin is not quite Tenpai. Better step to Ishanten for Peter, though. Shaba chance to change. Does not take it. 6 pin. Is that going to do it?
No.
Blake will shut the dealership down. All right. Back to our regularly scheduled programming.
Okay. Whoa. Okay. We got Dora 2 pair. Off wins. Both of them. And a tune call to the right. And then, not too much happening. Oh, Jonathan hits the Ryanman. A little bit of upgraded shape. Matthew on the left. Looking, shaping up.
It's a little awkward for Amy having all these pairs. In some worlds, you even just cut away from the pay pair and try to find something else, but the 6-0 had some 50-10 chances, so I can understand cutting that here.
Tenpai now, 1-4-mon for Lucas.
Uh-oh. This is likely going to lead to a deal unless Amy draws the final 4-mon into Tenpai.
Yep. I mean, even on South or North draw, could make an argument because of the stronger off-wind Yakuai. That it just could play. Amy could even call that and drop 7, 8, 9 pin. Not gonna happen. Oh, thinking about it again. 6-0 is a tough play. We might even just fold south.
Honestly, after the Ricci cut south, I might have had Pon cut 7 pin, but it will just be the cheap deal in. It seems like these players are picking the right moment to deal in. We haven't seen a single expensive roll. All the big hands have come by at sumo. Lucas now a slight advantage, gets the Ricci stick as well as the 1,000 points, and so with 3 Dora in his opening hand, will earn the dealership.
Yep, still a little bit clumsy. Can't really open up with anything. Would need at least one more pair to think about a toy.
He's valuing this Yakuhai very highly. We'll trade the tune for the East. So not going to play something like the 8-mon or trim off of a Penchon shape here. Doesn't want to cut a block or remove potential future acceptance. And he's just getting rewarded for that.
The shapes are getting stronger, and any Ricci is going to be an absolute cannon.
Could
3 Dora
Penchon
locked,
cut or
loaded.
play 6 blocks. 6 blocks. Interesting because the North is twice cut here, so maybe just planning to cut away from the North in its entirety.
Yeah. Nobody else on the table making too many moves. That's going to be a very helpful draw for Matthew across. Anko's 5-mon completes another shape, but still some progress to be made. Jonathan on the right, too. Still Brian Shanten. Needs a pair looking around that like 5, 6, 7 Sanchoku type range.
All right, finally.
Nice draws to get there. Also Itsu.
Might be time to give up on the Itsu now.
Yeah, that's too strong. Oh, Furry-ton on the 1.
Yeah, that might have been the factor, the deciding factor
earlier,
there.
yeah. Seems smart. 1-4 is held in players' hands. That one's tough. That's okay. You Tonki on the 3-so now, and nobody expects it.
4-mon's a great draw for Lucas. Big question is, where are those 7-so? There's 3 in the wall. Nope, 2 in the wall.
Yeah, I'd imagine that's going to get played by Matthew, too. Shape's just too strong. Amy gonna shift that 9-man out. Has a couple extra outs.
Lucas into Ishanta now.
Hit like a Tanya, something like that. Open another 7. I think I'd imagine Forso comes. Yep.
And that doesn't...
Some weird options.
Yeah, that doesn't necessarily kill Lucas's hand because he would happily accept drawing an 8-so or 9-so for perfect Ishanta.
Mm-hmm.
Use that as the pair and then treat the 3-3-4 as a sequence.
Well, the problem is 2-5 is looking bad on this board. There are 3 2-mons out and a 5-mon.
That is true.
So that Ryandan is getting less and less worth it by the turn.
Amusingly enough, there are 0, 2, or 5 mon left in the wall.
Yeah. So what's Jonathan gonna do? Could opt to cut like 9-mon.
Yeah, I
Keep
think
it,
that
try and
was what he
do
was
a
thinking
Tanya.
about there.
Oh, and the perfect hit for Matthew. We're gonna take 6-pin. We're gonna lock it.
9-pin, 9-pin. 6-so, 7-so is a little more efficient. Okay, we'll just go with the efficient route. Tanya might be a little bit too hard to confirm here. And now the 9-mon for the Tanya. Matthew's setting this up hard. 6-so, 7-so back to back. It doesn't make the 5-8 Suji safe, as we see.
Yeah. But, you know, trying for it.
Right, most of the...
Ooh.
Ooh. Do we just 6-so back and not show that we have an upper so shape?
G.
Okay, Matthew will call down for K10. Amy as well. No actual Yaku in this hand.
Mm-hmm.
Matthew would love to make a call. But those calls are limited. In the meantime, Jonathan Tempai on the 4-mon that would have to leave Lucas's hand.
Yep, only one with Yaku, but the problem is some dead draws. Not going for E10 on the 5-8.
Matthew could have cheated there and cut the 9-pin. But maybe decided the 9-pin wasn't safe enough to potential Sanchoku. There's a Pon?
Yeah, I think Lucas is trying to get some weird off Tempai.
Yeah, just doesn't want Amy to have the last draw because she's Tempai. So giving it to Jonathan so that maybe he deals into Hote instead. In the end, though, they were all Tempai, and so Lucas will pay out the 1,000 all. And this, compared to the other game that's being played right now, this has been much more lacking in the bombs, the monster sumos. But I'm really enjoying the gameplay here. It's so tight, so streamlined.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, everybody's just really max efficiency and then those super nuanced end games. Trying to maximize any edge, any potential they can get out of their hands.
Here's Jonathan with another monster hand. Pinzu Honitsu, and that's Dora suit.
Boom.
Very scary. I'd imagine we get maybe one more call allowed from the table before Pinzu get locked down pretty much in their entirety.
Yeah, Lucas is the main point of focus here. He is the player that can allow cheese to happen. So
Yep.
if he decides that his hand is not worth it, he can just lock down all the Pinzu right from the get-go, and it looks like his hand really isn't worth that much.
Maybe, yeah. If you get 3-mon, you might be enticed to drop 1-2-pin, but again, with what Jonathan just called, and it being a clear Honitsu or Chinitsu in the Pinzu, I'd imagine Lucas is just going to end up playing both of those Pinzu shapes.
I suspect Lucas will play the hand if he draws around the 6-0. He'll cut 1-pin, 2-pin. But outside of that, the pin tiles won't come out.
I mean, yeah. And could draw the 3-pin, get to the Tempai, put a little bit of friction on the board, reach on 6-9-pin.
Oh, just draw the door yourself.
Beautiful draws. Problem is Jonathan's hand's still a little bit too slow. Does have double Ryanman and then can kind of wait on a Yakuhai, but oh, Anko West, that's interesting.
Ooh, that is interesting. So perhaps,
Uh,
like the one pin can't be paired up, but maybe the two pin's not a live draw either. And most likely we just cut away from one of these triplets and
yeah,
Hatsu. Yeah,
check
Hatsu now
Hatsu.
not called.
Keeps going.
リー
Oh,
チ
promising. So Matthew will get the reach instead. 6-9 pin. Richi Pinfu E Peiko. 6 pin is Tanyao, 9 pin is Dora. So regardless, it's gonna be +1. And Amy cannot fight this.
Yeah, Amy's got to be out. 6-pin is such a terrible tile in that hand and a terrible tile to push. Just can't buy it.
Now, Lucas draws into Tempai immediately and cannot just even consider fighting for the hand. Well, how about now? You have a Dora. No.
No, we're gonna keep drawing West. We still have outs. We have like third 8-pin. We have 3-pin.
Yeah, could have been Tempai there on the 3 pin, but had to drop Dora indicator for that. That just looks terrible on this board.
Oh, there's a
Ishan
pair. Oh my god, East or Shompai too. Well, Shompai, but one in the wall. 6-pin. Lucas might. No, not even gonna tricks. The East says my hand is not worth enough. I do not want any part of this. I will not check this East. Not worth my time.
Yeah, notably the 7 mon I don't think was super safe, so it's definitely a jam to try to play that. Amy can call for some type of a Tempai attempt, but it is slightly wider, but she could also just get Tempai closed here, so it doesn't need to open up
Yeah,
anything
Ishan
specifically.
ton.
I'm not convinced she's going to reach. She just try to find a Keshiki Tempai.
Yeah, this late I would think you just let it go. Just Dama, hope to get your K10 points. Nobody wins.
Meanwhile, all the winning tiles,
Oh.
Matthew, have been drawn. That is not Tempai.
Ooh, and it looks like Jonathan might miss Tempai here. He's gonna play the 3-pin.
Amy
Yeah,
got
no cheat
there
happened.
on her last draw, so 2 players Tempai, and man, no one can win a hand. Everyone dancing around so well.
Yep, everybody bobbing, weaving. Playing defense. It's working out. Matthew again, not the worst high pie in the world.
It's Chitoy. It's officially the
Yeah.
worst high pie in the world.
Yeah, I was about to say. I was honestly a little surprised 6-pin didn't come out there, but I guess there's good enough shapes baked into here that you still might want to play normal hands. And with max efficiency, you're just going to keep both options open for yourself.
I will say, if he does get Tempai soon, then it is actually the best high pie in the world again.
Ugh.
It's great
I
until it's Chitoy
suppose.
Ishanten, where the graph of like
Chitoy
how strong
Ishanten,
it
how-
becomes like suddenly dips dramatically into the negatives. And then once you get
Unless
Tempai,
you
it's
draw
all of a
the
sudden
6
amazing
pair
again.
and then it dips, yeah, into these super positives. Schrodinger's Chitoy Ishanten.
Poor Mondora, Amy just aiming to collect the 6. There's 1,600 in the pot, and 1,000, maybe 2,000 is the value of the hand itself. Lucas with a fantastic hand, though. He probably is the best
Just
chance here.
great draws. Yeah, so quick. Has like a quick Tanyao call option too. Deciding it gets too late, it has several options. We oncoed something for Matthew. Very interesting. Some more decisions and options there. Although we do have no call on, so we're definitely not going Toy Toy. We don't like
Peach.
that part. We do see Tempai across for Rishi Pinfu Tanyao Dora. Magon guaranteed, waiting on 5-8 Mon. Great in the wall. So good.
Yeah, this might be the big sumo that we're looking for. Again, not expecting to see a deal-in, although Amy might be the most vulnerable to dealing in here. She finds Tempai. Are we going to get another cheap hand to end it prematurely? All the 7 mon are held, and 2 of the format are held. So Amy actually not looking very live here. I think Lucas is going to win. That was Suanko Tempai right there.
Yeah, I was about to say Lucas would be on Suanko Tempai, one
Oh!
on Tuso.
That's bad. It's going to
Boom.
come out.
Oh,
That's going to be the big hit. Ricci, Pihu, Tanya, Aldora. Suanko would not have come to fruition, and instead, Lucas, a big swing into first place, collecting the Ricci sticks as well, over the 30,000 point barrier. And as we enter the South rounds, this is huge for his position. If he can finish this game in first, he has given himself a ton of breathing room. That cut line might keep dropping and dropping. We'll see. Again, keep in mind there's another A1 table being played as we speak, and a couple of the players on the cut line are in that game. Peter and Clinton both. And it looks like one of those games finished, Clinton with a decent positive, and Blake took a small negative, it looks like. So
so big first for Matthew here, still in the running.
Harrison, if you could you check the game results so we can get the exact numbers on that?
Yes. So let's check. Going into the stat line, looks like Clinton plus 30, huge jump there.
Yeah, he was at 120 previously in the demotion zone, but now out. Now Lucas on that cut line.
Peter also gaining 8 points, getting a little bit closer, putting the pack together, which does mean Blake with the small negative third going to be a minus 6.5. A lot of gap to make, and Alfred dropping down 30 points. A lot to spare, though. Not too scared just yet. But one big fourth in this last game, and all of a sudden, Alfred might be on the chopping block as well.
Home.
And we've seen some huge games already from that series. But back to this one. Amy with the Yakuhai call Tempai already. 5-mon Khan, what do you think? Should it come out?
I mean, your
Khan the
dealer,
Hatsu,
6'9", so strong.
Yep. I guess probably. Haku
Oh,
Dora.
now Haku pair. That's interesting.
That's Tempai for Lucas. He can call Atosuke on the new Dora Haku, and players might not expect, that he might do that because it wasn't something you could plan for, right? It was the new Dora. But it might have been better just to pass that chi. I think though 1, 2, 3, 4, and that would have been the 5th 6-9 mon. So that's probably better just to grab it while you can.
Don't want to be relying on a tile that doesn't exist later on.
This is Tempai for Jonathan just on Sanzo, and he will declare the Ricci. With the Khan, he has some Ura chances, and Amy will shut it down. The 6-0 comes out, Rebutsu to the Ricci. Jonathan pays out, or rather Matthew pays out here, which is important because he dips now below 30,000 points, tied for second place with Jonathan. And because the scoreline is so close here, these small 1,000 points here and there, they actually are making a big impact on the possible outcomes for these players.
Yeah, and when games are going to stay this tight, again, if you can't get that big blowaway at hand, that just crazy jump forward, it is going to be so much harder.
Well, Navi might have another blowaway hand if we can work our way towards Dion Peiko. Even prematurely cutting away from the 1-mon, 2-mon to just force the Tanyao into hand. And
it's Ishan 10. Gonna keep our options open.
Yeah, needs to cut 3-mon and 3-pin and 2-so.
Home.
Amy Chito Ishan 10, but will just open up for a more standard hand.
Wonder if 3-pins played, if that's going to do anything weird for Amy, but
don't have to consider that
it's a
anymore.
hypothetical world that doesn't exist.
She did hesitate though on that 3-pin cut. Maybe you thought about the toy ship.
Maybe. So what if I play 5-pin? We get a little crazy. We
turns out it would have worked. And if the 3-pin did come out before the 8-pin, I'm sure she would have pulled it and cut 4 or 5-pin.
Yeah, definitely with that pause feels like an indicator of it.
And this is actually scary to have Amy opening up like this with the East Dora.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Matthew even scared off playing it at the moment. Probably definitely wants to increase self-hand value as well. Multiple thoughts on why we're keeping that,
Yeah,
but
Lucas is done.
yeah, Lucas is out. Lucas does not want any piece of that.
Like,
Is very happy to scrape away some positive points.
it's not showing that much, Amy is, but if there is Dora 2 in there, Lucas will absolutely drop dealing in. So he just wants to be out of here. Actually, he would have been pretty close to Cheeto if he kept the 6-pin, but it's a natural cut.
Mm-hmm.
We'll trust
I
the
keep
7-pin
trying not
Suji.
to.
He has a pair, so it doesn't deal to Toy Toy that much.
Sumo.
There's the Sumo from Amy. That'll be bonus food as well. For 700 all, plus Homebot becomes 800 all. And the grind continues. Now, Jonathan and Matthew are tied for 3rd and 4th place.
Yep, still a lot of rounds to play, still a lot of dealership, and hate to be presumptuous, but Amy, bit of a weaker hand. Is it going to measure up to the speed of the rest of the table? And taking glances does not look like it.
That
Both
3-pin.
Lucas and Jonathan. Oh my goodness, especially with that 3-pin. Shanten?
Yeah, I'm not necessarily so pessimistic about Amy's hand, but that 3-pin really does help Lucas out a lot.
For so we'll upgrade to the Ryoncon.
Straight into Ishantem.
Still headless Ishan for Lucas, so that we can draw like 3 Mon, 5 or 2, so solve that problem. Dream on, that's such a big hit for Amy.
Yeah, if they're getting Penchant fills, we'd better fill one of our own.
Mm-hmm. Is keeping the 1 so to play that 1-2-3 Sanshoku, try and
Love it.
build in an option for a little bit more speed.
Oh, there's the Tempai. We'll Dama here, looking for a better weight.
Yep.
Either Pinhu
Home.
or some sneaky trap. South Dora would be an option as well. Amy draws one.
Mm-hmm.
Surely we
Yeet.
don't
Good
Sumo
Rishi on the
Suji trap.
Suji.
Oh my goodness, Lucas, no.
Little dirty, little dirty. I mean, why would you sumo Giri the Suji trap though?
Right? It's too much. It's too much. And Matthew no pulling even though he had Honitsu options. He's just out of this as well.
Yep. Doesn't like it. Says not worth all these tiles I have to push. I have to check Dora. I have to check once cut Chun. I have to check Shonpai North. I have to check 2-pin, 7-pin. Just too many tiles to be worth my time.
Now, the reason for this Ricci is not necessarily just because of the Suji trap, but also the 4-mon got pulled, so the 2 is a little hard for folks to use, and it's visibly 1 chance to the rest of the table.
And now it's Kabe.
And the 2-mon are just all in the wall except for the one in Amy's hand.
Yeah, technically fits into the 5-3 1-mon shape, which does not. It's not super out. Players may see it and go, you know what? Maybe that is what it is. Matthew, the most likely, I'd imagine, to check a 2-mon, just because he is able to confirm that it's 1 chance on the 5-3-1 shape.
I'm so amused with Matthew cutting 5-mon, 5-mon, 7-7-7, 7-mon.
Sumo.
Yeah, throwing a shooting past it. Oh, and we'll draw one of the last 2-mons. Reach Sumo.
Hey.
Or for a little bit on top.
All it takes is Sumo, I guess. Lucas has the power of Sumo on his side. With Amy taking the Oyakabudi there, that actually dips her back below the tie between Jonathan and Matthew. And this just keeps seesawing back and forth.
Mm-hmm. Tiptoe, tiptoe. The question is, can anybody knock Lucas down a peg? This is going to be the hand to do it.
My
Also
eyes
get a little bit of Oyasumo help.
immediately go to Amy, who's Ishan 10 for Sanshoku. Can get Pinfu as well upon drawing the 3-mon.
Yeah, that'd definitely be a big hand. That'd be a way to do it. Lucas Yakuhai. Problem is, we're on the Hatsu. It's the in-demand tile. Got even to the right. Jonathan, not the worst hand. Has an E-Peiko draw on the 8-pin. Rest of the shape, not great, but one good draw or two, you're right there.
One of the nice things here for Lucas is that Amy can't use a lot of tiles. So these central tiles that other players would normally hold in their hands, Amy will just throw out there. Hasn't seen the one that Lucas can use just yet. And here's a Dora.
Well, one's already hit the board, so
Yeah, he'll try to play for it now.
yeah, probably try and switch the pair. You also get to play a Ryancon on that 4-6-8. If you draw a tune pair, not too bad, not too bad.
Amy in Simogiri City.
Three mon, not the worst in the wall. Still two left. Amy's perfect draw. Probably gonna have to fish for it. 6-3, much more likely.
Me and my Sanchoku brain hold the Tuso instead of the tune there.
I did think about 2-3-4. 2-3-4 is really interesting for Lucas's hand. Just because you're incentivized to play the 2-mon anyway for the Ryancon. But you do lose like I would say a decent-ish amount of efficiency. Or at least you lose the ability to hold the safe tile. And if you draw the
How
4,
about
5,
the
6
different
Sanshoku,
Sanchoku?
we'll find it
Each.
anyway. Problem is that 5 mon drawn is going to get used for reaching on 5 8
Gee.
pin. 2 8 pins out, one held, one in the wall. 2 5 pins left.
Amy sniping the Genbu wait.
Yep. Tempo on that 3-6 pin. 5 mon.
That's Tempai, but he could also go 9-mon, 9-mon, and aim for Tanyo. Not that that's a safe discard, but there's not a whole
リーチ
lot here. So yeah, we'll just take the Tempai. Wait on the 9-mon. Amy will
9-mon,
continue to
Tuso.
play.
Tuso dead. 9-mon dead. Matthew locked out almost completely. Amy would have to fold on the Tuso. She's going to play West first. Lucas would
So's
have to
terrible.
push with a 5. You might just reach Yana.
This hand is worth so
You're gonna
much,
push
though.
it. That's what I'm saying is dealer, reach Tanya Sanchoku. Magan guaranteed. Lucas is
Sumo.
tanking. Backs away. Correct read. Doesn't feed the stick in.
That's a big win with the
Ipiko
Ipeko and the
drawn.
Uratsu.
Uratsu all of a sudden knocked down a peg. Jonathan passing Lucas.
The Oya Kabudi did it. Now, Lucas still in the positives here, which is not bad, but Jonathan in first place, if this is held on to, would once again raise the mark for the relegation zone. Big hands coming now. South 3, the huge swing mark for this game.
Yep.
Two
This is going
Dora.
to be the tone setter. Two-door to boot. We do have a little bit of clutter we have to get out of the hand. It's not an easy one to play, but question is anybody else faster? Lucas trying to make an argument for it. Needs more shapes to build in. Matthew clunky. Amy clunky.
Yeah, these are hands that aren't immediately straightforward, but you can play them all with a very streamlined, sort of efficiency-minded pattern.
Yeah. But it's going to take time, and you need to hit the draws, so it's the type of hand that buys Jonathan the amount of time. Could call for the 5, does not want it yet. Too presumptuous.
I feel like it's about the type of hand where people approach Senpai at the same time.
Yeah.
Everyone advances around the same rate and gets Senpai around the same time, and we could see a really interesting fight.
Yeah, I think end of row 2, people are going to start snapping tempos. Chupin, very interesting draw for Amy across. She's going to hedge Chitoy and a normal hand.
Chi.
Jonathan is going to take the 7 so. Two pin, that's a helper.
two.
A little redundant,
There's a
but
couple pairs. Yeah, he'll play
yeah,
for the
it could.
3-mon acceptance. Likes that better.
Yeah, it could have dropped the 1-2 mon, and then the advantage to that being if you draw like 5 or 7, so probably more 5 so now.
Gee.
Or something to go around that 5 pin, then you're able to split it up.
リーチ
Senpai for Matthew. Ishan 10 for Jonathan. He'll slam the Ricci. Ipeko drawn. That's also Chitoy. Your choice.
Oh, the Suji on the 9 pin once
Lychee.
out. Can you do better than that?
Also 2-pin, 8-pin Gembu to the Ricci, but no, we'll just play the
Gambu 8 pin on the
7.
7.
Safe
One
entry.
chance.
Relying on the 1 chance. Yeah, 2-pin can come out. It's close to door, though.
Ah,
No,
but
the
you got
3 instead.
2.
It will
Oh!
be Ipatsu.
Ipat's Dora, 52 minimum. No
That's...
bonus, and all of a sudden it's a fight for first, and Matthew's last dealer.
Yeah, I don't know if
Able to
Matthew,
pass.
how close Matthew's been paying attention to the standing. He still has 2 games after this one, but the gap is 67.3, I believe. And if he can run up this dealership, this is a huge opportunity. First place is within sight.
South, ready to pawn. Needs it to be dropped by Amy, though. Amy might be making a big play. Try and get some points, try and stay positive here.
I assume Matthew will open up on the south if it comes out early. He has enough blocks, but it'd be fantastic if he could declare a Ricci here. Amy again. A slow-looking hand needs the Dora across the table.
Gee.
Lucas can open up here and try to confirm first. And he just has head and shoulders above the rest of the player in terms of the hand speed.
Yeah. Just so quick, especially with the Anko of Haku.
And I'm sure Matthew knows and recognizes a Diamenchi
Eat.
is a really bad sign. But Jonathan first to Tempai slams the
Okay.
Ricci Dora one waiting on the 8 pin. This will confirm the lead. If he wanted more, he could cut the 9 pin and aim for Itsu or a better weight, but he just wants to get there faster. And Lucas will take the fight. He says, I know your Tempai. I need to match you here.
Oh, and the 7 mon that's going to get melded in.
Matthew finding it
I
too
mean-
hard to play the hand. But there's the 4,
No.
and Lucas is going to get there instead. With the 1,000 point hand to shut the game down, including the Ricci stick will collect 2,000 total, and Lucas will grab the plus 21.9, a huge victory in terms of his hopes of staying in A1. Jonathan with a positive score as well, not quite the 20 points he was looking for, and that will be progress, but not enough to escape relegation. Matthew, minus 6.3, takes the same third that Blake just took, and Amy, minus 22.9, still comfortably in the middle of the standings. Right now, the Saki Award leader in A1.
Yeah. 2 to play, though, so a lot of other people can hunt it. Especially me, planning to get plus 72.3 exactly in my next 2 games. Surely I'm due.
We will go immediately to the other game currently in progress.
Yep, I believe this is the last game of the night. I am fairly certain this table is playing the rest of their games at a later day.
Yeah, this table.
Although I don't see it scheduled, so they might be doing all 4.
Did this game already end?
Let's
see if
check game results.
I think I might need to
Oh,
just
just
refresh.
finished. Oh no.
No. I think I got the wrong game.
No, it just ended.
Oh wow.
Blake with a plus 30 first. Peter with a plus 5 second. Clinton with a minus 12. And Alfred with a minus 24. It looks like the whole game very tight, with Blake winning a Haneman Sumo with Hatsu double non Dora 3. You?
Yeah, we'll get to see the
That
final
is
hand at
certainly a
least.
hand. Oh, yeah. So yeah, this is after that big Blake win. Nobody too close.
And this is huge. Like, if Blake can keep Peter below 30,000 points,
Yeah.
picking up plus 38.8 would make it very hard for Matthew to catch up, especially with how well that table is playing right now. The extremely strong play means that it's going to be hard to pick up a lot of points in one go. Unless, of course, you get very lucky, which is entirely possible.
Any A1 players have done it before. Good play and a good streak. Pretty unbeatable.
That's the thoughts of 6, 7, 8 Sanchoku. I would probably cut 5 so, 9 so here. That was Clinton. More pairs for Alfred.
Yeah, just pairing everything up. But again, has not been able. It's not really gaining towards pass post.
Yeah, pairs are not exactly what you're looking for. You want
Still gonna stick with our original shape.
Peter going
Clinton
big.
not swing.
Only needs 1,000 points to get over 30k, but going bigger than that. Ishan 10.
10 by 3 mount 7 pins. Still one of each in the wall. Like has a chance to get it.
Actually, is that Ishan 10? I think it's not. Incredibly.
For Toyman.
1
For Peter. Nope. Yep, you were right. Beyond Shanten. Need a little bit extra. 6 pin. That is going to be
Each.
Tempai.
Big one. 5, 8 pin, where 8 pin is Super Takame. Or sorry, 8 Mon. Blake Tempai, will you hold this? No.
Ooh, 6 mon. 6 mon's pretty bad.
Tempai for Peter.
Oh, but Peter finds Tempai. Does Blake draws back into it, but still has to check that 6 mon. It's not pots anymore.
Wall is saying to fight, but Blake says no.
Yeah, especially that far in first. It's
One more try.
pretty convincing.
Once again, rejected. It goes to Ryukoku. Blake confirms the first place, but that will allow Peter to hit the 30,000 point mark. So loses a few points, but you can't be upset about a plus 31.8 here.
Yeah, especially with the gap you have between you and Matthew, it's so good.
Well played final series. I believe Blake went 1-1-3-1. And the first places were large first places as well. So really shooting up in the standings in that final session. And we'll finish over 300 points, which is
for A1 crazy.
Yeah, that's fantastic. 11 first places for Blake this season. Only 2 fourths. Well played overall, and in strong position to confirm first overall. Matthew needs to pick up just about 100 points, over 100 points in 2 games. Not impossible. We've seen him do it before, but extremely unlikely.
Against Lucas and Jonathan and Amy, that is a tough table to do that on. Especially with Jonathan and Lucas being so close and so scrappy to stay out of demotion.
And so we will look to the standings one last time. Perhaps a closer race at this point is going to be the race for relegation. And there's still a lot to be said there. Notably, Clinton and Peter are done. Their scores are finished. And that was actually a really important race between Clinton and Peter. You remember that that Ricci stick from Clinton almost dipped him below Peter in the standings, but Clinton saved by just under a point as in the current state of things. So players will be targeting 106.4. That's the mark to get ahead. And for the players behind that, Jonathan at 125, that is about 40 points away. 20 points away.
Yep.
Korak, that's about
Just
40
under.
points away. just under for Hadu with 2 games to go. Similar to Matthew,
A
needs
little bit
about
of a
100 points,
miracle.
but
Yep.
a lot at stake for both Jonathan and Korak. And also the players above that mark don't want to drop below. Lucas only needs to lose 20 points, 26-ish points, 27 points to drop below Peter. And Harrison, you as well have got a little bit
I'm
of breathing
sweating
room.
out. I got 30 points, which let me tell you, I was feeling great about that. Like if I was going 30 points in, I lost 63 points on Monday, so I'm not feeling as good anymore.
But
It is definitely going to be down to the wire.
and one of the things is that if someone surpasses Clinton,
Yeah.
then they become the new mark. If they surpass Alfred, then Alfred might become the new mark, and so the
That's
gap
true,
might
but
shrink. But you can only play
I mean,
for
with
what you
how
can
the
control,
gaps
right?
are, yeah, and with how the gaps are, like it's true. Simon or you or Amy could just have a crash out 2 games, but I think it really comes down to me, Arthur, Jonathan, and Lucas, just how we shuffle and who is going to dip below the Peter Clinton line. I think that's really what it's going to end up coming down to with these last 2 games.
Yeah, this is really exciting. Really exciting. I cannot wait to see how the rest of the games turn out. And we will have some games coming up soon in terms of A1. I believe Matthew's table will be.
Tomorrow, Matthew's table will finish out. So actually, relegation might be decided tomorrow.
Oh, you and Matthew are both playing tomorrow. So that means
Yes. So, well, Jonathan,
Lucas,
Lucas,
Jonathan.
and me, which everybody besides like assuming games go normally enough, Arthur, are playing their games. So that's going to be the bulk of where relegation lies, what's going on.
Yeah,
And Matthew will decide whether the top of A1's getting taken. And then there's two more A1 tables. There's Haru, Simon, Stanley, and David playing Friday, as well as Steve, Leon, Nathaniel, and you finishing up Saturday.
yeah, Korak and myself, and of course Steve and Leon
Yeah.
on Saturday. So that will be. We're gonna play Sunday, but it turns out that the World Ricci League finals are going to be
Yep.
held that day, and they're going to be co-broadcast here
Yep.
on the Armel stream. So not only will you see that on the WRC YouTube channel, but also here on Twitch, and it's going to be a fantastic show. So
Yeah,
because
we'll
of that,
have
we'll be playing our
2
game
streams
Saturday
going up.
instead.
It'll be super cool. Me and Nate will both be commentating on the WRC side, at least guaranteed.
Yeah, we're hoping we can get some awesome commentary for that Sunday. Maybe even, I don't know. Has anybody asked Lucas? I think he said he was interested in doing some commentary, but that would be
Maybe
fantastic.
we get Lucas in there.
We saw some awesome play from him tonight, and maybe get his thoughts on how to win an online mahjong for the WRL event. Remember, there's a WRC seat at stake in that competition,
Yeah.
so that is going to
And
be
I
a
believe
huge deal.
it's 2 games per round, with top 1 advancing. Is that the format?
Yeah, there
I
are
think.
16 players, so 4 tables. The top
Yep.
advance after some set play. So 2 games, top advance is into the finals, and then the finals will be, of course, the top player earning the seat after 2 games.
Yes. Oh, so there's no. I think it's for the first set play. No, we're streaming. Okay, so they'll play 2 games. So it's 6 total games that players play, and semifinals and finals are being streamed, I believe.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
I think it's either semifinals and finals are being streamed, or it's top 1 coming out, because I know there are only 4 games.
Well,
I believe, that are
regardless,
getting streamed.
you're going to
But
want to tune in on Sunday.
Yeah, it is going to be big. And again, some of our Armel favorites. Off the top of my head, Dennis S and Max I, who are both now in Armel.
Yes, I
Who are
believe
both
so.
now in Armel, representing my club. Brian, who won NAO, already has a seat, going for 2. Can he take 2 seats? No, but wants the glory from it. He's fighting for it. Other notable names, I'm sure.
Carl and Edward as well from Arma,
Yep.
and a number of players from the San Francisco results. A lot of recognizable names at this event,
Yeah.
so it's going to be a lot of fun.
Mhm.
That being said, we have no more games to show you tonight. I do not know whether or not we will be able to have a stream tomorrow. I will not be able to run it personally, but if we do,
We'll see.
you know where to
Never
go.
know.
It will be so exciting to see the results of not just A1, but the rest of the divisions. There's some very intense battles going on right now. And so if you want to participate, if you want to maybe hop in the server and watch things live, make sure to check out our websites. Scores are updated there as they come in, including the game logs as well, at americanreachy.org. You can also think about registration for the spring season, which is technically passed, but you still have the opportunity to sign up and participate as a sub, or maybe even squeeze into a filling out a division, the entry
Yep.
division. So it's still worth your while if you want to participate in the league next season to sign out that form ASAP and give the admins some time to try to squeeze you in. That being said, if you'd like to see our other content, you can check us out on our socials at American Reachy everywhere, on Twitter and on YouTube as well. You can also follow the TinyURL link that you see on your screen.
Yep.
Well, it was a fantastic day. If you missed it earlier, there were some incredible hands in the early broad games. The B1 match, the B3 as well, had just the most insane moments. We had Daisong being 10
Wacky,
by
crazy
twice.
Wednesday mahjong
We had Hote
every
dealing
time.
3 times in one game. It was fantastic. And so check out the VODs for that. Check out the clips and highlights that will be coming in between seasons. And I want to, of course, shout out Tucker Ongui for participating, for commentary. Fantastic as always in the early games. And Harrison, thanks to you for hopping on in the later games. Wouldn't have been able to finish this cast, I'm sure, without your voice.
I mean, we got double duty Nathaniel too. Always the biggest shout outs. Running from the cupboard, the stream, and double duty commentary. Gotta respect it. God knows I'm struggling to commentate even by myself.
Of course, we wouldn't be able to do this without the wonderful audience that gets to that motivates us. So thanks everybody for tuning in and for all your comments, and it's been an absolute blast this season. Even if we don't get to have another broadcast in this final session, it was an absolutely fantastic season the entire way through, and appreciate all of the fun times we had with everybody here. So on that note, I guess we'll come to a close. Thanks everybody for tuning into our regular Wednesday broadcasts all season long, and we'll see you next time on the American Reachy Mahjong League. Have a good night.
Take care, y'all.